off on August 10th in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. PGS2 is a 2-week-long tournament where 24 teams will compete for a total prize pool of $2 million. The 24 teams consist of 16 teams that advance through the regional qualifiers of APAC, Americas, China, EMEA, and Korea, along with 8 PUBG Global Partner teams. The biggest change in PGS2 is that the battles will take place on a total of 3 different maps: Erangel, Miramar, the 2 classic maps, and the newly introduced Taego. Teams will be divided into 3 groups, Group A, B, and C, and they will compete with each other over 3 days in the group stage. Then, the top 16 teams will advance to the winner's bracket, while the bottom 8 teams will fall into the loser's bracket. The top 8 teams of the winner's bracket will secure their spot in the grand finals, while the remaining 8 teams will join the rest of the group stage teams in the loser's bracket. The loser's bracket is the final gateway to the very last stage of the tournament. Only the top 8 surviving teams will advance to the grand finals. In the grand finals, the 16 best teams will compete in 18 matches over 3 days. On the final day, only 1 team will emerge victorious, claiming the $600,000 grand prize and becoming the champion of PGS2. But that's not all. The top 4 teams with the highest points total from PGS1 and PGS2 will qualify directly for PGC 2023. PGS2, powered by Gamers 8. Who will seize the loot and claim the trophy to secure the direct ticket to PGC 2023? Stay tuned.
For the spray, gets some damage up, spots out another one, and the other one uses to go down.
Here we go into it. Your 2021 PGS Champion.
Looks at a similar scope, and how in the world did that?
Your PGS1 Champion.
Nice swipe in good circle position.
So few options to work with, but he hits Capitan. That's going to open back.
So a little bit of a spray here.
Gonna try to make some close there. It goes down and out
From friendly fire, but now they may potentially lose Volcano. Very good push.是的，但是这个是有车雷。
他其实现在唯一机会就是打那种牛海币像现在的一个锅连打上来了，口德。
张德顺的出枪，
但还是被抽脚。
但是
Personal getting sprays down, but Besto's doing a good enough job of that. Aduzi a bit too far on the second one.
Again, they don't have a whole lot to lose against these guys. The red killer with the P9. South side of all of these fights going on. Okay, how's this gonna go? Usually not done against the barrel. Come out big time.
우리는 계속 전형적인 전형에서 뛰고 있습니다. 자, 들어갑니다. 데미지 들어갑니다. 야!
Looks like you need my help. Go down! Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. All right, here we go.
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away. Rapid fire.
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? Ah, the power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go to hell. I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Take that.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
Welcome to Update 25.1, where we introduce a powerful new armament, new desert gales that will reshape your strategies on the harsh landscape of Miramar, and an iconic collaboration that's sure to turn heads. Let's get right to it. First, get ready for a seismic shift in your arsenal with the Dragunov, a formidable DMR that's tough to handle but hits like a freight train. This 7.62mm powerhouse, available as a world spawn in both normal and ranked, not only provides a gameplay balancing between high risks and high rewards, but also heralds a chance-based high-damage system. For a comprehensive rundown, don't forget to visit the patch notes. Up next, we have the Miramar sub-update. Discover Pertona, a new territory with opportunities for exploration and looting. Watch out though, the familiar red zone is now replaced with a unique sandstorm that sweeps the battlegrounds. This isn't your ordinary storm. It inflicts damage, obscures your vision, slows your pace, and wreaks havoc on your electronic gear. If you're craving more agility, we're also deploying the ziplines. Utilize the ziplines for swift, strategic traversing between islands and bridges. Plus, we've modified some locations, cut back unnecessary areas, and much more. But wait, that's not all. The Crafter Pass returns, featuring an ultra-luxury collaboration with the iconic sports car brand, Aston Martin. Blaze across the battlegrounds embodying style, luxury, performance, and exclusivity. Want to know how to obtain these iconic skins? Check out the upcoming Aston Martin announcement for all the details. We have heaps more in store for you this update, including a brand new team deathmatch map, the boardwalk, and more. Be sure to read the patch notes for a comprehensive rundown of all the new updates. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
حتاكلين تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت تبغى راب خفيفة جيب تويستر. أنا تجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back to PGS2, the final day of group stages. It's our pre-show brought to you by the Savvy Games Group. My name is Toffees. I'm joined by Toby, Godspeed, and Avenger to break down the action. We don't have a lot of time, so let's get right into what is going to be a crazy day. I want you to talk to me about some teams to keep your eyes on. What are you the most interested in, Toby?
I'm going to go with question mark to kick things off today. We have seen them in the past be able to do damage, but not as much as we would have wanted. They now have best of luck on the team. A player who has been phenomenal many years in the EMEA scene. If we go back to the last time we saw question mark in a global tournament, PGC of last year, no one of that team were anywhere near the top except for Phil first in damage. Now, off of their first day, 3 of their players are sat in the top 10 damage dealing on day 1. So huge for them to go out and be able to do as much as they did off of day 1. And curious to see if they're going to be able to bring that same momentum and aggressive playstyle into the coming games.
I'm curious too, and speaking of a team that's got some question marks, I know you want to talk to me about Donawa a little bit, Godspeed. Day 1 seemed rough.
Yeah, so Donawa, obviously a team that came in here with absolutely massive expectations, right? And for obvious reasons, when you have a player like Sol, you also have Inonix on that team. Salute. It's just surprising. Well, it is surprising because they had really good position yesterday in multiple games, but then they decided to just abandon that position completely and go for these really aggressive plays. So now I'm wondering, because they are a little bit behind on points, are they actually just going to kind of keep those positions and kind of filter that as their priority, or are they just going to keep going for those crazy kills?
All right, Martin, you know I got to come back to you. Who do you have your eyes on? I know it's got to be one of those teams that we probably have expectations for as well.
Yeah, huge expectations, of course. 17 Gaming, PGS1 champions, not in the safe zone just yet. They need like 20-some points to be like kind of secure. So I'm expecting big things from them today.
That makes perfect sense. All right, Toby, if you could pick a team to focus on, not a player, but a team, which team would you want to be focused on going into game number 1?
Right out of the gates, I'm going to go day trade and DD team. Hot dropping each other and San Martin back-to-back yesterday. Curious to see if that's going to repeat itself today.
We might see some hot drops. We might see some chaos. Real quick, team you want to watch? Just give me the name.
Falcons.
Falcons. Avenger?
Sonics.
Sonics. We got a lot to watch. We hope you guys join us and keep an eye on it as well. This has been the pre-show brought to you by the Savvy Games Group. It is a big day of play. We determine who goes to the winner's bracket in just a few minutes, so stay tuned for the kickoff of the final day of groups at PGS2.
Everybody, Paper Thin here. I'm one of the global casters for PUBG Esports, and I'm here today to talk about the PUBG Global Partner Team's Team Edition skins. I know a lot of you have been really highly anticipating these new skins, and some of you have already purchased them and checked them out. So we're going to talk today about every tournament everybody is watching for. They fight so well together. They're such a strong team. The firepower is tremendous. Everybody loves to watch these guys play, and they are one of the most popular teams in their region by far. Can't wait to see what these guys do, especially after they won the PGS2 qualifiers in China. Next up from North America, the Sonics, a superstar team. So many talented, incredible players. Some of the most popular players in PUBG Esports are on this squad. They're well balanced, they're versatile, they've got firepower, they've got brains, they've got it all. So absolutely, this is a team you have to watch out for at every event. Next up from EMEA is Twisted Mind, the giants of their region, the big geniuses. such a smart team. Everybody knows that this is a team that is going to be in it in the late game. They're so good at navigating their way into high-ranking finishes with plenty of firepower to boot. These guys are absolutely incredible to watch. And finally, we have Gen G from Korea, one of the most dominant teams we have had in PUBG Esports. Of course, being the champions of PGC in 2019, this team, led by their superstar, one of the all-time greats, Pio, runs one of the most interesting style and has been having better and better results as the year has gone on. So these guys, of course, everybody is going to be watching and rooting for them. Now it's time to check out the skins, and we have the teams themselves to show you guys these brand new skins. So let's check it out.
The team actually wanted to work as a collective here because we felt that our skins should represent us and our style as players.
如果我看到敌人穿着我们战队的皮肤，那我打倒他，我会放走他，让他队友来救他。
파트너 팀에 선정되면서 저희를 좋아해 주시는 팬분들이나 이제 저희가 연습이나 대회를 앞서서 약간 좀 더 집중할 수 있는 계기가 된 것 같고.
I'm just very happy, and the team skins is also a really good addition.
I really hope you guys enjoyed this in-depth look at the team skins. The teams and the players put so much thought and time into these, and we really hope that the fans enjoy them as well. We really appreciate all the support from the PUBG Esports fans, and we really hope that you guys support and like these 4 global partner team skin lines. They're so awesome. We really hope you check them out. And of course, a portion of all the proceeds will go to the teams themselves. You're able to support those teams directly, which is awesome. I really hope you guys are enjoying PGS2, and I hope you're hyped as heck for the grand finals. I know I am, so I can't wait to see you guys out there. That's gonna do it for me, guys. I'm Paper Thin. I really hope you enjoyed this segment, and I hope you enjoyed the Global Partner Team Edition skins. You can get them now, so go out and get them, and we'll see you on the battlegrounds. So first up, I really want to look at 4AM skins. I really love their color style, the red, white, and black, especially the red. I really think that accentuates sort of their style and their theme. When you see that red on the battlefield, I mean, that's going to strike fear into your enemies for sure. This is a beautiful skin set. I really like the AK, the way it has the team name on it, the way that you can definitely tell whose team this is when you're carrying that gun. The jacket as well, really beautiful the way that the red is on the arm sleeve, so this skin set is incredible. All right, next up, let's take a look at the Sonic skins. And I gotta start with the AK here. This AK is absolutely gorgeous. The dragon on it, the teal color dragon, incredible. The Sonic's logo right there in the middle of the gun as well, very beautiful. The jacket's really cool as well with the Sonic's logo right on the chest. Like, you know 100% which team you're supporting with this. The gloves, everything about this is just a phenomenal skin set. Twisted Minds has one of the most unique, awesome looking skin sets. First up, the S1897 shotgun is beautiful. Right there on the pump of the grip, you've got that pink Twisted Minds logo with the blue barrel on top of it. Really, really distinct compared to a lot of the other skins, especially for shotguns. So this is super cool. And then I really want to focus on the pants. I love this neon blue that runs down the pant leg, almost like lightning. Looks super awesome. Can't wait to see these in game. And last but not least is Gen G. Of course, with their classic black and gold theme, along with their mascot, the tiger, across all of their skins. These are absolutely just stunning skins, top to bottom. And really, even though the QBZ is amazing, the pants, the jacket, all absolutely beautiful, I really like the gloves here. The gold on the knuckles, so if you're punching out your opponents at the beginning of the game, they're gonna know it's Gen G coming at you. I really hope you guys enjoyed this in-depth look at the team skins. The teams and the players put so much thought and time into these, and we really hope that the fans enjoy them as well. We really appreciate all the support from the PUBG Esports fans, and we really hope that you guys support and like these 4 global partner team skin lines. They're so awesome. We really hope you check them out. And of course, a portion of all the proceeds will go to the teams themselves. So you're able to support those teams directly, which is awesome. I really hope you guys are enjoying PGS2, and I hope you're hyped as heck for the grand finals. I know I am, so I can't wait to see you guys out there. That's gonna do it for me, guys. I'm Paper Thin. I really hope you enjoyed this segment, and I hope you enjoyed the Global Partner Team Edition skins. You can get them now, so go out and get them, and we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back. It is time for the PGS2 Group Stage's final day here from Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. My name is Toffees. I am joined by Avenger to give you an update on what to look forward to and what to expect as we go into our last day of play to determine the winners, the losers, and everybody else. It's going to be a pretty exciting day, especially because yesterday I think got a little wild.
Yeah, yesterday got wild, of course. We had some insane performances by some teams. And that's bunched up in the very top, right? For PGS1, we had a 56-point cutoff for winners bracket.
Right.
It might be lower today. We have some teams on the cusp that are around that 51, 53-point mark, which is the catch-up kind of spot right now, of course. But yeah, there's not that many points available for the rest of the teams that have played, of course, the other games, because multiple teams got to 3 digits.
Absolutely. We're going to go over which teams are on the chase, but first you got to know what it is they're trying to get to with that chase. Group stages end today. Tomorrow we move into the winners bracket where the top 16 teams from the group stages will compete to be the top 8 and go directly to the grand finals. The bottom 8 end up in that losers bracket with the bottom 8 from today. That's a pretty big deal. Upside, it's a double elimination tournament, so you have a second shot at this insane prize pool.
Yeah, $2 million, $600,000 for first place. And as we've been talking about, huge step-ups from third to second and to first, of course, more than doubling the prize pool for first place.
Absolutely massive, and I do like that there's step-ups all the way down, as you pointed out last time. Here's just a reminder of the format for y'all at home. Bottom 8 will go straight to the losers bracket right now. But again, it is nice that it doesn't mean that you're out if you have a bad start to this thing.
Yeah, I love double elimination, but it is extremely important to get into that top 16. You will not have the double elimination chance unless you're at the top 16 in the group stage here. So obviously that's what we're looking at. We're looking at that cutoff, and we're going to be following that through. And of course, here our teams, our global partner teams, and our regional seeds. Some familiar faces too here.
As a couple of new teams that have sort of entered, I think, the fray, maybe missed out on PGS1, but have shown that maybe they deserve to be here. Global partner teams, I will say this, they feel stronger here at PGS2 than they did at our last iteration.
Oh yeah, for sure. And of course, in a case where we have some new faces, we have some, the teams here, of course it is A and C playing today. So Group B, they are taking a chill pill with that. Tyloo, the Expendables, double digits in the points, right? And it's new faces to come as well. It's kind of insane to see. Of course, Na'Vi did well too. Twisted Minds had a rough performance, and they're one of the teams on the cusp.
I mean, Twisted Minds, I think LG had a pretty tough performance over 2 days. Sonics got off to a start that they were absolutely furious at when we saw them at breakfast this morning. But let's take a look at why they're mad. It's because they want to go to PGC. GPT teams don't get an automatic bid. No one gets a free pass to PGC.
Exactly. There's 2 ways to get to PGC. Either it's regional with PGC points, or it's here at the PGSs with PGS points. Yeah, you get 300 points from first place. 17 Gaming already have 200 from winning PGS1, right? So they're already guaranteed to go. Ascend, not here. Tianba, not here. Danawa, Twisted Minds, Cerberus looking pretty good. If they have a decent performance here, they could guarantee themselves to go to PGC at this event.
And what else do they guarantee? If you get there through PGS, it opens up an opportunity for your region.
Exactly. If you're already in the top, it'll kind of guarantee another spot for your region, right?
Let's take a look at the power rankings, the ideas, and what we expected by the teams coming into this event. 4 Angry Man was sort of projected to be #1. I think we could argue right now that maybe this power ranking is not as accurate as we thought.
No, they're pretty angry at the moment. Twisted Minds, LG, Danawa, some of the teams that we have high expectations to also through the power rankings are in some of those rough spots. Of course, fantastic performance throughout the year and throughout the regionals is going to be displayed here. And as you see, Soul and Kickstart, insane performance if you look at their average kills and damage, but also have to take into consideration wins, time alive, assists, how many times you revive a teammate. All this go into your overall calculations for your power ranking.
And those power rankings haven't quite translated so far with what we've seen. But here are some players to watch. And one power ranking that should have translated, Hamas has been absolutely insane. This is brought to you by LG Ultra Gear, a comparison of these players. Kind of old guard versus new.
Right. And 400 damage average kills in 6 games and 2.7. That is just insane performance. That's also why Cerberus is currently above the cusp, but they are playing today alongside 17 Game, of course.
Let's take a look at that total leaderboard because it is about getting to the top 16 so that you can make your chance to advance. Tyloo is done. Expendables is done as well. Na'Vi. But as we start to move through these, you're going to see right there matches played so far. You brought it up. Cerberus has only played 6, and they're good to go.
Yeah, they might break that 120 or 116 point mark. On the other side here on the lower half, Sonics 34, and all this is fine. Like if you're in the 34 point mark, you need to have replicate the same kind of day you have, and you will surpass some of these teams here. But the very bottom, you have, of course, Forest played 12,
Yeah.
and they're not going. They are already going to be past today here, probably already in the first game. But yeah, on the lower bottom there are some surprising teams. Danawa, one of the teams we have super high expectations to. They are, of course, going to have a fantastic day today. 2 games of Miramar, and then we're going to Tego.
Wait, we're going to Tego, and then we're finishing 3 on Erangel, which might
Lovely.
be good news for those teams on the cusp, because right now, Vietnam has won 5 out of our 6 Erangel games.
Exactly.
Cerberus is still looking good, so if they come out and they win 3 Erangel games, maybe that lowers the cutoff if they farm some points.
I'll take your bet on that's not going to happen, though.
They did too, Lan. I don't know. You never know with these guys. It would be incredible, just like it would be incredible for you to go ahead and get that Honor Magic 5 Pro. Unleash the power of magic. HIHonor.com if you want to go ahead and get that. I think that when we talk about getting it, a lot of these teams have to come out and get this first game out of the way. They need to put points on the board right off the jump.
Yeah, for sure. We need to have good games from the very start here. Of course, only 2 Miramars if you're most comfortable in that. If you have a better loot spot, you feel like, or if you secured a better loot spot, that is where you're going to get go. Again, wild card on Tego. It's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen, of course. It's also where you're kind of securing your spot, right? If you're fighting for it now on Tego, if you're comfortable and you're looking good on the leaderboard, Tego could be a chance where you want to say, okay, we actually want to drop here. We're going to drop in the team that's already secured.
And if you want to be comfortable listening to us set up for Tego, you can head over to Spotify right now. Listen to the G8 anthem made specifically for this event.
It's sick.
It is pretty sick, right? It actually is. I know we spent a lot of time. I know the players are using it before they start trying to get their head in the right space, and they're going to need that today, especially some teams. Danawa, for instance, we met Cheese this morning. He was having breakfast. He said he slept 2 hours last night.
No.
Because he was so stressed about what's going to happen with 4 Angry Men. Do they move their drops? And I think that's the danger of having a bad first day.
Yeah, and he's, of course, Danawa's manager and coach, analyst, everything. Super guy. But yeah, sad to hear that he's been nervous about it, of course. But yeah, Danawa, you know, I feel like they're going to be fine losers, but you want to have that double elimination chance. You want to go to winners because it is the best practice. You want to have as many games possible, right?
Yeah, absolutely, because there's still a chance you may end up in losers, even if you go to winners. But it's that time to sort of get your feet under us. I talked to a lot of the teams, and they said one of the things that has been a struggle is new utility, new maps, new ways of playing. They need more games to start to learn how these reads the international works. And they're going to get those games in just a few minutes because it is PGS2. The final day of group stage is about to get underway. Don't go anywhere.
And they will have themselves a championship. The spray comes through. 17 Gaming takes the chicken dinner.
谁都不会料到 PGS 一开始的时候，我们贯彻坚定的信念来证明我们的实力，然后我们站在最顶峰，超越所有人的期望。
We literally dominated 17 Gaming on a bigger stage, the PGC. It will not be any different this time in Riyadh.
พวกเราต้องการพิสูจน์ให้ทุกคนเห็นว่าพวกเราสุดยอดกว่าที่คิดครับพวกเราทุกคนพร้อมแล้วพร้อมที่จะทำให้ทุกคนทึ่งกับการเล่นของพวกเรา
There should be no need for words. We'll show you through our gameplay.
Our play is exceptional, not like anyone else. Championship is ours anyway, so enjoy your trip and get home safely.
我们来是为了赢，来点有趣的比赛。
Our main goal this tournament, especially mine, is to redeem ourselves for our poor performance in PGS1. We've all had sacrifices, whether it be time or health, and we're ready to win.
거의 한 3주가량 머릿속에 맴도는 거예요. 아쉬운 PGS1이었고 성장통이라고 생각을 하고 있긴 해요. 과거가 중요하지 않은 걸 알지만서도 계속 얽매일 수밖에 없는 과정이었습니다. 이번만큼은 절대 빈손으로 돌아가지 않을 겁니다.
所有人都低估了我们的实力， 但我们是以卫冕冠军的身份来到利雅得。
Welcome everyone to the final day of group stages. My name is Godspeed, and of course I'm joined by none other than Toby as we head into the final day. This has been so far just 2 days of games. Absolutely ridiculous. The quality of these games have been next to none.
It has been phenomenal to watch all the way through. Regardless of what map we've been on, all these players has shown us that they are here to win the grand prize. No doubt about it. We can see on the screens of the players here as they're shadow boxing around the way. We are under a minute out of game. We've got a little sneak peek of the playing path there as well, an Eastern one, but let's talk about that once we do get into the game in just a few. We had a very brief moment, Godspeed, on the desk with Tobias and Martin just before. But I want to ask you again, I mean, you mentioned a team you want to see step up, but how do they go out and do it?
So for me, Danawa was obviously the team that I was talking about, and I mean, we saw them in multiple positions. I mean, game one was the big one, right? Cruz Divide, they had a great position in the circle. You had mentioned it, and then after you mentioned it, they decide, oh, Toby said we have a great position. Let's push outside of the circle. Let's get aggressive. And, you know, I did like that. I even stated, oh, this is kind of cool as we kind of head into our first game here, because they were getting aggressive and they were putting themselves in a position where they're just going to fight early, kind of get warmed up, right? But then game two and game three, and we started to see these kind of very early pushes that were, to be honest, just unnecessary from them, and they ended up getting wiped early in multiple of those games.
Exactly. Here we go. First Miramar of the day, the second to last Miramar of the group stages as the plane takes to the sky. As I said, as we saw just before, somewhat eastern, I should say, very eastern plane path this time around. And again, keep in mind, some of these teams have not played each other before. Correct. We were talking yesterday and saw yesterday the San Martin hot drop, and with the plane this far eastern skewed, we might see teams forced to alternate drop spots, which can cause some early game commotion.
And what I'm looking at as far as early game commotions is Picado. 17 and Sonics are obviously both in this lobby. There is the possibility for contention. I don't know if Sonics will necessarily commit, but we do know 17 regardless will be heading to Picado.
I'm seeing Sonics parachutes going west, but I'm also seeing the path they're going on. There's no Petrichor, there's no Twisted Minds. You know what? I think Power Burn is looking pretty good. And even if not, then a potential dive down towards Graveyard would be within reach. So no reason for them to hot drop, but it does bring up an interesting conversation. 17 and Sonics, for those you guys don't know, they have created, I would say, very well fostered a good rivalry when it comes to priority over drop locations. If any one of these two teams gets off to a really strong start today and kind of secure their winners bracket spot before the last couple of games, who knows? They might just be fighting in Pachinko with those last 3 games being on a rainbow.
Yeah, I could see Sonics or 17 specifically if, as you said, they're safe. Let's say they have just a couple just incredible games early and they know they're qualifying. Why not try to spoil it for another team that would potentially be very strong to join you in winners?
For sure. We are also seeing that Daytrade seems to be the victors of the San Martin scramble. The good thing for them is they get the win on a tie. It was a 4-0 one way, 4-0 the other way, but DD team saying, you know what, we tried it and they won. Sure, we got the win on the first time around, but also that 4-0 in favor of Daytrade, it just ain't worth fighting for. I think had they come off to a better, had they had a better day as a whole yesterday, we might have seen them contest, but you know, Impala is open and available. Why not head out there?
I agree. At this point, you want to make sure that you at least punch your ticket through to winners,
exactly,
giving yourself that second chance. So I do also like that from DD team as well. And as I look at the circle, Toby, there's actually so many different elevations. We don't see this circle necessarily too often. A little bit to the west of water treatment, lots of different elevations. Obviously, you have crater fields as well, and we've seen teams like Friendly Fire actually take incredible use of those emergency pickups, getting on top of those areas where you can actually get naturally. And so I'm curious to see if we're going to see something like that happening in this game.
I would not be surprised at all. The only issue is, and with Miramar in particular, with how much open space we're playing with, emergency pickups, one of the biggest, if not the biggest downside of using them is you leave all your vehicles behind. And whenever we're getting in and around creator fields down towards that southeast, believe you me, those hard spawns ain't there for long. If a team takes a compound early, vehicles will be taken with that. So you really have to just collapse on a compound if you do fly in from far away, crash into a compound, and really just hope, please, circles continue to go to us, because we don't know how to get out of here if you don't.
You're essentially hedging your bets at that point, right? When you take that emergency pickup, as you said, there's really not that many. Well, first of all, you don't have vehicles, and then the opportunity to get vehicles just really isn't there, especially with so many different teams rotating around you. So,
also another weird thing that I haven't thought too much of when it comes to emergency pickups, because the elevation is so big, like the difference in terrain up towards the north of Miramar, you're essentially flying further down. Players get further up in the air, closer to you, to shoot at you as you're parachuting in. I mean, you might be flying past people down as they're sat on the hilltop and get a proper angle at you, where other way around, had they just been at like surface level, it's a little more difficult to hit those shots. But everything is kind of working against getting a good emergency pickup drop up towards that northwest side.
I'm always just terrified when it comes to that new tool. It's just the fact that you do tend to fall slow in certain areas, especially when you're talking about players taking higher elevations to be able to shoot you down. And we saw it yesterday in Tego, right? With a few teams using those emergency pickup, just getting shredded out of the skies. And so there is that inherent risk. But again, if you do see the opportunity, if you do get circles, as you were saying, you get fed, that can absolutely win you games. If not win you games, just get you a disgusting amount of points through kills alone.
Sure can. It's a slow start to this one, considering that we had hot drops in yesterday's games. We had a lot of commotion on early rotations, despite the first circles actually not being all that miserable on Miramar. But it goes to show, and it goes to prove that teams know what's on the line here. They do want to avoid that loser's bracket if they can. They know how much more chaotic it gets down there. Yes. And they just want to punch the ticket as fast as possible.
So. Well, you also just give yourself a second chance when you're in winners, because you do have the, you have the safety net of, if you don't do well in the winners bracket, hey, you at least get one more shot in losers. Yeah. If you go straight from the bottom 8 here, that's it. Your one shot is that losers bracket, and you're done after that. So that cushion is very important. Plus, it's just more games, right? Even if you do go to winners and you don't do that well, you're still getting a lot of experience with these teams, and that's going to be pay dividends later in the tournament, especially if you can make it in the grand finals.
Oh yeah, for sure. Game PT on our screens here. One of the teams coming out from the eastern side. One of the teams out of Korea that I'm not gonna lie, I haven't had the biggest expectations for coming into it, and so far they haven't really impressed either. Having said that, they did have some decent moments during some of their first gameplay. It's small things, but you know, a good rotation there, a good fight here. If they can somehow convert those things into taking place during the same game, I feel like the global stages in PUBG as a whole is just the proving ground for teams that have maybe not disappointed, but also haven't really performed regionally, to go out and say, don't you think twice. Like, don't take us for granted. Right. We can still pack a punch. I mean, they qualified here on equal terms with everyone else. So I'm hoping to see both Friendly Fire, Game PT, DDC, some of these teams down at the bottom of the leaderboard currently be able to get through to that winners bracket.
And even speaking of a team like Friendly Fire, right, having the ridiculous surge in the last couple days in order to qualify. That team, I mean, they started off the event fairly well, right? In their first day of play, they had the first 2 games were pretty solid. They got good kills. They were able to hold off their position, especially when I look at their game from, not El Azahar, but I believe it was somewhere around that area. They staved off multiple crashes, right? Excuse me, it was in Cruz on the north side of that. Yeah, so they were able to do that in game 1 and game 2, but then game 3 and 4, they were really just kind of getting shredded in their rotations.
It is kind of interesting how we have 3 teams coming into today that had very similar day ones. We were talking Genji, we're talking Danawa, and we're talking Friendly Fire. All of them very good games to kick things off, as you're mentioning there as well with Friendly Fire. Good games to kick things off, but just could not get the ball rolling despite having a good start to the day. So curious to see if any of them, for starters, gets a good first game, but also if they do they manage to keep that momentum going? 4AM as well, a team who had a phenomenal day, a phenomenal first match on Miramar, but then just could not get it going. Yes, they get 34 points total, but almost half of that, if not even more, came off of that first match. So some big names here that had some, I would say, questionable performances, because it is day 1 of a global, but still have to figure some things out.
And I will say, after talking to Friendly Fire as well, I mean, they know that they need to have a fairly big day here, but the one thing that they're always very good at, whether it's regionally or even, you know, we've seen a lot of those players internationally, is the fact that they are very good in chaos, right? They thrive in that chaos, so this will be the opportunity for them to punch forward.
It's baby steps here in the start of the game, but good beginning for Friendly Fire. Roth peeks on over, catches the DDTs in a split, gets the knock on one, and forces Emopig to go, forces Emopig's teammate to go over and rest him on that west side combat, allowing Friendly Fire to wrap on through. Nice, quick, clean pickup, allowing not only info on what team is nearby you, also seeing great, they were two-way in a split, now they're probably going to be more, and this is going to allow Friendly Fire to wrap around the other way. So smart, small play, but still, now they have a foot in a circle where they had literally zero info on just moments ago.
They generally do have these really good macro decisions, right? Roth has been very good. He's generally a very calm in-game leader until things start to break out. But even then, you know, he never really loses sight of things. And now, obviously, with Paige, with Pixel on the team, and being with Sharp, who's been playing with for so long, I feel like this is a roster that can absolutely make this work as long as they can just gel it together here on the international level, which all of these players have international experience.
And that's where it's so interesting, right? You have all these players with, as you say, plenty of global experience, but they don't have the global experience together. And force players into the same box for 2 weeks, and you know what, even though they might seem the best of friends online, it can work against them. So this global stage of any esport really is such a test of the mental state, or mental fortitude, and fatigue summer for all of these players.
It can make or break teams sometimes.
Definitely,
you see a team that just absolutely dominates regionally, that just struggles and struggles when it comes to the international level. So it happens, but ultimately this is the proving ground, right? This is where we have to go. And looking at the circle now, all the teams at this point, Toby, have pretty much gotten into the circle where they want and are just waiting for this next shift, which there is a lot of commotion in the south, specifically around Power Grid.
Yeah, everyone has made their way in, and one of the main reasons for teams not being able to split wider is if you look at the map out there, dear viewers, look at how much control Daytrade has in the center. They didn't have to fight for San Martin, and they've actually left San Martin as a whole, but they have Plane Crash, they have the east side, see where Belmoth is at, and then all the way over towards the west on the intersection, Puju's is at, so plenty of control for Daytrade here right down the middle, which means no one else is really dead or needed to move further. But now, looking at Daytrade in particular, they have to consider grouping up. I know it's only phase 2, but there are only so many areas you can play with this second circle popping.
And I'm glad to see Puchu's actually getting in his vehicle, already getting ready to consolidate, because as you said, especially with this shift when it's so central on their position, it's not feasible for them to hold that split. And so looking at Emopig, though, right now, he's going to be encroaching right on the position here at 4 a.m., which they do love Hacienda and the areas around it. But yeah, Emopig's going to think twice of it. He's going to back off, and again, they need to rotate in.
I mean, 4 a.m. to casualties in their early games in this exact area of the map when they were here 2 days ago, so makes pretty good sense that they want to get out of Dutch and fortify the position up high once more. No reason for them to take more catches, and they know the areas in front of them are free too. And here comes 17, another Chinese team, another heavy-hitting team, making their approach on San Martin. Probably just going to sit here for a little while and scout further forward.
Yeah, just above them in that antenna area is Daytrade. As we said, they did consolidate in a very strong position as well to hold over. But look at this now. We have Danawa pushing the team of Theraton 5, and the first shots are going to come out. Loki wants to get the knock, but no, 2 members already down for Danawa.
Make that 3 as Anonyx are taken out as well. Theraton 5 have not had the best start to this tournament, but here they are showing up. Soul, though, with the Soul now, finds one in return, but he is the sole player left alive on the team. You can see FaZe Clan lingering as sharks in the water, trying to maneuver their way around. They've heard the commotion. They want a piece of the pie, but Soul has to make things happen fast as his teammates are falling by the second. Finds one as Patham Bomb goes down.
And just like that, he's even this out for the most part. If he could just find one more, but Theraton 5 will not only wipe out Danawa, but they will be able to recover. No, they won't actually. FaZe is right on the way. Very smart.
Plenty of knocks on both sides, and FaZe, though, that is a feast, an open buffet, just waiting for them to come say hi. Thanathon have not had a chance to rest anyone, so 3 knock players, 3 potential kills for FaZe to come through here. Ghost up with an 8 finds the first. We'll see if the pull-up here is going to get more. We know that these buildings are hard to push, but more and more players from Theraton 5 are falling as we speak.
Those nades were amazing for dispatching the down members there of Theraton 5. It's just FaZe Clan. They know there's only 1 member left potentially with 1 knock here. A beautiful play. Again, reading that fight, third partying at the perfect time.
FaZe are incredibly good at these up-close fights. We'll see if they manage to make things happen here. Yes, they sure do. They get all the knocks as well. Had they just gotten Thanatot up on the top, that would have been all those kills going to Danawa. So very smart that they managed to clean sweep through the downstairs, get those extra points, and now Thanatot all on his own. In the pip down below, you can see Gen G and Sonics fighting as well. That's a fight we'll hop to in just a moment. Let's see here, though, if Thanatot can somehow get out of here alive, but it is not looking easy for him. And for FaZe as well, how much are you willing to push? It's a one staircase upstairs. That could be a shotgun waiting for you. It is a dangerous and potentially unnecessary play to try and make this early in the game.
And that's always a risk, especially when you're pushing these specific two stories here, because there's only one way up. It's just that single staircase on top of the fact that there's smokes around, but Fex is aware and he will have the sawed-off in his hands.
Good thing for them.
Dangerous.
They got all the 3 flushes. They know it's a solo. Yes. They only found 2 and still looked for the other. Could have been 2 players upstairs. Down. Not gonna happen. I like the idea. He heard them come up, try and see if he can get an off angle. Not gonna happen though. FaZe, clean sweep and take all the points out of the hands of Danawa, who go down with nothing.
On top of that, they have now one of the best positions here on the map on the north side. So FaZe looking very well, or very good here in their start to the first game.
Insane as well how fast things went wild. We were 12 minutes into the match when the first kill came through. And just like that, boom, we lose 9 players in an instant. So that's what Miramar can do to you sometimes. We saw casualties come through in the fight between Gen G and Sonics, but it was H-Win who fell. So we'll see what they can make happen as both Sabum and Cerberus, they've kind of been running side by side this entire game so far, but who comes out on top? Oh, Hayasaki, that is not the place you want to crash your car.
No, please! I hate when that happens. I've been in that position. It's just stuck in quicksand.
Yep.
He's going to be found. Flash will take down Hayasaki. And this circle is very interesting, mainly because it's just a big plateau in the middle. It's almost like King of the Hill with an approach on every single side.
Exactly, but so hard to play the hillside that you can't use it at all, at least not right now, because all the good positions surrounding the hill are still in play. In the meantime now, E-Arena coming up to say hello. It's a 17 gaming. No casualties on either side just yet, but you can see here 17 do not seem like they want to share this area at all. Issue is E-Arena have already made landfall. They're sitting pretty safe in this position, at least for now.
Yeah, the fact that E-Arena actually got around on this rotation and was able to kind of backfill here on 17 is pretty impressive. They are 1 member short as he's still behind, but at the very least they're alive right now. But this push is absolutely going to be coming from 17 Gaming as we move back over here to Sarvum actually, as they are fighting Cerberus.
Yeah, it's not fun to be looking straight up to Cerberus. The good thing for Sarvum, despite them having 2 players knocked, is that Day Trade is defending them over the top. So maybe these reses will be able to come through, depending on the force on the nades being lobbed on from down below. We're seeing fights on multiple fronts here. Again, this circle was going to be very hard to play, and because we didn't have any casualties early, these fights were bound to happen.
53 players alive in this circle specifically. Again, that King of the Hill plateau and Day Trade, the ones that are taking the advantage out of all of this, getting that circle, they are very happy about this. All the other teams fighting around them may not be able to get as many kills as they want, but at the very least they're safe for now. And look at this, Sarvum still somehow surviving in this bowl.
Exactly, huge reset for them to be able to pull through. They heard the shots over the top of their head come through, and they are able to stay alive because of it. Gen G, a little bit of commotion we saw. I think it was Pio running over Taemin when they appeared up on the compound, and now things are working very much against them. Question mark find kills, but you can see once again Cerberus out there getting impact on fights they have nothing to do with.
Cerberus, that's actually been their MO this event so far, having an incredible day one. As I'm pretty sure we're here. Is that
hearing motors? I'm hearing motors coming in.
Somewhere in the distance, and it's going to be Pio going down. So only 2 members left for Gen G as they sit on the northwest side of the circle. Or actually, they're more dead center.
EJ got rest by DG. Now he can return the favor. As you can see, there's just nowhere for Gen G to go in this one. Circle, hard shift towards the north, a tricky one to play. And all these teams down in and around San Martin will have to somehow make their way north. The plateau is half of it, the other half an open, dead road where you just do not want to sit.
No, and on top of that, there's going to be so many teams already trying to rotate in, specifically from the south. FaZe has so much control, and they can see everything happening in that circle using that road. And I love that they've left Corexi on the top side of that as well. He's going to be an amazing overwatch for them, as this fight between 17 and E-Arena is still going on.
It had to happen eventually, and now it does as all these as the circle shifts up towards the north. Xiao Bei has been sneaking his way forward for a while, but the shots come through. He doesn't connect any of them. Now, finally, able to find a hurt chip, but plenty of damage done in return. Nil Ghost wants to come in and have an impact. Xiao Xiaowu needs to cover over the top, needs to help his teammate out. As they're trying to wait at least for Xiaobei to get the heal on up, and it will happen. Lil goes peeks on in, gets one. Huge play coming through, but Lyrics instantly there responds.
Lyrics wants to get that fledge. Zizzy now coming on the backside of this from behind. Xiaobei, oh, they almost lined up there. That could have been a team bomb. Nice trigger discipline though, as Xiaowu will take out Lyrics. One member left alive. Zizzy, can he do something
He's too
here?
far away. He was the off angle. He tried to wrap around, tried to be able to backstab. We've seen it work for teams in the past, but Zizzy just too far off and too disconnected from the rest of his team. And because of that, 17 will live to write home about it. They do lose 2. Lil goes and Sushu down early, but we know both Xiaobei and Xiaowu, they are dangerous, dangerous players. So do not count them out just because they've taken casualties.
The problem for them now becomes Daytrade as well as DD Team.
Yeah.
Right. If they even do get rid of Zizzy, if he doesn't get a nice little cheeky backstab on them, they're going to have to move up to a position that's very much occupied by not 1 but 2 teams.
He knows it's a he knows it's a gun game anyway. Might as well try and see what you can salvage. Xiaowu knocked, should get flushed as well, depending on how much Zizzy dares to peek over. But I believe it's the 2nd or 3rd knock on Xiaowu, so down low as he tries to crawl for info, and there he falls. Zizzy, he's losing his teammate, but again, salvage as best as you can. 4 points on the board for them here. It's a good start.
And as a solo, I mean, he might be able to find a spot somewhere to sneak in, but as you see DD Team, they are aware of this fight happening just underneath them, as is Daytrade, but they're not going to move, so that's going to be a very difficult road for him to cross, or line, I should say. As Falcons also have a nice position here, kind of gatekeeping the rest of the Southeast.
I actually kind of like, because where we're seeing Sonics right now, Cerberus were just before, but they have backed off. They've technically allowed Sonics into the circle. You can go, why would you do that? Because if they were sat there and Sonics push up and they force that fight with them, that's Sabin peeking over, that's Daytrade peeking over, that's multiple teams engaging, and they go, you know what? We'll give up this mediocre spot, move further in. We might not get all the kills, but if a fight comes, now we have the third-party potential over the teams that would have third-partied us the other way around.
And the fight is more likely to happen between Sonics and Sabin. So yeah, that's a very intelligent read coming out from Cerberus as they now take a little bit more of that plateau. Circle is about to shift, and it is going to go into a very difficult area. The center of that is basically a bowl in that road, so
if there's anything opposite to a city ending, this is it.
Yeah.
There's literally 3 buildings inside phase 5. It's not something you see too often, but it's going to be a good test for these players to see what they're going to do with.
Granted, there's a pretty decent amount of dips around the road as well as on that plateau, but the fight for the south, where Cerberus's Himas currently sits, is going to be probably the most important fight on this circle.
Yeah, seeing Sonics now, they know they have to make a play. They know that their team's still in the compound towards the north. They know they're going to have to take this fight up close to Sabin, but when do they go for it? When do they engage? And how do they do it without Cerberus third-partying them?
That's the trick, isn't it? How do you take this fight without getting third party? And you see Duckmai there just kind of setting up for this. They hear the nades going off. Win now making the approach there. Global Armory with utility being traded. Tiggleton gonna go for the spray. He doesn't find the knock though, and now in a bad position.
Every single like shots being fired that they don't get knocks on. It's just another chance for Tygon to peek on forward. Tiggleton now finds 1 in return. So that's 2 down for Sabin as they do manage to get the flush on a couple as well. Sheila should be flashed for days off of that one, but unfortunately Tiggleton will be as well. Plenty of shots fired here, jumping and forth between the players. And so far, Sabin standing their ground. No kills so far, but they are alive. As I say, the Barra peek down to low HP. Sheila finds 1, almost finds the 2nd. But in the end, Sabin will fall. But here comes the Cerberus we were just talking about.
This is exactly what we're talking about now as we see question mark dispatch what's left of Gen G. But Quinn has to fight alone. 2 members of his team knock. He is going to find Duckmai. But this is going to be so difficult, especially with Blue just encroaching on them.
Outside circle, phase 5. H1 does get a first aid off, but I feel like it's just him. Do get one more kill off of it, but nothing more will happen. Cerberus taking a casualty. I don't think they really would have wanted to, but Duckmai caught off guard there as he tried to get back down behind the Ridgeline, shot in the back in transition. So very, very costly for all these teams trying to make their way in. And now up on the northern side, you have Friendly Fire, you have Face, you have Game PT. They're just sat here waiting. Limited to no damage done to them throughout the entire game. They're going to be on one, especially if these circles keep going in that direction.
I mean, look at one of the helmets there from Daytrade. I mean, they're basically broken at this point.
Yeah, exactly.
Falcons do get a nice little pull-up, but they are going to be sandwiched between 4AM potentially and mainly Daytrade coming in from that south position. Meanwhile, Page from Friendly Fire will be taking shots here at question mark as they try to make their approach up that hill, but it is not possible, especially with this angle.
I think Besselog is very happy that Page had to reload there because there was still a solid 50 meters yet of that sprint in the open. And just as I say that, there comes the shot stolen. Himas peeks on over, gets the flush and 1 knock on the other. Dante is all that's left of the team, but that that nade. 94 damage done, and second shot comes through over the top, so a little bit of EMEA help coming out as Page gets the shot over the top.
Still, I'm looking at this next shift that is about to go down. And it is going to hard shift to the east. There's literally nothing to play. I'd say 60% of the circle.
And worst thing is the hill is still in. If there's a game for Game PTs to go out and rag up points in, it's going to be it right here. We'll see now a stage trade yet again forced to take a fight. This time around it's against Falcons. The Falcons, yet another team who hasn't had to do too much in this match up until this point. But here they are, 1 kill on the board, but all 4 players live. And as you can see with the helmets and vests, they're barely even touched.
Yeah, and that's the most important thing, the fact that they have 4 players alive. They haven't had to fight. These nades now starting to come down and devastate Day Trade. As there's 2 members knocked in. Beautiful! Silson and Capitan will come and finish that off. Lou at least getting his 1 point for Puchus.
Lining it up as best as they could. The thing is, for Falcons, they ain't in yet. They need to try and commit to that shack. They have a car down below, and they have Capitan still sat far down towards the southeast. Question mark will fall as well as Cerberus. So multiple teams taken out here as we get a way closer. Actually, no, take that back. Tygon is still creeping his way forward, but I feel like his days are kind of counted.
Yeah, now Falcons, the onus is on them. They need to make this push into 4 a.m. As we also see FaZe with so much vision on this, but this might actually cut them out as well. They will be able to play somewhat of the hill to their north, but now Sharp Shot grabbing his spike as he is now wrapping the way of 4 a.m.
You know what? I mean, if you can pack it up, you can bring it with you. You can park it right there behind the rock as well. It's not something you see too often. People doing 360s and tail whips with their bikes in a firefight of this caliber. But now back to the Falcons we were talking about just before. Where do they rotate? They have Capitan as the anchor on the eastern side. They got to play the east.
Yeah, they're going to go back to the east. There's no real reason for them to push right now, especially not as for, especially because Capitan isn't going to be able to help at all.
Do they hunker down behind? I mean, they're still in on the road side. The thing is, Game PT, I mean, I think they're very happy right now that Game PT isn't being more aggressive.
Yes.
They should be up there, almost like over-peaking to get knocks on people, to pressure some of those fights, because no one on this southwest side can spend time focusing Game PT because they know their opponent's right next to them. So go aggressive. Dare to try and take some of those aggro peaks. Even if you do get knocked up on that hillside, you rest, you crawl back down, and you rest your teammates up again.
Especially because they have Hush kind of keeping tabs on FaZe, right? So why not do that? And this is something we actually talked about. Game PT is just, they're very passive.
Got it there, man. You gotta go out and want to claim it. It's gonna be brought home. AJ's shots missed there. Somehow Sharp is still alive. In the end, though, he will get the better of him, but took him a few more bullets than I think he would have wanted.
And now it's just down to Page's. As far as friendly fire is
concerned, he's got all the way up. They have no clue.
Oh,
you said Hush was looking for.
He was looking in this direction.
He is 8xing the other way. Now he jumps to him too. Famas in hand. That is probably one of the better weapons you want to have on up close fight. But caught with a nade in hand. Make that a flash as James finds the first one, and that is going to be open season for FaZe to now push on forward. They are getting shot from the other side, but if you're Game PT, you have to strike, and you have to strike now.
They're trying to, but they're starting to fight back. 2 members knocked here from FaZe. Corexi infects down, and Gustav is nowhere to be found. It's just James.
This was a flank idea that they didn't think they were going to get much of, but once that first knock came through and they thought they had the upper hand, it very quickly ended up working against them.
But go!
Where's the response?
They have 2 knocks. Get in there!
2 knocks, no one up there to fortify that. Nade is going to take him down low, and I don't think James has any smokes to deploy to try and get his teammates back up. But nope, that second nade is going to do it. James down as well, as now Gustav, solo player alive. That is Game PT. Very fortunate in a situation that 1 or 2 bullets different could have gone hard against them.
And now just Gustav remains as he's not in the circle. He is going to have to make some sort of rotation. Page is going to be his biggest obstacle as he is desperately trying to find him and get rid of him so that he could just move into the circle, Toby.
A placement point, a kill, and Gustav is looking for anything he can. I don't even think those 3 palm trees are going to be in either. So it's a difficult journey up ahead. Good thing for him is with this bullet connecting. There we go. Actually, it's Page who finds it. It's Gustav who finds it from the back. So a 2-point kill to secure top 4.
Now, what is Falcons going to do? They're sat on the backside of 4 angry men who have just been sitting on this plateau trying to rain down as much damage and dictate the circle as possible. Game PT as well.
Game PT got to live with the scare of 1 peeking over, but now they have missed it again. Somehow they're allowing these solos to creep over the top and take him out. With a smoke in hand. Smoke deployed is going to grant him the cover to allow him to use his mortar to shoot over the top.
A little short. I mean, quite a bit short, actually. But
I like it, though.
I do like the idea of him using it. But Game PT, again, just doing themselves no favors with this lack of proactivity. I mean, they're getting some points on the board now, but so many left.
This one is hard to call. Game PT has to move. They have to go down the hill. Here they go. Good thing for them is that everyone on the other side is fighting, but Gustav is still crawling around. He has snuck his way up, and I don't think Game PT knows where he is. They should know that there's a FaZe player still alive, but look where he's prone down. Maybe the guy's going to give it away, but we'll see what's going to happen here.
Yeah, and Game PT down to 2 members. Falcons down to 1. 4 AM would love to recover if they can, but I believe they also will be down to 2 here.
Circle, where do we go? Gustav gets it all to himself, but he's going to run on up. He knows that kind going to grant him the cover that he needs. Backstep if you can. Game BT once for the 3rd time. Not looking the right direction here. Both of them focusing 4 AM. They're not expecting Gustav to be sprinting up behind them.
Now they're at least going to get rid of 4 AM. Gustav, though, making his approach, using this push. This could be the makings of an incredible play here. If he could just find 2, they're focused on Sills and Toby.
But luckily for Gustav, he doesn't peek at the right time. Does fight hell of a backside now over the tip. Does he win this one? Does he bring it home? Or does the Dane come out victorious? This would be huge for FaZe and for Game PT to bring it home with all the odds that have gone against them, with the fights they've missed, with everything that has worked the way that it has. They somehow come out victorious regardless. Everything was working against Game PT. Everybody wanted them, but they dodged, they weaved, they juked, and somehow here they come out victorious.
And you say somehow, I have to agree. I mean, there were so many moments where I thought they would actually kind of be cause for those mistakes that they had made. But I mean, the server kind of helped them out, I guess.
That is absolutely insane. You can see Gustav there after the first knock. He thought he had it. He really wanted that win home as well. But no, I mean, I think this game was pre-written as a win for Game PT. And somehow, well, yeah, as I said, they brought it home.
Yeah, they did bring it home. I still do think they left a lot of points on the board, though, Toby, as, you know, they were able to get that win. That being said, that's game 1. Let's head to the highlights and the desk.
I don't mind if you take the win. Game GP comes out with a chicken dinner to start this one off. It was all about placement and then a quality send to the south side that gave him the victory.
Yeah, super important to have the high ground control, right? They're able to rag out a lot of damage and also maintain information about all the teams, right? So they can make some good decisions. I gotta give a little bit of a shout out.
Yeah,
because that was a smart play. That secured them the 2nd place. It got him another point for the flush. It was a 1v1 effectively in the end, right? But Babsang head, Babsang headed.
Babsang head, Babsang headed. That means Bab shoots head, from what I understand.
Yeah, exactly.
James, Colors went ahead and did the investigations for us and found out, and he lived up to his namesake at the end of this match.
Fantastic.
Coming to that end right now, you're going to see it was a kind of a unique match. Came down to a 2-2-1-1 here at the end, but that send by GP all the way across the map to sort of get to this spot was a smart move. They could have played a little more pass on their side. They chose not to.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, like, I gotta say though, the way that how the majority of the teams were from the southwest, of course, was because GMPT, they're in a position of control. They had that eastern side high ground. FaZe had to move out of the compound, and of course, in a situation like this, you have to make sure that you try to like maintain as much control. FaZe tried. James tried to get out an opening. He got down harsh, but in the end, Babsang head, he just prevailed.
He did prevail. Guys, welcome back to the analysis desk, brought to you by STC Play. My name is Tavis. I am joined by Avenger as we break down the after action. This is it, the last day of group stages. The rubber meets the road, last chance to dance, however you want to say it. These teams need to come out and play, and what we saw at the end of that game were a bunch of teams who needed points showing up and going for it, whether it was FaZe making the most out of what they were left with, or GP making the most out of a really good spot they got.
Yeah, they could, with this, if they start and they keep the momentum, they could qualify from the momentum of this game here. FaZe, on the other hand, with the amount of points they got, they're going to be kind of close to the cusp. So they're going to be happy. They can start kind of ramping up a little bit more, and they just need a little bit of points for the rest of the game today, and they'll be fine.
Absolutely. It's going to be a long day for a couple of these teams, but not quite as long a day as it's going to be, I think, for Twisted Minds and Luminosity, who are at home right now watching each of these games.
If you think it's stressful being on the stage playing right now, the guys biting nails home and looking at the games, to see someone else decide their fate is going to be hard, right?
For the fans out there, I'm just curious. Twisted Minds, Luminosity, are either of them, do you think, shot at this? Or
as we were talking, right? there's so much bunching going on at the top, right? 53 and 51 points is Twisted Minds and Luminosity Gaming. I think Twisted Minds are out, but I think Luminosity Gaming actually have a good shot at this here. Of course, 7 kills here for If You Mind GP. 7 kills, 17 points, but FaZe 9 kills.
Yeah.
Plus their 6 from second place, that's 15. But look at the damage on that. 9 kills, 901 damage. That's effective point making right there.
Absolutely effective point making. On the other hand, Falcons need to have a big day today. They had a really tough, I think, slow first day, but they've been doing good damage, just not converting it into placement. So to see him come out and get that 3 is good. But here it is, team stats for our victors, If You Mind GP. Really, it all came down to Bob saying it.
Yeah, and if you can't get 1,000 damage, 666 is probably the best damage you can get
devilish.
here. 5 kills for him, and a huge clutch. Good nades when they're holding back the phase push, and of course, the man of the match here for Kadia. It is really good to see Baxon had here, because that was definitely he made multiple plays that set them up for this victory.
And you know, I'll be honest, the MVP comes from the winning team, and sometimes that can make you feel like, oh, it wasn't the MVP. When they had that spot, they played it out, they waited the circles. I thought to myself, oh man, are they really going to be deserving of the man of the match? They were. Bob Sanghead came out and played very, very well at the end there, and ultimately won a 1v1 to take home that victory. Let's look at the team summary so far.
Yeah, for sure. Team summary, of course, all the teams that are here. Total kills is going to be hard to catch, but right now it's still impressive that we have Cerberus there on the 4th place. The question is, how far can they take it? Are they going to be able to take, you know, even first place away from Expendables? That is really how, like, we're looking at that. How well Tycon and him has been playing, and the rest of the boys, of course, it is really the question here. Match leaderboard 17, as we talked about, 15 for FaZe, and Falcons on a double-digit 2 with 10.
That is very, very impressive. Nice to see them on the come up, and they needed to get those points. 4AM also, I would say, is going to feel a lot better about their situation once they pick up those 8 points. And Cerberus, as you said, they were already on the top of the board, starting there 5 games behind. We talk about overall performance, and here they are putting up even more. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard.
Nice.
Remember, this is going to change. You want to keep track of that little column that says matches there right next to total, because teams like Cerberus only have 7 games, so they will just continue to climb. Now, do you think Cerberus lays back, just enjoys this, or are they driven to get ahead of their counterparts from the same region?
Absolutely no chance. They already jumped from 6th place to 4th here. Now the lower half here, which is the really interesting, right? We're going to be looking at Sonic, your Daydream, your Falcons, your Gen G. If You Mind GP jumped up 34 points. 5 more games here for them. They could quite easily get those like 20 points to get ahead of Luminosity Gaming and Twisted Minds, which are not playing today, of course.
Absolutely, and I think that's what they're going to have to do, is try to make these moves early, because you don't want to end up in that situation. I will say, Forrest, for those of you who are watching, at 18, they are officially cut off coming into today. They will not have a chance to go play in the winner's bracket, but they can watch it today and sort of make book for what's coming in the days ahead. Should be pretty interesting. Is there any other teams that caught your eye or that you were impressed with or happy with their performance starting out here on Game 1?
Caught my eye, yes, Danawa in a situation where they, first of all, had a rough fight. Soul had a little bit of a clutch with some sawed off and got another knock with it, but still, yeah, it's a rough situation for them, because they obviously, as you were talking about, 2 hours of sleep. Jesus, that's not enough for you, and of course, I hope it's not the players. And here, of course, on screen, If You Mind GP. Babsang Head again, I gotta say, that was super impressive. 3 clutches, like individual clutches from him, put them in this spot here to win this game.
And that's what gives you momentum. In a game like PUBG, starting out, especially when you don't get the respect you feel you deserve, maybe from the rest of the field of play, that is going to give you a big push up. Here's another team that I think needs to make some plays. They come out of your region. They've told me they expect to be a globally recognized name and be here regularly. They've got to make that statement now, though, if they want it to be true.
Yeah, they're here to work for it, of course. And they have some way. One good game, they'll be comfortable in there, of course. If they're getting a double-digit game here, they'll be close. They'll be within like striking distance of another game to get into that. But yeah, they need to step up. They need to have a big game and not just those, 4 to 6, 7 point games.
Now, you were telling me that they are grinders, that these guys are working at home. They're not someone who's sort of sitting on their laurels because the game's been out for a while and they trust their skills and just scrim. They're grinding.
I meet them all the time in ranked, and it's super annoying because they're super good.
This is another team that is absolutely super good. The 3-headed dog, Cerberus. It seems like it's a bit of a coin flip sometimes of who's going to be the superstar in this game. But I love that about them. I love how good they've gotten.
They have gotten super good, of course. And again, at the 4th place right now, they are playing just as they want to play. They can play carelessly if they want to, but they're going to be playing to get you know, first out of group stage, most kills, most damage. They want to show that they're superstars because they have really shown us the last couple of tournaments here.
I will also say a team that showed us they were superstars and I think played very aggressively. I'm going to go back to FaZe for a second. We saw Gustav made the smart choice, but also the hubris, the brass to push GP that first time around on the hill. They seem like they're sort of taking no prisoners. They're willing to take risks, and that's what it takes.
And as Toby pointed out during the cast as well, like he was focused on trying to get friendly fire out there, right?
Yeah.
Because it's a point for the kill and it's a point for eliminating one more in the placements, right? So that's a 2-point, not clutch, but it's a 2-point play for him, smart play. And then to move that slowly up, to get into second place, play smart, kind of slow it, and then try to clutch it. Got one down, he was close, he had the 1-1, but Babs got it in the end.
I think that's the evolution of PUBG. I remember talking to Sexy Pig back in 2019, and he had this quote where he goes, I'm bad brain, all finger. Because at the start of this, that was really what drove a lot of these teams. But in the current era, 2023, with the way that things have changed, this game is more cerebral, it feels like, in a lot of ways, than just pure mechanic.
There is a lot more statistical-driven decision-making based on what you have done throughout the years, right? We're like, oh, 2 years ago, I played this circle and this happened.
Right.
But you have to remember, it's also like, you have to be competitive games, right? Because it's not always the same amount of pressure. You're going to have way more teams alive, especially here where you have, it's the last days. The vast majority of these teams are not inside top 16 right now. So they're trying to make the best of it. Here, of course, Friendly Fire, good to see these guys. They need to have a big day as well. They started the day in 24th, so they have to have a huge step up here and make something out of it. They have to have 2 big games, in my mind, in my perspective, to really have a good chance.
Regionally, they did it on the last day. Talked to them this morning, and they said they had a bit of a comms back and forth. I think there was a bit of a butting head. Remember, Paige Pixel joined that team only recently, but it does sound like they're having a little bit of a how do we call these games when things get crazy issue.
First time on LAN together.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, for sure.
And for Pixel, first time at an international LAN in general, is stepping up, and I think he's been playing really well, all things considered.
He's one of the best mechanically skilled players here, so I gotta say, he's insane mechanically, but you have to make everything mesh together. And when it's your first time in a LAN, there's a lot of pressure. You have Roth, super highly experienced, won $1 million PGS. Paige, second place as well, like at a world event, right? So these guys have the pedigree, and they just need to show it up. And as Roth said on Twitter, last day team. That's us,
last
baby.
day team.
Now let's show that it's the last day here as well.
Last day team, but for all the fans from the Americas who may be watching, I think maybe next time around, if you make it to the next bracket, let's not just focus on being a last day team. Let's try to start strong right out of the gate.
But half the tournament for them in winners or losers is going to be half the day, right? So if you're a last day team, it's fine. If you do really good in the last day, it's fine.
It feels like the era of sort of you can phase Sunday yourself out of this has ended. These teams are just too strong from the start. And the start is upon us as we move to game number 2, heading back to the dusty dunes of Miramar with your casting duo. It's Toby and Godspeed.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yes, this is actually the very last Miramar of the group stages, which makes me somewhat sad, as this is my favorite map, but we have so much to look forward to. Yeah, I mean, what were we calling Bob Singhead?
The janitor. Mr. Cleanup Duty. Yeah. Because we were kind of looking through all the things that could have gone wrong that didn't during that last fight, and Hush didn't read FaZe coming up the hill. Then you have Hella not reading Kapitan coming up the hill, and then the last fight is also Babs, I think, that turns around and goes for the third time. You guys are not holding our backs here. What's going on? So kudos to Babs Head for bringing what was a very chaotic game to a win. And honestly, you know what? In all fairness, we've seen teams that had everything, like the flip side of it, everything working out for them, written in the stars, it was bound to be their win where they come up short. This was the other way around. Everything in that end game, whether it be their own fault or not, was working against them, and they still clutched it. So something a lot of teams can learn something from.
Yeah, and to kind of bounce off the desk as well, Bobsenhead has been really, really kind of the star player, at least for me, as far as Game PT is concerned.
Oh, definitely,
so
definitely.
We'll see if they can continue that consistency, and I'd love to see it, but right now we're looking at a team of Theraton 5, team that I would also just kind of like to see just kind of make something happen. They have been not that proactive so far in the group stages.
Nope, it's been a quiet ride, and surprisingly enough, so has it for Danawa. It's not been a good showing. They died instantly in the last game, and we thought they were at least going to get 3 kills. Well, they got none, because FaZe came and stole them all. So we'll see now with this circle as it presents itself over Montenuevo if they can get something going, because as you can see, plenty of space to maneuver, plenty of control in it already, but how much are they going to be able to make of it?
Yeah, I would love to see them take that nice little compound on the plateau just east of La Trilera, which is, you know, the old Rumblers compound. That's where we used to play from all the time. And so that, especially in this circle, regardless of where it shifts, that is an absolute priority location here. And I'd love to see either them or Gen G take it, who's currently looting in Monte Nuevo.
We've seen it so many times during the EMEA qualifiers. One of the best games for Sarvim was off of that compound. Sure, a lot of the circles went in their way to make it even better, but just as you're saying, I mean, even through phase 2, phase 3, where it should be in since it's so center already, you're gonna have free farming opportunity. Now, you can get your first 5-6 kills before the game has practically even started, off of just being set up there and shoot at all these other teams that are trying to claim what's left for them.
Yeah, I think some of the highest kill games we had, not only regionally but internationally, came from that
in that area.
It's
definitely
so devastating when you're a team up there, especially when you have 4 up. It's amazingness to be up there. So we'll see which team actually does end up taking that one, as we now go over to 17 at Sonics.
Now, as chaotic as the last game turned out to become, the start was very slow. As we said during the game, 12, I believe it was 11 minutes and like 30 seconds or something along those lines before the first kill came in. When the first kill did come in, a lot of kill cams immediately to follow, but just goes to show, again, as we said, they know what's on the line here. They have 5 games left to play, or 5 including this one, and top 16 is where it's at. 8 teams already done playing, so they're already now starting to do the math of what is needed. And off of every single game they play, they continue to change that calculation. Great, now this happened, now what do we need? And even though players always say, oh no, we're just, you know, like we don't look at the leaderboards and stuff, they do, and they care. And Anonix, well, he's got a 2x UMP, and he's running straight up to an M16. 2 guns I wouldn't expect to see fight each other, but let's see who comes out victorious.
And I think he has a 3x on that UMP as well as
who
EJ.
Who first?
Just iron sights, okay.
But here's who first.
I don't know. Let's be quiet, man.
Anonix is proning. I think he heard something.
I think he might have heard EJ now cresting towards the other side. And this is that compound that we were talking about. This is such a good position to have early.
Also super smart that Anonix does not come up with a vehicle, but that they're running up. They know there's going to be people here.
Yes.
The only thing is now they hear a vehicle, they saw someone run before, great, now there are 2. And believe you me, the longer you wait, Dano, the more Gen G players are going to be arriving in this location.
But look at Soul. He's trying to wrap around as wide as he can to the west side and potentially get an angle here. And that's the thing. With that vehicle pulling up, Inonix has no idea if it's 1, 2, 3, or 4 members on this. So they are being very patient, and Soul being able to scout there. He has the MK12.
I think you might have seen EJ just jumping, but again, they're not looking to aggress right now. They're not looking to kind of spring the trap. They want to get as much info as they can as fast as possible. Here comes Loki and Salute. That is the bait. That's them saying, okay, you know what? We have 2 players posted up on the west side. Let's bait you over towards the east so that you have your back. So you can see as soon as that car came up, Soul looked back up over. Inonix is now creeping forward as well. This is very smart, very patient play coming through from Danawa. And good thing for them is Gen G are not grouped up yet, but they've heard the car. Now they've heard the flash and the footsteps. DJ is coming up here, and I would believe that PO should be on his way as well, because they know they're up against the full team.
Yeah, they also know that they want this position no matter what. So it does look like Salute is starting to back off, but they still left.
Yeah.
The other 2 members of Anonix, oh, never mind. They're actually just pulling off of this completely.
I mean, it could be a bait. It's like, oh, we're leaving, but you leave a couple of players up on that side. The thing is, you know what? I respect this disengaged. You know that they probably have a good idea that it's Gen G who is in this area based on the research that they have of where teams like to loot. And they're sat at 22nd with 22 points. But now let's hear in with Tickleton from the Sonics.
I think as a team, no one's very happy with our performance today. It's not the worst. Like, we're not in a bad position, but we're definitely not playing to our standards because we want to win the tournament. We made a couple of really obvious mistakes today. You know, sometimes you have a bad day and you can kind of look back at it and be like, oh, it's okay. Today, I think we made some poor mistakes. Depending on how the first couple of games play out tomorrow, we're expecting that some teams might target us. So we're just going to have to adapt our strategy, but we've practiced a lot out of different positions. So even if we are targeted, I'm still confident that we have the ability to qualify.
Yeah, I'm confident as well. I talked to the boys today right before the game started. They all seemed in pretty good spirits. Obviously, having Owen, a machine gunner, as their coach behind them is a massive tool, and they do utilize him. So as he said, they're comfortable from multiple positions. They did make some mistakes, as we see the crowd here enjoying some pretty damn good PUBG. I think Sonics will make the adjustments. And I mean, they didn't have a terrible game one. They got some points out of it. But look, this fight is actually still going on. Soul will be the one to strike first against Taman.
When I say the fight is still going on, I say the fight finally started.
Excuse me, yeah.
It's been a fight in the making for the better part of the last 3 minutes. And the forever flank is now fully commenced to it. Genji just ups and leaves. The thing is, Genji heard a car. They heard flashes. They saw people running around. Wait, is this a bait? There's no way that's a bait. And EJ is just sticking around. No, he's leaving too. So Genji, as soon as that first shot comes through, leaves, because they go, we don't know if it's 1 or 4. Are they all just roaming over the hill now? We're not in a position to do anything. We gotta dip. PO ain't there. He's out doing PO things. And just like that, Danoa, patience rewarded.
And they take the best position, in my opinion, on the map currently is... That's a mistake from Genji. I mean, they should have at least seen the vehicle leaving and see, oh, there's only 2 members in this vehicle. Maybe they have someone up here on this side. So, and a little kind of...
I mean, Genji too. Look, I mean, I know they're set at 35, so a couple points ahead of Danoa, but 21 of their 35 points came off of the very first game yesterday. Yeah. They did not have a great day overall. Yes, they get a win. And when you have a win, that's phenomenal, sure. But when you get a win and then just instantly follow it up with mediocre to bad games, you're not coming into your second day in good spirits and being, woohoo, yesterday was phenomenal. So they're probably like, you know what, we want more playtime. We want to get things going. And you get a kill here. Let's just regroup. We still have a great spot to play from. No reason to fully commit up this hill when we have the lowlands to play too.
Yeah, but you're right. They absolutely did not have a good day yesterday, aside from that very impressive first game where we saw PO with 7 kills. They've been very much not even middling. They've just been kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel at that point. Just we've seen them wipe early almost every single game. So at the very least, like you said, they do lose one, but they pull back. And hopefully they can just kind of recover here.
Still got a very, very good, pretty much exact center circle compound. So unless if we see some wild hard shifts, which in fairness we have seen,
we've
quite
seen
a few
bit of those.
But you would imagine that at least for the next couple of circles, they should be all right where they are.
So DD team here, they're just going to be coming in on the east side of this, and they're taking their time scouting in. I do like to see this. Even in first circle, there's no real reason to send it, especially when you have so much time. So practicing some good fundamentals there as far as their macro is concerned. As we now look at the rest of the teams coming in, GP, Game PT actually coming in on the north side. They're going for a very wide wrap, and I imagine they could come in somewhere around El Pozo, as everyone else has found a position here to play in this circle.
And we talked about it yesterday, I should say, with DD team and how I've seen them in the Chinese qualifiers and in China as a whole. Edge-heavy, passive team. Yesterday, we saw them bomb it center. We saw them hot drop. We saw them full-on YOLO mode for the better part of the first 3 games. Then they slowed things down a little bit when they came over to Erangel, and now it seems like the game plan has fully changed. They tried to go aggressive off if they won. I don't mind that for a team with limited to no LAN experience. Get in there, get comfortable, play with some comfort on that stage, and go out and show people that you're there. Issue for them is it did not work out their way. So now they go, great, let's go, we tried, but now let's go back to our old game plan. We sit on the edge, we wait for a right moment to strike, and then we do so. And right now, with the pull up on the church, even though it's far on the southeast side, they've made landfall, and they're in a great spot from where they can scout further forward.
Yep, this church actually gives quite a bit of sight lines here to check out what's going on around them. They have a really good position to rotate from as well. And that, what were you saying about hard shifts, Toby?
This is a bad one too. I mean, look at the land that these teams on the southeast side, which is over half the server, has to traverse. It's either through Monte, it's up over the steep hills on the southern side of Monte, or through the open field. So we're going to be seeing a lot of teams do wide wraps on this one, because the direct entry to this circle is so difficult. So you can see it here. Teams running the gauntlet right through the fire of plenty of teams sat safe already.
It's more than less than ideal, as I also tell you, looking on the west side of it, there's still a lot of unplayable area as well. So this is going to be a very claustrophobic circle. As you said, a lot of these teams rotating in now, trying to go around Monte, because getting stuck in that city can be a death sentence.
Sure can. Genji instantly on the move. Of course, they've cleared the streets already, and immediately there to backfill is going to be 17 Gaming. So they've gotten their way inside the circle. Of course, we do still have some unplayables in play that will take effect to come 2 circles from now. And we'll see. We'll see, depending on where this next circle is going to take us, how that's going to play out. Little Ghost spots a buggy tire, sees if he can get it. Doesn't the first time around, not the second time around either. Then he sees a player, doesn't get him, and now I think he's just going to scout.
The other thing to note here as well is just how many different elevations there are in this circle, and it can be very difficult, especially when you're trying to rotate and you're getting shot from above, is there's so many different hills, both on the west and east side of this, specifically where we see Friendly Fire and Day Trade.
Well, Game PT winners of our previous game. You know what? There's a big city to drive into. The only worry I have is that, again, it's a little late on the jump. Team's already set inside, but Genji isn't looking at this way. Shots are being connected, but they have made landfall. They're in a city. It's a gamble play, but the alternative that we were just talking about of having to rotate in from that edge, that is where your emergency pickup comes in real damn handy.
The only problem for Game PT is I just don't know if they're going to be proactive enough to kind of hold this city, especially if they're just kind of hunkered down in buildings. They will be cleared out.
I mean, they held the hill last game. A little bit of help came through, but they held it. They did.
I feel like, yeah.
Regardless of how they got to hold it, they still managed to come out victorious. You can't take that away from the teams, though. On the other hand, not quite the case. This is interesting, and thank you, Pixel. I would say thank you for shooting teams. That sounds kind of rude, but this is a team that has done their prep work. FaZe has done this in EMEA throughout the qualifiers, sent James up on the exact hill that Pixel is on, because you saw James was the only one parachuting. The entirety of FaZe is still up in Poso. They wanted him up there to scout forward, to use that mountain that you can only get on top of with a parachute, to then look further forward. Issue was for him, well, Pixel was already there.
And that's got to be very frustrating for James, as he's like, what the hell is Pixel doing in my spot? But yeah, as you said, good homework done there by Friendly Fire, and shout outs to their coach as well, Go Bang. As we now see other teams trying to make their way in. DD team, we saw them at Church earlier. They're just trying to rotate around 4AM, but where are you going to go?
That's the thing. I mean, even for 4AM, they've been sat here for a while going, let's just take out some of these edge teams. But, I mean, Game PT flew past them quite literally. And now, DD team are going to wrap around too, so well, 4AM can do it. It's go great. I mean, I guess we're the last team to go, but wait, where do we go? They're just going to sit here, wait for the next circle. There's a very good chance with the unplayables that this next circle will take us east. And once again, more teams doing or trying to do exactly what we saw with FaZeland just before. But Cerberus, this is going to be dangerous. Do you take your fight to Friendly Fire, or do you go straight into FaZe?
I believe they did get at least a couple members there up on the top of that hill, but now the circle has posted, and it is very much a Monty circle.
Yeah, they got the hilltop, though. They got the very hilltop. I was wrong in saying the Pixel was up there. It's actually only set a little bit further down below to the highest height that you can get with without an emergency pickup. So he sat down below, but was able to find teams anyway. But here, Cerberus, all four, somehow, despite being up against the odds here, able to make their way on in. And good stuff.
I'm sure you hate this right now.
Gotta stop and heal. What do you mean? I have Tygon on my team.
You also have Gustav.
I know. I'm trying to not think about it, okay?
Oh, Emo Big gonna step over, try to take shots at Capitan. He will find the knock, but he's gonna go down to the blue.
Yeah. Unlucky phase 3. Doesn't hurt that much, but hurts enough for Emo to not be able to get those heals off. So damage done to DD team. Again, these edges were going to be burning eventually. Good thing for most teams is that the city is in play, and we are going to be shifting northeast on this one. That's why you're now seeing teams coming into it. We're shifting away from where Friendly Fire was just before. We're shifting away from the south side where Danawa and Irina are. So a lot of this city could and should potentially still be in next circle, unless if we go hard northeast.
Yeah, and the thing I do worry about, though, is the fact that all those teams are going to have to start consolidating toward the north side of Monte, and especially if this does shift north, Day Trade in a position to potentially feast on all the teams trying to get out of that city. Even Question Mark with a nice position there off to the west should have some pretty decent mountains and ridges to play from.
Did Tick just bolt action him out of the car? I think he did. Okay, but we saw the interview. He was one PO had an interview earlier, right after they got themselves a win. So who knows? Maybe that's the interview buff. We'll see if they can make something happen off of it.
I don't even know the last time I saw Tig use a bolt.
Well, he just did.
Well, clearly now.
That's the last time.
I hate you.
Well, Sonics will have plenty of targets to shoot at, but they have to be a little conservative with the ammo. I didn't see exactly how much they had, but the thing is, when you take fights from that position and shoot at a distance, even if you get the knocks and kills, you ain't going to be able to loot anything. No. So you will have up-close fights to come at some point, so be conservative.
The other issue with that is Theraton 5 is now sat right above Sonic, so that approach for them to go towards the north is going to be very difficult, as getting up that hill, either getting shot by 4AM or some of the teams even in Monte, will be a factor for Sonics.
I think the team has just said, you know what, we don't care about blue zone damage. I don't know if they all have jammer packs or what they do, but they're hunting Falcons players, and well, they found 2. Let's see if Sils and Dynamics can find the remaining team of DD team, because they're just out there vacuuming the entire blue zone.
But look how much control that 17 has now on the southeast side. And they are taking their time. They have a nice spread. Suju now watching more of the north side of that edge. And they are slow rolling this in there. And this is very much in 17's wheelhouse. And this is what makes them so dangerous. They're just going to hang out. Sills are going to find one. Can't find two. Does a decent amount of damage there on the DDT. But they're still stuck in the blue, Toby.
Emo pick goes down, and as you said, blue zone damage coming through. Phase 4 is going to hit now as well. As Circle does go exactly where we expected it to. Up towards that direction. Silson down to low HP. Does he manage to find one? No, not going to happen. The nade though comes through. Does he get the kills because of it? I think he will, and that is going to be both teams down and out. DD team alongside Falcons eliminated.
Mutually assured destruction as we see from DD team and Falcons. And as you said, they were pretty much hunting Falcons at that point. As mortars now starting to rain down from the skies. 4AM backing up, and those are so on point. Taking out multiple vehicles there from 4AM.
I'm looking at the, it's Therodon 5. They're set up there. They know there's no one around them, and they have mortars. The worst thing is, one thing is you give a team a mortar, but if you give a team a mortar and high ground, they will sit up there and go, oh, yeah, there's one over there. Literally just mark it on the map, have the guy pull out the ruler and go, great, that's where we're shooting. Of course, Sonics has mortars as well, but right now they don't seem too keen on sitting out in the open using them because Therodon 5 is right above.
Still a few shells to be used though. We may see that, maybe a pop of smoke and try to go for it as we now look at Danawa trying to come in. They've been very quiet on the south side of this, rotating straight into Monty now. And they're just going to stop right here and start pushing on foot, which I like. At this point, just get in the city, try to do what you can, fight on foot as 4, and start clearing it building by building.
Also, I mean, they had the high ground from the southern side of the city, but it's very hard to scout those buildings up towards the north. So play it slow, play it smart, and get in there wisely. In the meantime, now Friendly Fire, they're trying to sit down tight in the hay bales and wait for a couple of circles. Issue is everyone got eyes on, and just like that, Friendly Fire eliminated.
It's not really the game that Friendly Fire wants. Unfortunately, they do still have at least 4 more. But yeah, the circle is, as you can see, is very difficult to play. The center is pretty much open. There is some debris, some hay barrels there, but Little Ghost now sending himself there as we now look at FaZe on the north side, embroiled in a potential fight here with Cerberus.
FaZe is in a weird spot where either they take the fight, which is going to be hard, or they go down to the position down below. But if they leave this spot, they're just going to give it to Cerberus and allow for them to shoot them in the back. Unluckily for Corexi, caught from behind, and he's not going to be able to leave with the team. So team's down earlier, Corexi down now as well, FaZe down to 2.
FaZe coming off of a pretty well-salvaged game from
definitely.
One. But yeah, now again down 2 members, and it just seems like FaZe is just losing members early, right before the circle gets good for them to actually fight as a full 4-man.
Yeah, it's not the worst, but they've set up down below. If and when they get kind of to Cerberus off their back, then they should be all right to make a play for the forward issues. Then you have Therodon on the other side, and you can already see now they're starting to look in this direction. Actually, I'm kind of surprised looking at the map how much control Therodon 5 has, because they have the twin compounds as well. But now, let's take a look over towards Question Mark Day Trade, where the entirety of Question Mark is just pulled up on Pew Juice.
Shots are gonna come out now. Nice little knock there, Question Mark. Yeah, they're just gonna be able to. This is actually what I was worried about. What? Is that a mortar?
Double mortar knock onto 4AM.
That'll gets a double knock there, and this circle is absolute hell.
Yep, it sure is. Not fun to be in the open, at least right now. Other teams are baiting the attention of Therodon 5, but the double knock coming through, that's gotta leave 4AM a little worried. And the third one comes as well. Thanadot gets all of 4AM with mortars. The first team wipe we have ever seen exclusively done with mortars.
Oh, that nade landed right on top of Fex. Now us looking for the angle. Smokes hiding Fex for the time being, but he is the last member. As we also said, that's it. The vehicle explodes. Fex is down and FaZe will fall.
Nothing he can do and nothing 4AM could do either. They have their dip, they have their vehicles for cover, but it is nothing against mortars from up above. And because of the position that Therodon 5 was in, they couldn't even shoot at them. So perfect positioning for Therodon 5, and a spot that I think many teams in the future will prioritize more, because that spot that we saw 4AM in, that prior to mortars being added, was actually a pretty doable, pretty good salvage spot to play from, has, with the implementation of mortars, become completely useless.
That was, but again, what a beautiful display of mortars there as we now move over to Game PT and Danawa trying to just clear. And this is the thing I was worried about, though. Once you commit to the city, especially if it shifts off, you are just fighting at this point, trying to get as many points as you can before getting wiped.
And they're wrapping in late, too. They have no info to go off of, so just full speed sending it straight into the open arms of Game PT. Now, Babsang hit does go down, so we'll see if despite being just 2 on their feet, they can make something happen here. Daku able to get Loki down to low HP, but here comes Salute over the staircase, I should say, able to get him down as well. So while things were working against them, they're still alive and kicking.
And there's just so many fights happening on the south side. Sarvam, you see question mark. You also just see Danwa, and then E-Arena now trying to make a push into this as Mighty is going to go down to Hella. And this is just a mess. Monte is not built for this many teams.
The M and Monte stands for massacre because that's exactly where all of this is going down. We see Cerberus eliminated as third on 5 continues their stride, and Hush now solo player on this side of the building trying to stand off against Loki and Salute. The smoke is still doing him favors, but only for so much longer. Salute is right around the corner.
They're top 5. It just has the best position in the circle. Zizzy at least going to find one member there of Game PT as he goes for the flush, and they're actually, for all intents and purposes, doing very well to fight in this despite their positioning.
Where's the trade? Where's the trade? The trade doesn't come through, and somehow Hutch is allowed to run away now, finally. Fortunately, it does come through, but that right there looked very, very shaky from a Danawa team, was as good as any at these fights. So from one fight straight over to another we go. Gen G being pulled up by Saben, but DG finds the double.
That was huge. A beautiful flash as well. And EJ and DG will clean up the rest of Sarvam as it's now down to Loki and his teammate Salute to try to do something against this push coming in from E-Arena.
As scrappy as Danawa looked in that fight, Gen G looked like they were in full control of the players pushing their way. Good thing for Danawa is they get to live with the scare. 2 players still up. Issue is now, though, the circle has gone towards the northeast. 17 Gaming sat dead center. We still have third on 5 up on the hill, and Sonics are still yet to move 2.
Very good position for those 3 teams as Day Trade is going to have to make a push here on the north, but realistically, who is going to survive here on the south and for how long? DG surviving just long enough to not get mollied as question mark as well. Where are you going to go? Do they rotate to the north? Do they take a chance?
I mean, now that Sonics know that third and 5 are leaving and they're still inside the circle, I'm just waiting for Mortals to start raining in again. Because they had them. They had them available and they haven't used them yet. Best of luck. Solid nade lopped on over. EJ down to low HP. Won't be able to stay alive if just for a second, but has made it into placement points. So we'll see how much longer he can stay put. I know the question mark really want to clear this out before moving further forward.
And this would be huge because I know there's still a few teams there lingering on the south side of this, and Salute is going to get knocked as he was trying to get some damage there on the other side of them. From E-Arena, Loki now drawing his ire towards the members. He will find one. He doesn't find the second, and Danawa will go down in 8th.
So close on that one. Just one more bullet connect and it would have been good. See, now Chinchi tries to backfill as well. All these teams try to get the safety. The issue is, as we said before, third and 5 Day Trade, 17 and Sonics are just in superior positions, and all these teams in the city, you might as well just commit to it at this point, see what you can get, because you ain't getting out anyway.
Get as many points as you can, try to spoil it for some of the other teams, and even the other teams on the south side, they're not going to be able to get out at all. And so EJ will be able to res DG, but I mean, EJ doesn't even have a vest at this point.
No smokes to work with either.
7 bandages.
Suboptimal at best. Question mark though, they've had enough of it. They sat around, they did all the damage they could, and now they're going to be running straight into Day Trade. One knock comes through, that's early on as Bestalog is taken down, but the pull-up does happen.
I like this play a lot. This is pretty much their best option. Adusi now going to pour over, he's going to find one, goes for the second, and he'll get it. Beautiful spray transfer.
What a spray, what a takedown. Damage does come through, third and 5 in good response time, but not before Adusi is able to take him down. Nade over the top, it's going to find the last as Standard. What he doesn't do with guns, he sure as hell has been doing with explosives all game long.
And 10 kills the way of Theraton 5, 3 of which came, don't forget, the way of the mortar, as they now are taking control of the rest of this hill. They've been so good, but now Sonics realize this is their window of opportunity.
He's not ready for a Pathenbach. We're looking the other way, and that nade 125. It had his name written on it. Sonics are very happy with them looking the other way. The issue is it's only one player. It's only Mime who has actually opted to go aggressive on this one. They would have probably wanted to at least have two so they could make an aggressive play. But they came up, they punched them, they stung them, they took one out, and now they can fall back down again.
I think they had to, though. 17 had the angles on that.
Great timing.
The timing was beautiful. They get Mime back off that hill, which is wonderful. And now that mortar, if they can get it onto the position of 17, could be huge, as eArena has somehow survived.
I feel like if they still had mortars to play with, they would have probably used them at this point.
Possibly,
I mean,
yes,
they've had quite a long time, Sonics, that is, to use that mortar, and we're not seeing any artillery being used. So I suppose it has happened, but we just haven't caught it.
17 have just been hunkered down. They've been trying to do as much damage as they can to the teams above them as well as the teams to the south. But again, with so many teams with angles, Sonics, we also had question mark before, and we also had the team of Daytrade taking shots. They don't really have the angles, and so realistically, they're just waiting for this shift.
Exactly. 17 has circle center, and according to the winner chicken dinner percentages, they have the upper hand just exactly over Sonics. Issue is, as you were saying, it's very limited who they can peek without getting shot in the back, so they're going to have to turtle this one down for at least a little while. And then another issue with Blue Zone 8's in play now, one of them lobbed in between all those hay bale stacks, and that is them running around in the open.
That's not where you want to be again. Theraton 5 just with a dominant position here.
Half their damage is mortars alone.
I know. But they've been impressive. You know, we were kind of criticizing them a little bit for the lack of proactivity, but they have been doing so much from the position that they've been given.
Also, I think despite the fact that they have been a nuisance to most teams on this server, I think everyone off of this game is going to say thank you, Theraton 5, for just having found the new best spot on Monte circles. Because if you sat up there with mortars, you are in heaven.
Speaking of teams who are not in heaven, that would be eArena, as they're just trying to make this approach. But you know what? Even if they do go down here, they had a hell of a fight in the south, and they're able to get at least 5 kills. So they've done enough.
Step up, step up. There's still a hell of a lot of games left to play, and every single game that can bring that momentum more in your favor will be well thankful of. It's a difficult run, and at this point they might as well concede. The blue is moving fast on their side of the circle. But there they go, down in return. Should be an easy rest coming through, as I don't imagine Theraton 5 is going to do any sort of pull-ups on them.
No, and Sonics is hyper-focused on Theraton 5, as they know that's going to be probably their biggest threat, as 17 doesn't necessarily have the angle on this, and Sonics are still in for now, Toby.
Yeah, so we're waiting at least 3 seconds more to see where this next one is going to take us. Who is going to get the benefit of it? You can only go southeast and give no one a benefit. And this one sets it dead center. Yeah, Sonics, the first team to move, and really the team to decide who gets the third-party opportunity.
As you said, Sonics, the first one's
having
to move. I do worry now, because 17 could potentially get within nade range and start raining it down, but yeah, this is tough. This is a tough fight for Sonics.
Curious to see their utility situation. We saw quite a few smokes deployed to get Mime back off that hillside. How much do they have left? And also, again, Sonics has sat in that compound for a long time. We talked about conserving ammo in the beginning of the game. Where are they at when it comes to that? They shouldn't have taken too much damage at this point, but ammo situation, utility situation, what do these boys have to work with? Because that could very easily decide whether or not they're going to take the fight to 17 or Theraton 5.
And I do wonder, I mean, they should know at this point, though, that Theraton is only 3, right? For whatever advantage that is, very small given that position. They do.
17 has no smokes, but I just caught 11 nades between 2 players. Make that 13.
And mollies, yeah, they have
but no smokes. And make that 14 nades total, but no smokes. And now there's even more. He just picked up another 6.
That's what I worry about when it comes to Sonics, them potentially just raining down hell with those grenades, creating an artificial red zone, as Theraton 5, again, just harassing. This is a difficult situation for Sonics, because they really have to just kind of wait here.
Sonics is waiting for a knock to come through. They're waiting for Theraton 5 to open. You can see them move the cars in one step at a time. Jump, like literally drive 5 meters, jump out. Drive 5 meters, jump out. You know that as soon as you turn on that engine, Theraton 5 is going to peek on over. And if 17 helps out Sonics in getting a knock as they get aggressive and peek, that's them there with the decision make. The first knock that comes through, that's where they try and pull up. Whether it's uphill on the other side of the hill so that 17 can engage, or it's downhill, I'm not sure. But Sonics really need a knock, and they need it soon.
And there's barely just a berm separating Sonics and 17, right? As you said, very slowly trying to get in those vehicles and just inching their ways forward. This is going to be a hell of a fight for Sonics to come out on top. But, I mean, if they could just find that knock, as you're saying, that's going to open a window. But I worry about 17 coming in third-partying at the correct time, and they're so good at that.
It's all bait. Mime saw the crate uphill. He's going to get himself a Groza. What better gun to pick up this late in the game? You know what? He'll take a toe tap if that means he gets himself a Groza and a level 3 helmet. Yeah. Now, all of a sudden, you have Mime in a good spot. Issue is now they're within nade range too. Streamsy, first one to fall. Standard continues to dash damage out.
Oh, and I like that. He does go for the repeat, but he gets knocked down. 2 members left for Theraton 5. As the nades from 17 coming in, this could be the reprieve that Sonic needs.
That's death. They have to go down. Second one comes through. Xiaobu goes over the double nades. Perfectly timed. Comes through from Xiaobei and Xiaowu. As now the damage continues to be raveled on to Sonics.
And now Xiaobei going on the other side. Gonna get knocked. It's just up to Mime. He goes down at 17 from a position that normally is very difficult to play from in the center. Make it work.
Friendly Fire was in that exact spot, but they were there a circle too soon.
Yes.
17 had the comfort of the city. They sat and said, great, go there. We'll shoot you in that spot, and then we'll come claim it ourselves and take all your loot and use it for the end game. They had probably still 10 names left available by the end of that game. What a great cleanup. But what an interesting three-way fight. So much time for these teams trying to set up plans, but in the end, 17 out victorious.
And I do feel that, you know, all 3 of those teams were playing pretty correct, right, in that situation.
Oh, definitely, definitely.
Taking their time, taking pot shots, doing as much damage as possible. Sonic slowly inching in. 17 also trying to get as much damage as they could out. That was a very difficult circle to play.
The only thing either of these teams could have done differently, I think, is try and use smokes to cover, like to block off angles. Issue is none of the teams had smokes. So that's the only way where it could have gone better, but that was no player.
That was not bad at all. It's 17 furthering their case, you know, our PGS1 champions. Doing so well as we now check out some of the highlights of this game, and even starting out at the very beginning of this, right? Danawa obviously getting in that fight there in the Rumblers compound there with Genji. We saw a lot of DDT cannibalizing themselves with Falcons as well. This was actually a really exciting Miramar games, all things considered.
Yeah, sure was. A hell of an interesting one as we shifted our focus further towards the west. Again, very quiet early game. All these players know what's at the line, but we saw use of mortars, our first ever team-wide. Commiserations to you, so 4 AM, that was not the way they were hoping to go down.
And I'm sure, like, if you're 4 AM, right, the last thing you're thinking about in that position is, am I gonna get mortared?
Yeah, well, and they were. So for now on, I think no one's going to sit there at all. Especially not one. Like, once you know there's a team in Theraton 5's position up above, it's like a dead giveaway. Have a mortar with you, sit up there, and just clear people out.
But this was disgusting from Aguzi. But my question there is, like, how can you expect, right, for there to be a team getting mortars, especially because it was later in the game. It wasn't like Theraton 5 just magically had a mortar. It's not like we're in a compound. So again, the foresight there for Theraton 5 was impressive.
We can put it this way: if you didn't expect it then, you should gonna be expected now. No doubt about that whatsoever. As these last few highlights are coming on through, I believe we're getting ready for an entry in those nades. I mean, they just reigned supreme.
Yeah, and again, 17 did an amazing job there, taking their time. But we are going to head to the stage for an interview.
Welcome back to the main stage. My name is Banks and this is Sandstorm, and we are joined by Babsang Head from If You Mind Game PT with a pretty good start to day 3, I have to say. Babsang Head, I'm going to come to you, and I just want to quickly talk about how does it feel to claim your first international chicken dinner?
이번에 GP가 국제 대회에서 첫 치킨을 먹었는데 소감이 어떠신지 여쭤보겠습니다.
아직 처음 먹은 치킨이라 그렇게 좋지는 않고요. 더 잘해보도록 하겠습니다.
We didn't feel very satisfied because it's just the first chicken that we had. So we're gonna keep going and then do better for the rest of the matches.
مرحب فيكم جميعا وبنرحب في اللاعب بابسانج هيد من فريق اف يو ماين جيم بي تي، وحبينا نساله وناخذ رايه بعد ما حصلوا اول تشيكن دينر في البطوله وعلى المستويات العالميه، ولكن رده كانوا انه مو مبسوطين ان هم بعد مرور 3 ايام لسه محصلين اول تشيكن دينر وناويين يطلعوا بكمان مباريات وبكمان نتيجه احسن واحسن عشان يكونوا متواجدين معنا بالوينرز براكت كمان.
Well, it was a big deal. I mean, myself and Sandstorm, we were talking to the casters backstage, and you know, we were discussing how impressive your performance was. First and foremost, you fended off FaZe, who made a push for you. Then you took an aggressive fight to 4 AM as well and managed to clutch up. Now, talk us through end game of that particular map, and you know, how was it for you? What were the comms like? Talk us through it.
첫 경기 때는 페이즈의 푸시를 견디하면서 4M으로 아주 강력하게 푸시를 하고 치킨을 먹었습니다. 그때가 팀 내에서 커뮤니케이션 소통이 어땠는지 그거 나눠보겠습니다.
팀원들이 4AM 기절 로그를 봐줘서 페이지를 하나 남겨두고 바로 4AM 쪽으로 푸시 가서 정리했던 것 같아요.
We just tried to defend from the phase, and then we saw that there one opponent left from the 4AM side, so we decided to push towards the 4AM.
حابين ناخذ رايه بالسؤال الثاني من ناحيه المباراه الاولى، قدروا يدافعوا على البوش اللي اجت من فريق الفيس كلان وبعدها عملوا اجريسيف بوش على فريق الفور انجري مان، فكيف قدروا يتخذوا هذا القرار وكيف قدروا يطلعوا بالوينر وينر تشيكن دينر في نهايه المباراه؟ رده كان انه بالنهايه هم كانوا مركزين بس على الدفاع عن البوش من فريق الفيس، واول ما تخلصوا منهم لاحظوا انه كان في لاعب واحد فقط بس من فريق الفور انجري مان، فاتخذوا الفرصه عملوا البوش وبالنهايه طلعوا بالنتيجه اللي هم محتاجينها.
Well, PUBG, thank you so much for joining us in your post-match interview. An impressive performance so far. Let's see if you can keep it up throughout the rest of the day. You've got Tego coming up next, so you guys can go and relax and prepare yourselves for that. And with that being said, we're going to throw back over to the desk to continue our third day of the group stages.
نشكركم اعزائي المشاهدين، نرجع باذن الله على الاستوديو لنبدا مباراتنا الثالثه على خريطه تيجو.
Welcome back to the Analysis Desk, brought to you by STC Play. A great interview. My name is Toffees. I'm joined here by Avenger. We heard a little bit from Bob Sanghead, but the real heroes in the last match was 17 as they came away with that victory.
Yeah, our PGS1 defending champions, of course, being able to step up like that. They had I would say, the better position as well with how the circle went out, but in general, it was more of a kind of rock, paper, scissors position that those three teams have. But when you have, I don't know, was it 13 nades till we counted that? Like Suju had 6, I think. So he was able to just rock up and throw all the nades. 15 thrown. 15. And I think 10 of them was probably thrown in the end.
And that, 15 of those thrown out. We see 16 tossed by Theraton 5, including mortars. The first good mortar kills of the game. Was awesome to see. And Sonics, of course, also getting in there and finally managing a third.
Yeah, Tenadol with the triple, actually wiping out 4AM.
Yeah.
Got 2 knocks, and then he waited a little bit, and then boom, again, same position here. But yeah, of course, the winner in Chicken Dinner for 17 Gaming, and Xiaobei popping off. Very effective killing here. A lot of stealing. You can see only 315 with 4 kills. You're able to steal a little bit, or like kind of or kind of finish up. But Ghost, popping off a lot of damage on his way.
But that's good. You know, he's doing the damage. The rest of his team's happy to take the kills. We're going to go to the Kadia. Man of the match is going to be Xiaobei. Nice. 4 kills, 2 knockouts, 315 damage, and most importantly, a chicken dinner that I think solidifies their position in the winner's bracket.
Oh yeah, they're guaranteed to go through to the winner's bracket. Now it's just the question is, does Sonics have enough? And they're going to have some fun at their angle. That's really the fun thing here to see. Cerberus still in 4th in the overall total kills. Let's see, we have some more moves. Again, this is the team summary of overall from all the teams, and we have some teams that have already played the 12th, right? So
absolutely,
it's gonna change a little bit, but let's see if somebody's able to jump into the top kills or jump into the total damage.
And we're gonna keep showing the graphic right now. Like I said, it doesn't look like there's a lot of movement, but those teams from C, they're working their way up. They're gonna try to move into there. Match leaderboard, 19 total points for 17. 16 I think is a very respectable number, and this is a team that came in here needing to find a way to put points together today, as they were nowhere near that top 16.
No, they need to continue two more good games, then it's looking good. But 16, very impressive. 3rd and 5. The way they're able to defend both from day trade and for the question mark was impressive. Here, the total, of course, a little bit of movement. There's 17 going into 7th, so that's good to see. All of this is looking good. Question mark is now 2 points from Twisted Minds, or 3. Sonics is above, so they're definitely going to take over Luminosity. So I would say at this point we can say question mark, Sonics, and FaZe, they're just a few more points, and they're completely safe with this case here. And then here at the bottom, of course, 44 for day trade. Need to have some more, and the majority of these teams, as you see, it's very, very close. 13 points difference from 13th place and all the way down to 20th.
Absolutely, and with 4 games left to play, if that cutoff does end up being in that 52 to 55 region, it does mean that it's not quite the door slammed on those teams, even in the 20s, because you can pop off, get one big game, say 10 kills plus a win. That's a 20-point come up available for just about anybody.
Yeah, the question is really, all the other games that you don't have your potential win in or your big game is really that you need to have those extra points in the extra like the rest of the matches.
Absolutely, and it might sound cheesy to say anybody's in this, but not as cheesy as Doritos, where you can play bold, win big with Doritos. Instagram.com/Doritos Arabia if you need to get a little snack in between these matches, because it has been absolutely crazy. Almost as crazy as some of the content you can find if you follow us on Instagram at RazorMENA, so make sure you go and do that right now. The maps have been a little bit wild. I am surprised Cerberus seems to be a little slower. I mean, yes, they're still qualified, but they're not having the impact I thought that they would in the first two games.
I think it's when you don't have pressure on you, right?
That's true.
You're going to try to do some crazy stuff, the drive-bys and stuff, but yeah, positioning in the circle was not there as, like, not as prioritized, I would say. You can tell that it's more the fights that they're trying to go for, and they're succeeding. Him as being set up for some really good stuff. But yeah, again, 2 games to go. We're going to Tego. That's going to be even more fun, probably for Cerberus as well.
I think Tego's going to be a good time. I'm hoping for some kind of differential circle, something like yesterday's was fun. That south with the burning plane, that was neat. I did want to ask you this though. In that game, I think there were 6 teams that were in Minas. I don't understand why a team would do that to themselves, Martin.
Right, it's again, we've been saying this for 5 years, right? Don't go into the city unless you know it's going to end there, or you know that you're the last team exiting it, right? And it's really hard because we could see from the circle, it's very, very, very unlikely that it's going to end even on the edge of it, right? You could see 17 Gaming, they planned for it, they went into a good spot, and they knew that after Friendly Fire had been kind of destroyed there's going to be enough extra cover for them to survive with their cast that they're going in with. So it's a great play. So it's a Hail Mary play, like it's your last play. It's a survival play rather than kind of trying to play for the win, right? Some teams, they're coming in from a really, really far away. They don't really have that opportunity to go into some better spots.
Absolutely. I mean, I think we even saw Question Mark come over and try to steal as many of those kills as they could. We're going to see who can steal more kills as we come back from the break. It's going to be time for us to go to our newest map, so don't go anywhere.
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت تبغى راب خفيفة جيب تويستر أنا جيب لي وجبة الزنجة بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكت حطلب زنجة حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكت جيب له زنجة جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Tsunomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Tsunomi.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want to be? You want to war? Show me what's up, then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave them with nothing. حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر انا اجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطوا الباكت حطوا الزنجر حطوا بمايتي حطوا تويستر جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Tsunomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Tsunomi.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
Welcome back, everyone, as we head into our third game here at PGS2 Group Stages, the final day of Group Stages. Again, I'm Godspeed, joined by Toby, and we just had to give the players a little bit of a break as we head into Tego.
Yeah, I feel like 4 a.m. needed to figure out ways. So how do we dodge mortars exactly? And third and 5, they just sat there with their rulers going, great, I mean, this worked out for us. Let's just see if we can get some more.
Yeah, and I was actually talking to Sonics there as they came in to get their lattes.
So they took all the water.
Yes, they did take all the water. So Win was actually really hoping that they would save some of those mortars for 17, but they had actually just launched World War II back on.
I figured that was the case.
But we had an interesting conversation as well as the fact that what you and I were actually talking on the cast is that mortars change very much how that circle is played, because historically teams can take that dip in the road or teams can take that position where 17 was and be very safe, but mortars completely flips that on its head.
Definitely increases and decreases values of different areas of the map. We see DD team here trying to figure out how and who they're gonna hot drop. Coming into Takeout just 15 seconds from now, if that countdown timer is right, which it seems like it is, because we are headed over to Takeout for the last time here in the group stage.
And we did see a little bit of a glimpse of that plane, and it's going to be look fairly central with a little bit of a northern preference. Now, is this one going to be burning as it heads down? Probably not. It's 10% chance. Again, this is the third match here of the day.
You said 10% chance, but it's happened every time. Good thing this time around is those engines, well, they ain't on fire.
It has happened every time, the 2 times we've had it, so pretty incredible odds there. Is again, this plane path a little bit more to the north, but pretty much everyone should be able to drop where they want. As far as hot drops, I would actually be very surprised if we saw any at this point.
Terminal could be a play, since it's very much underneath the the playing path, but that's strictly due to distance to playing path, not so much as to who is going where.
Yeah.
And of course, with the southern side somewhat like outside of reach, we are limiting some teams in their options and where to go. So maybe, just maybe, we'll see some commotion, but with the way teams are spreading out currently, it does not look like that's going to be the case.
Yep, and so 17 will be the ones to take Terminal. No surprise there. Sonics usually do loot there, but they're actually going to opt for another drop entirely, and I like that. There's no reason. They've had 2 solid games now where they've been able to get a good amount of points. Obviously, getting second in that last one they've been able to salvage some of those rough ones. Even talking to them right before this game started, I was like, you know, you guys did pretty much what you could. They're like, yeah, we're not upset about it. It was a solid game. We got a good amount of points. They got some kills as well, so they're looking really good so far here in the last day of group stages.
Sure are. Cerberus spreading out down towards the west with Fishing Camp under control. We've seen 2 games go down, and then in that southwest area, make that one go down there, but now up towards the north we go, and this one is gonna be interesting. You have more access points than on the military transition on Erangel, but well, some of the bridges are broken, some of them are double-decker bridges, and and while some of them are easy enough to transition, some of them can also be horrendous. Because to me, Godspeed, one of the main differences between Erangel and Takeo is, and especially when we talk river and bridge crossings, for the most part, the land around the water on Erangel, you'll have a tree there, you'll have a rock there, a small building, something that even if you kind of get caught off guard, as we see Fex hit a tree.
Put that there.
Who put that there? Damn you, developers! I can assure you that wasn't there yesterday. But no, even else, as things goes wrong, you will have somewhere to kind of hunker down to hide things out and hope that some sort of help will come your way. On Takeo, that ain't it. I mean, there's no cover. You'll have a solid 50 meters of just barren wasteland on those ridge lines. So if things start going wrong on a river crossing, expect them to go exceptionally wrong.
Well, another thing to note there as well is the fact, look at this. The total top 5 damage. Draft is actually just farming numbers right now with 3,000. Hamas coming in second with 2,900, and very close is Tycon.
Look at that and consider the fact that Falcons right now have 37 points compared to Cerberus' 75. They have double their points and are still trailing DraftKings. Goes to show what a hell of a performance he has had despite their current 18th place, which if we were to finish right now, they wouldn't even make winners bracket.
They wouldn't make winners bracket, but this again is something that we've seen a lot, especially from this roster, the Fumba roster, as well as in the past. They are incredibly annoying to play around because they will put the damage out on the field.
And also just to add to what I was saying, in that very brief desk moment we had earlier, you saw Bestluck there in 4th.
Yes.
That is the new player, on question mark. That is the new addition, the extra firepower that they have been needing for a while. Not that they weren't a good team before with Hobbits on the team, on the roster, but it was just as if while they could fight, they opted not to. Now, with Bestluck on the team, it's as if that mentality has changed. They don't do what we were talking about Korea yesterday, like, we'll shy away until we're absolutely forced to. Exactly. Now they go, wait, we have a chance to fight here? Let's go deal some damage, and well, that's exactly what they've been doing.
On top of that, I mean, if we're going to talk about the team, we also have to talk about, you know, Aduzi and Phil first. Right?
Oh, definitely.
Phil first has just been absolutely amazing. But also to kind of jump back to the point you were making about crossing the bridges, the other thing that's a massive difference from Erangel, aside from there being realistically no cover on either side, is the fact that that water is very shallow. It is not a deep cross at all. And so obviously, emergency pickups will be utilized, especially if a team does have to cross, because those bridges, as you said, the ones on the east side being completely blown out, very susceptible to being camped.
Yeah, so far we're not seeing a whole lot of bridge camping being put up, and quite a few teams have managed to make their way up on that northern side. GamePT, heard an interview with them just before, and they are victors of the first game of the day, are going to group up and maneuver out. I mean, they're one of the teams at dead center right now, so curious to see what they're going to try and kind of vie for or prioritize, because right now they're just sat center. I wouldn't expect them to try and flex out too hard with the area of the map they're in, but we'll see what they end up doing.
Yeah, I imagine they're not going to do that as well. And something else that we didn't even really get to talk about with the circle and the north side of this is that even though we do see a lot of different elevations, it's very gradual. They're not sharp elevations. So teams can very much just push on the side of this, whether it's north, south, east, or west, and they can really just kind of impose their will on the other surrounding teams, especially because third partying on these hills, especially the one right south of Army base, is very, it's very easy.
Sure, that's what we'll see now as everyone else gets their rotation game going. if we might see some commotion. You can see Cerberus are surely taking their time crossing over, and I feel like Falcons might be starting to figure that out. They were pretty much just steamrolling straight towards the bridge, but now a few donuts waiting a little bit up here and there just to make sure that everyone's on the same page before they start transitioning. But as for right now, no commotion just yet.
You are seeing a lot of these teams, Toby, opt to rotate as early as they can across these visions. As you said, it becomes quite difficult later in the game, especially when you have teams already established on the other side. And then MG3 for EJ. Again, we haven't really seen that gun be able to pop off because most of the members that were able to actually pick it up haven't really been alive long enough. But that thing up close, especially when you ramp up the RPMs, the 900s, it's devastating up close. It's actually so fun to use.
Sure is. Can Xiaobei make this jump like his teammates just did? I would assume so too. It's not too difficult. I kind of feel like there should have been a loop or like a corkscrew or something there just to make it even more spicy. Exactly. It's too simple. Just everyone can do that. They add a little more difficulty to it. I like the idea and the cinematic effect it has, but make it a little more tricky.
I feel like you just want something like some of the jumps we see on Miramar.
Yeah,
that's fair actually.
The thing is, they never use the jumps on Miramar, so here force them to.
Why not? As we now see Cerberus here rotating in there towards the center, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, just to the west. They're actually all the way in between this wide split from E-Arena.
Exactly. E-Arena has thought to themselves, I think, if we just set out towards the west, if we just set up shop here, we'll be fine. Issue is Cerberus are now right in the middle of what could become an E-Arena storm. So we'll see how they respond to it. Mitty already leaving, saying, you know what, I'm not going to sit with 4 players driving straight towards me, because there's quite a bit of distance between the E-Arena players, but seems like they're not going to do more than allow them through. And, well, Cerberus is going to say thank you.
And something else, actually, I just realized we didn't even talk about, Toby, is that if this does end up going Godok, right, that is a massive city in the center of this, and it is separated essentially in 3 different blocks. And so fighting in cities, especially in Taego, can be very difficult to navigate because of all the angles and even just getting the ability to access the roofs of these buildings.
For the most part, the cities on Taego are drastically smaller than the ones on Erangel and Miramar, but the outlier, of course, is Godok, by far the biggest of its kind on Taego. So we'll see. We'll see if we do end up going in there. We haven't really had like super city endings outside. We were kind of on the edge of Cruz. We were kind of on the edge of El Azhar. If we just full speed send it right in the middle of Godok, that would bring all kinds of chaos with it.
I would actually really love to see this go Godok, just to see how these teams would play in there.
But would the players like it?
You know, as a former player, I'm not a player anymore, so I don't really care.
We don't have to care. That's the answer to that question. We're not playing. That's not our problem. We'll put them through hell and back and see how they make it. And, you know, honestly, for the most part, that is what these sort of tournaments is. The amount of pressure. I mean, let alone, one thing is the circles and how the games themselves play, but the mental pressure that is on these guys, because they know there's a chance of these sort of things happening. But now, let's take our eyes towards DDT, towards Sonics. The first potential fight of the game, but a few shots fired, a few shots missed, and that's going to be DD team getting to live with the scare.
And this is actually one of the few elevations, one of the few hills that has quite a bit of cover on it, right? You see all those rocks and trees ahead of the Sonics as Mime is looking here to his north and his south. So one of the few areas where fighting in the forest is actually fairly comfortable, I'd say.
It's pretty interesting. Now, we do still have FaZe who has to make their way towards or across to the island. You're seeing 17 bridge camp now, and I wouldn't call it the bridge camp when it's just Belmoth there. But when have we ever had a Erangel melee game where everyone got to the to the military islands without no casualties? One thing is no team wipes, but there's literally not been a single casualty yet. So even though these circles are new areas of the map that we're exploring together, especially at a global stage, somehow they've all managed to cross.
Which is actually a detriment in the next
It's pretty impressive.
Because, but look, think about it, 64 players in the next circle is not going to be comfortable at all.
Let's put it this way, chaos always comes around. At some point, at least 60 players has to die, and the more you prolong that, the harder the chaos is going to hit.
Well, again, especially with this area of the map. Oh, and we're going straight to the area I was talking about, Tony. I love
watching fights to the north side here. Just friendly fire, actually, the beneficiaries of the circle as Puchu's taking some shots and FaZe dangerously skirting by.
Yeah, he shot early as well. I mean, Belmoth and Flash are nowhere near. He does have Norns up the hillside, but luckily for Gustav and everyone with him on their fantasy team, they're able to get out of there safely. Not safe yet, though, as they're right next to 4M. Look at the pile of teams that are currently making their way. Now, just look at the minimap. Everyone is on rotation, trying to get inside of this next circle.
And I actually love this. FaZe is like, you know what? This is way too much movement, way too many teams rotating. Let's just slow it down and take our time. Now, they are going to have to deal with the team of Daytrade above them, but I mean, that's way better than going in this craziness of these rotations.
Definitely. DD team, question mark, 2 teams to say, you know what, screw this. We're just wrapping all the way around. Falcons have yet to even make their move, probably expecting there to be more people coming, but these are the teams that committed, that went for the full-on race and wanted to see it through to the end. 4AM lost 1 to third on 5 just before, but now the rest of them are here ready to fight, but they're fighting a whole other team in Salvin.
Men there, Xiaopian getting a kill there onto CC. And again, the chaos in these rotations is just absolutely wild. We really don't see this on other maps like this either, as if you look at the map or the mini-map, there's just so many tracers coming from every which direction, and Daku cannot find the member there. Absorb him.
Nice attempt, good spray coming through with initial damage, but Baron gets to stay alive. And already now, I mean, this is like, with how close players are together right now, this is like Stolper ending phase 4, phase 5. We're in phase 2. There's so much space still to play, but everyone has seemingly committed, or at least tried to commit center. Now, because there's so many players there, they just won't be able to untangle that mess.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I don't even, I will say, I've competed for quite a while. I was never in a situation like this where this many teams were this close to each other.
Yeah. It's completely insane.
It's madness now, as we see Tycon finding a kill here. That's 2 members now of Game PT going down.
Up towards Army Base, the entire south and like east and southeast side completely free. But of course, it's easy to say that when we have the info of exactly where everyone is. And I think now players are starting to realize, wait, how am I getting shot at from literally all angles?
Friendly Fire now hearing this, starting to make a little bit of approach. It does look like, oh, we're actually back now. Falcon, what happened?
What? He just flipped his vehicle out in the open. Silson would have wanted to be by the buildings by now, but not quite the case. Xiaowu is downed, but they might just be able to reset. They might just be able to get back and rest. MX has made his way inside the compound. Little Ghost is nearby, but not there just yet. I think MX will be able to take him down. Indeed, he will. Xiaowu down.
So a nice little crash here, not necessarily the way Silson wanted it, but at the very least, Falcons have survived. They are in the compound now, taking the fight here to 17.
They're blind. They're completely blind. They're completely blind. He didn't see him. The flash came through, tried to get up the stairs. They were both blind for seconds. And Kapital was like, wait, there's an enemy right next to me.
This isn't Silson.
This isn't my teammate.
And so 2 members already down here for 17, and a very nice start on the south side. The beautiful thing as well, as Draft King is coming in, Team Falcons can take their time.
Falcons really want to come out here 4-0, because look at the amount of space they're going to have, especially with this circle going where it just did. If they can clean up 17 and then creep their way in from the south, they're going to be looking very, very good. Baron Peak finally falls. That's Global Army. The solo player left alive now for Sabim. We'll try and make something happen, but against an entire team of 4 angry men, it's not going to be easy. Crazy around the corner is flashed. We'll see if there's a peek coming over the top to help. Good thing HSMM is there, because if not, it could have been ugly.
Xiaobi now going down. Just 1 member left of 17. Falcons have been very systematic in the way that they have cleared this out, and beautiful play coming from them. Just down to Little Ghost, but I wouldn't count him out. I mean, if he can get some isolated 1v1s, he can very easily turn this into a 1v2 even.
Sure could. Which is why Falcons are not going anywhere without backup. I love to see that. I mean, we can see even the nades being thrown through here. They don't know exactly where to expect opponents, so do not take any unnecessary risks. As I do say that, Kapitan just full on Assassin's Creed style jumps across from one roof or attempts to another like parkour master. We'll see now though, as they come on in, 3 guys in a building. This should be Falcons wiping out 17 Gaming, and to imagine 17 looked so good in that previous one, now they might fall in 14th.
And he has a shotgun available to him, so if he does hear them, he might just pull that bad boy out. Even a pump, very devastating at this range, can go very easily into a double kill situation here as we're looking at this other picture-in-picture. It's going to be E-Arena fighting with Sonics, and they're trying to get that res on a Mime.
as they might actually just say, you know what, we've done the damage.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not worth it. Oh, but nope. They're going to turn around. DraftKings now going to stop in that vehicle. Yep.
Well, now they know at least exactly where they have to imagine they turn around. Indeed, they do. Capitan up over the roof, finds the double. That is Falcons taking out the entirety of 17 Gaming. Great start for them because it's been quiet. But here they are, 4 kills in and no casualties.
So now a nice little reset here coming out from Sonics, as well as they are still engaged with E-Arena. 4-on-4 straight up here is... These can be somewhat difficult to push in as well. There's some pretty awkward angles to go for in these Tego warehouses, I'll say, especially with all these vehicles inside. And they're also getting shot from a distance, but Strimzy gonna pop in and he's gonna find Lyrics.
Full on push through, 3 people into the building. They get the first one down. More still yet to be found. It's E-Arena who's playing on the defensive here, but somehow seemingly not able to really group up in a way that they can trade for one another. And when you then have Sonics just full speed send it in, it's very, very hard to do anything about it. And finally now, E-Arena able to some extent grow up with Smithy and Nesezi sat together. They are on the very far western edge here, but we've seen them do this before. They just don't want to move if they don't have to.
Exactly, but the thing that I'm also looking at is Gen.G is very much interested in what's happening in this fight as well. As we now go to this next shift, Gen.G is again monitoring this fight between Sonics. They are getting in vehicles ready to leave, and fortunately they don't have to go too far, but they're still not in. And Gen.G will be gatekeeping that west side.
Look at the split of teams in this circle. We have 13 teams up. There's 3 of them on the left side. The remaining 10 are sat either east of or on the eastern side of this circle. The spread of teams here is absolutely insane. So especially if this fight comes to a close anytime soon between Sonics and E-Arena, that's 2 teams on the left side, still 10 on the other. Would be horrible if not at least 1 or 2 teams tried to wrap around here.
I'm telling you right now, Toby, there's not enough space in even the current circle.
Oh, no, not at all. By no means.
So we are going to lose quite a few players here, especially as it starts to close, especially when you have teams like Gen.G gatekeeping the west, when you have a team like Theraton 5 looking at the south. Even Friendly Fire on the east side of this is going to be fighting at least multiple teams, if not Dynamo, but also Day Trade and potentially even Question Mark if they don't want to really go towards the north fighting DD team.
I like the way that E-Arena plays this one. It's very defensive, but they heard the shots from Gen.G up above. Every single time Sonics transitions from one building to another, or anytime they, reveal themselves to the hill, that is a potential knock coming through from Gen.G that could help them out. E-Arena knows they're outnumbered, might as well play with the help of Gen.G and just wait for Sonics to come to them.
The problem with that, though, is you can never count on another team to do what you need done.
Well, obviously.
So, and I do hope that they're not too passive, as we have kind of seen that somewhat from E-Arena from time to time. They have been getting quite involved, though, in some of these fights. Fairly impressive, but now it's going to be Sonics here going as a full 3, clearing building by building. Tig will find Mighty, and Zizzy up on the top, but the nade is aware!
They don't know that Cam is here. They have not seen him. You see H-Win around the corner now, spotted instantly, nothing that can be done to survive. I'm sorry about that for him. Didn't expect that to be one lurking out behind the pile outside the compound.
So they will lose 1 and they will lose Hwin, but at least keeping 3 up with a fairly clean wipe. That is a good fight there for Sonics.
Oh, definitely, definitely. I mean, even if it's in a situation where they really, I don't want to say shouldn't have lost him, but would really have, like, it was looking very, very clean. That's an unlucky way to lose a player, but you saw how fast Gen.G was to try and get down and respond. So a good thing for Sonics is that no more casualties came through, because then I think Gen.G would have committed more to try and deal with it. And the thing is, Gen.G is spread in a wide 2-1-1 split, and EJ is currently a solo player trying to hold on to a compound that has the entirety of DD team looking at it. So I'm a little worried for Gen.G. If they try and maintain this split for much longer, they might just lose what they currently have, which is really good real estate.
Yeah, I think DG is trying to gatekeep as much as he can for EJ on the north side. Looking at DD team as what happened to Mime?
I think he might have fallen off a vehicle. It's inside the compound. Did a vehicle just fly in the air?
I don't know. We actually don't.
I'm not sure what just happened.
So now Sonic's got
we get a replay.
Maybe maybe he just jumped out of the vehicle because he was getting shot by Gen.G, who knows, but yeah, this circle, this is nothing but open terrain, and there actually isn't as much cover here on this side of the hill as we saw earlier.
You can see this is exactly where Sonics are moving in. There are trees definitely, but they're more sparse. I always like to think of Taiko as a perfect hybrid of Miramar and Erangel, so you get a stall ending, but it's a little more open, so you got to bring those vehicles up for cover. Think of it as Potato Mountain, essentially.
Potato Mountain with many dips and not as many trees.
Exactly. Exactly. You can see the fights now on the eastern side starting to pop off. We have 5 teams out there trying to fight their way on in. Danawa, Daytrade, Friendly Fire, and FaZe are all trying to maneuver their way on in. Sonic's just like that. Out they go. Daytrade eliminated as well as now Danawa and FaZe starts to fight too.
FaZe now stuck in the blue, still taking their time. Many crates. I'm curious if they were at least the recipients of some 3 vests or helms. As now Danawa trying to recover. Ionic Soul down, but they still have to deal with Friendly Fire. Luckily for them, the fight has been reset.
Yep. As reset as can be, with Snake still lurking and Falcons trying to maneuver their way on up. Corexi gets 1 through the smoke, 1 HP left, and there he goes. FaZe out in 10th.
So what does Danawa want to do here? I mean, clearly they would love to clear out the team in the north and start spreading out there, maybe wrapping, but it's difficult there. Actually, it's not. Friendly Fire is backed off, and now they have complete control of the east. So this could be a huge game for Danawa if they just take their time.
They had 2 kills on Friendly Fire. They knew they weren't going to over-aggress. Now it's just time to reset, get healed up, try to assess the situation, and start looking inward. They're blessed with this circle shift coming their way, which also means that Friendly Fire didn't have to commit to the fight. So now sit around, let the other teams do the fighting, at least just for a little while you can get your health back.
They just need a break, because they've pretty much been fighting at the east side this entire time. As we also now see Falcons here make their approach on the south side. 4AM is going to be sandwiched, so it's going to be interesting to see if they fight first, whether that third party does come in or not.
Cerberus have just said, you know what, we're just going to claim the entire center. And in this area of the map, I feel like that is a very, very ballsy thing to do.
That's a good term.
There are only so many spots you can stay hidden from. There are definitely some dips where you won't be seen, but they're going to have to play with their heads and swivels here, because it's going to be a 360 defense mode for them if they're planning on sitting literally here in the dead center for the rest of this game.
And Gen G have actually done a good job here of kind of hurting DD Team away from their position, as we now see a member of 4AM and Crazy falling to him as Cerberus. So, I mean, this is a confidence play, though, if I've ever seen it. You know what? Take center position. We know that we're going to be open on multiple angles. Let's just take the fights to the teams we know we can at least kind of pick apart, and then kind of regroup where they can. Because as you said, as you can see, it is very open in the center of the circle.
Exactly. Let's see who gets the better of this next shift. Everything that is west of Haisagi, for those of you guys who don't know, is downhill towards Gen G. And the same thing over towards the east, towards Danawa. So we're going to play on that downhill slant towards the western side of the map, which means that Danawa, Friendly Fire, Question Mark, and Falcons will have to fight uphill to get to where Haisaki currently is, and that means also they have no idea of what's happening west of the current center of the circle.
Exactly, and in the middle of that, the duo of 4AM getting sandwiched by all of those teams.
I was just going to say, they're probably proning, and they are.
And, I mean, that's really the only play they have, as we see Zhao Pian prone as well as HS, and now shots coming out from Falcons. They are starting to come alive. They know that they need to clear out all the teams on this edge if they want to comfortably be able to push into Cerberus, but 4AM gonna fall, and Silzen going down.
Not a whole lot more they could do. Whenever they lost Crazy, that was their the extra angle, the extra defender in that position, and with him down, nothing more they could really get done. Pathampong gets to live with his eyebrows burned off, I think, as he dodged that nade. Tio throws one forward, but again, I mean, for Gen G as well, they're fighting uphill. They can only see about 20 meters forward. It's very limited what they can work with, but look at this, MX making the MK ring as he finds the double. Does he get the last as well? As Anonix now down to half HP. Does that nade connect? Not needed, because there comes Capitan over the hill. Great clean out from Falcons.
Beautiful hold. They've already cleared out 17, and now they're going to clear out Danawa as well, starting to take control a little bit here of the southeast. As realistically now it's just Cerberus they have to deal with in the duo of Friendly Fire, which I imagine will be already seen by Cerberus. Gen G really taking control of the west side now.
This is such a tough area to fight around. It's, again, very similar to west of Plane Crash or in and around Potato. The issue is these players don't know the angles the same way. They have them completely muscle memorized on Erangel and on Miramar. So here, whenever you peek an angle, you just don't know yet where you're going to be vulnerable from to the same extent, which is why we're seeing so many players right now getting shot in the back because they're looking the other way, not knowing what to be nervous about or what to expect from the opposing opposing teams around them.
Even if you're familiar with the area, there's just so many intricate little dips, or even bushes, right? Those bushes can be very deadly. You can almost stand in those and be somewhat hidden. So a lot of these teams, as you said, have to be careful because there is an element of unfamiliarity.
Now, this fight might take place far on the eastern side of the map, but this fight is the fight for high ground.
Yes.
Whoever comes out on top between Cerberus and Falcons here will get to claim this eastern side of the circle and will have perfect overwatch of what's happening towards the west. So this fight could potentially even decide the winner of this match.
Yeah, the confidence building here from Cerberus, the ability to hold the center of this circle and continue to put down damage to multiple teams, as well as helping teams like Danama earlier, has just been amazing. And they're going to find another member here. Tycon finds Capitan, and they are just extending their control here on the east side.
I mean, we were discussing with the massive lead that Cerberus had coming into today, whether they're going to slow down a bit, whether they're going to try out new things. Nope. Nah, they continue exactly how they played on day one to try and see what they could do. But now with this fight commencing, Therodon 5 has opted to aggressively. You know what? I don't fault them for this attempt or this idea. Go up, do damage over the top, peeking with 1 HP, rush it, maybe not the play, but they have them exactly where they want them, and they deal with Falcons. Therodon 5 is a super passive team, but now they're proactive issues. Now they're running into Tycon.
But Cerberus, of course, is going to know that that fight has just broken out, and with Falcons down, they're going to put full force here to try to get rid of Therodon 5 as Nate's coming in, and it's going to find them. Hatsuan will go down, Thanadol will be flushed, and 10 kills on the side of Cerberus as they continue to hunt forward.
And there's no one there to respond because Russ had heard the pressure coming through from Gen G, so he had to prone down in response. They will be able to get the rest on him. No, actually scratch that, 2 players down. Hatsawat will fall. There's nothing that his teammate can do to get him back up alive. That's one semi-final done for the chicken dinner. Now we go over to the other. Question Mark versus Gen G.
But on the other side, as you said, Gen G have actually taken complete control of the center of this circle as Duckmai is going to finish off that kill on Hatsawat. And now, question mark, though, on the north. They've been fairly quiet. They've been actually good on them, kind of avoiding all of the chaos.
And that is Gen G in a nutshell. If we can avoid a fight but still get into a better position, we're going to do that. 3 kills so far for PO, 4 in the team as a whole. They haven't had to fight, therefore they haven't taken a fight. They will pressure, they will try and see if they can get picks here and there, but they're never going to over-aggress until they have to, which is now. 4 alive still, great utility, should have decent vests as well. They know they have to take this fight against Question Mark in order to come out victorious, and therefore they will do it. But as you can see here, they're going to fall back. They're going to allow for other teams to try and interfere with Question Mark as much as they possibly can. It's only when they have their backs all the way up against the wall that they will strike.
But this is such an awkward area still. As you said, that unfamiliarity absolutely coming into play because there's so many different little dips and ridges that we've seen actually Pio and other members of Gen G proning in. So Question Mark, rightfully so, being very cautious in their approach and not getting overzealous. So now if this was Miramar, if this was a Wrangle, they probably would have poured over and just went for those angles, but you can't do that here, especially with how kind of awkward this terrain really is.
I'm not gonna lie, as awkward as and as unfamiliar as it is, I love this area.
I love it too. That's why I was so excited when I saw the circle
up to 6 kills, 952 damage. Pretty much guaranteed to be breaking in to the 1,000 point club by the end of this game, unless of course if it goes down right here, right now. But Question Mark, they've slowed down, but they've gained space. Gen G has backed off, but with the downfall of Therodon 5, they know that the pressure on that southeast side is that much less. And now, with the circle going dead center, this one could go either way, but for Cerberus, they won the high ground.
Yeah, and this is, at this point, 4 up for Gen G, and then you have a 4v3v3 there on the side of Cerberus and Question Mark. And Question Mark have not really been doing too much fighting. I imagine they have some utility still left over. As we now look at the side of Gen G, and there's 0 utility on PO and only 51 rounds left in reserve for that.
Nobody here wants to get third party, but I feel like it's on Gen G right now to pick a fight. The issue is now Question Mark is realizing, wait, they're sat right up here, both of us. We can wait this one out at least for a little while, because that hillside will be out eventually. Problem for Question Mark is they only have that rock to play.
Yeah, and Cerberus, they're wisely putting up that shield, the deployable shield. PO just barely missing that shot. As Gen G just have they're very much entrenched in a difficult position to get them out.
Question Mark is trying to get Bestalog inside the circle, but Dogma is here playing in spoiler as well, trying to defend, trying to prevent that from happening. You see, they just sat there waiting. Bestalog, if you can't get to us, at least do as much damage as you can. Cause some commotion, force them to look the other way so that we can make a play off of your heroic effort up there towards the north. Damage comes through, but not as much as you would have wanted. And look now, the blue zone damage connecting. He's going to have to make a run for it, and he will fall.
Duckby just being an absolutely devastating anchor there, watching the north side there against question mark for Cerberus. Is Gen G still very quiet? As you said, they are not going to make a play on this. They're absolutely forced to.
They've crept up, but they creep straight into Tygon, who's already at 6 kills, 1,052 damage. As now, Gen G, they say we have to commit to something eventually. It's going to be Cerberus, and it's going to be now.
Tycon just doing his best to try to defend as much as possible. It's going to be Groza versus Groza on the side of PU as well. And look at this, ring around the Rosie on the rock. But Phil First will find him with the flash.
Why is Gen G fighting on 2 fronts here? PO stayed behind. I thought for sure they were going to just fully commit to the fight on the other side, but not quite the case. Now Gen G getting torn apart from both sides. As Cerberus, Tygon in particular, making the Groza ring. They were 4 up, now they're down to 1, and DG98 is all that's left to play.
And it is a 2-on-1-on-1, and just, they might even make it a 3-on-1-on-1 as Haisaki is going.
Is he denying?
I don't know.
No
He's going
way.
on the outside. What? That was way too late, though. 15 kills now on the side of Cerberus, and they should be able to get Duckmy up. That was a big mistake from Gen G. Massive mistake.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, they again, indecisiveness. They wanted to hold back. They held back. They held back, but they held back too long.
That was...
I mean, that one in particular was not the best, but just the whole decision-making and trying to defend off of both fronts. But then when it seemed like half the team was going to commit to one fight, the other went back.
I think that was a communication error, yeah.
Definitely. Good thing for Cerberus is that they got the reset now with the numbers advantage here as well. Question mark down to just 2. A Doozy Phil first 2 kills on the team. Cerberus are coming into this fight hot at 16 kills already.
Not only that, they have the man advantage, as you said, but they also have the gear. Groza still on the side of Tycon, 16 kills, 8 of which gone his way, and now it's just down to this. They are starting to finally close on the position of question mark. They know exactly where they are.
Yep, Tycon is on the wrap with a retreat. Here's just going to move further forward, and Doozy though does find one instantly. Tycon though finds him in return. Filfers just picked up a Groza and an MK14, so if there's a chance for them to win, the utility that he just acquired for himself of weaponry could just be it. Dogmy alongside his teammate are running around together, trying to get around the side. Haisaki falls instantly.
This is actually very dangerous. One nice little isolation, and all of a sudden it just turns into a one-on-one. And Phil First will find it, question mark. Pulls it out of the fire with Phil First, what a clutch.
What a hero performance. Thank you, PO, for the weaponry. I will take that any day of the week. No jumping around, a casual yell out to the crowd, but that's it. These guys know there's more to work for, and you can see for Cerberus, they really wanted to bring that one home. But regardless of win or not, what a hell of a game from Cerberus.
For Cerberus. Get out of here. 16 kills, 17 kills. What an absolutely disgusting performance. We talked about it early in that as well. The fact that they were willing to take the center of the circle. They were willing to take those fights, and they are playing like world beaters right now.
We called it risky. We called it dangerous. Say, nah, we got this under control. Question mark on the other side, they did exactly what question mark does best. Play it passive. They were one of the 2 teams to wrap around that northern side. Played it slow in from the top, but now let's hop back to the desk and let them get this one through.
Phil First has the answers as question mark comes away with the chicken dinner. What a win and what a showdown as we saw some 19-year-old, some young guns, if you will, all-stars playing their brains out.
I love it when it's your 19, 18, 19, 20-year-old prodigies that goes head-to-head here with Phil First and Tycon. And in general, Cerberus, question mark here, there's no question about it. These guys, that was just an insane performance. Question mark actually, what a huge clutch from Phil First to get that double right there in the end. Insane push here. Phil First just confidently push and takes down Gen G. Gen G, I felt like, was in the better spot when there's 3 teams yet left, but Tycon just destroyed them, and Phil First pushed in there too.
Phil First gets the win for question mark. No questions asked there, but Tycon was definitely an all-star in this match. 16 kills, insane damage. This is the Analysis Desk brought to you by STC Play. My name is Toppies. I am joined by Avenger. Taego has been a mixed bag, but we've seen circles on every, like north, south, middle. This one, though, was by far my favorite ending.
Yeah, you were hoping for one.
I love it
like the island ending, right? It's a rough one, but I was happy to see how well the teams were able to traverse. In their face, they waited for a very long time. The blue house, like, they're just being held. Like, the terrain up there is rough. There's a lot of, like, really good hills and everything, but the terrain can be really rough. There are teams, though, they're like, we're going to hold the north and we're going to hold it for a very long time. Cerberus and Question Mark, they got in from that northern side and then they kind of pushed in and took control in the circle. Good to see, but again, insane plays here from prodigies of the game. 19-year-olds, like, these guys are coming in and just showing how it's done. It's insane to see. Really happy to see that they're able to step up. Of course, fantasy aside, of course, I love having Tycon as captain, but this was just fantastic to see how well they're able to clutch, then Phil first to grab it back. And this means that Question Mark is very likely to qualify for the winners bracket with this game.
And that's what we talked about coming into this one. Question Mark was sort of pushing up that leaderboard, looking to make the statement. But let's look at those numbers. Because of the kill count, sure, Question Mark takes the chicken dinner. When we look at the top 4 teams, due to the 16 kills and 2,500 damage, Cerberus will be featured first here.
Yeah, Cerberus, they got the most of this one, of course. It's insane. 22 points.
Yeah.
Because the 16 kills and 15 only for Question Mark. That's just nuts. But also look at the utility here. A lot of utility usage here. Both smokes and nades coming in from both teams. But we got to say it here, of course. It is the winning team we're going to be showcasing here. Phil first, 399, 3 kills. A lot, like, it's high. It's really hard fought for them. They also lost Dante somewhat early.
And that again is an ode to them, showing that they can make the comeback. But ultimately, it is going to be Phil first. That is the man of the match, brought to you by Kadia. And while I will say, again, the man of the match does come from the winning team. And you could argue perhaps it is because of the fact that he won that 1v1 at the end. We do have to give a shout out to Tycon because that was one of the best individual performances we've seen in a minute.
Yeah, more than 1,000 damage coming in from here. And of course, you can see the match leaderboard here with 22 points going their way, 16 kills. Half of them was from Tycon, I believe. That's just insane. Falcons with another great game. I gotta say, and I gotta get credit where credit is due, they have really been rocking up today and showing. Unfortunate for a lot of guys that are rooting on DraftKings. He died early. There's actually the rest of the team that carried on quite hardly.
And again, but that is an example of teams being able to sort of pull themselves up and make that push. Who's so cush?
The Cerberus, they're within, 2 points of Navi. They're like, well, they have 3 more games to go, and they could take first place off the group stage.
And the bad news for everybody is that we're headed to a wrangle where it seems that Vietnam just knows how to win. So they're coming in hot off the last match. I expect them to do some big things once we get over there. But this is the top 12. Remember, top 16 advances to win a bracket. This is where we're looking at the cutoff right now. It is getting tight. Luminosity in that last section was watching. They're at home hoping that this holds on. But I got to be honest, Martin, this many teams touching on 50 makes me a little bit worried for them.
Yeah, it's going to be, I'm worried for Twisted Minds. They're going to be rocked off that 51-point mark quite quickly with 3 more games to go.
Absolutely. And it is not, and I will say this, I want to give a shout out. You said credit where credit is due. Falcons, tough first time around at the start here. They did say they had a little bit of nerves. It was kind of getting the team back together. They had to work through some communication issues that put them apart in the first place, but they seem to have figured it out.
And the crazy thing is, out of the 50 points they got, 35 from kills. Like, usually we see a little bit more from placement, so it's really heavy on them here. Question marks on your screen. Of course, the winner of the match, they're able to close that down, and they're going to be on 64 points. They're beyond safe now. They can do whatever they like. And this is really where we're not talking about it too much, but often, while we see Saba on screen, often it's these 3 last games, we could have these kind of strategic moves where it's like, not directly hot dropping, but strategic third partying, like pushes on teams that they know that they're kind of sharing a loot spot with, or feel like they are one of the contestants. Cerberus on screen, of course, here too, Toffees. Insane to see these guys play like that.
I mean, they got our attention at PGS1 in ways that they never have before. Yes, they've been great players, but there they showed us that as a team, they work as a strong unit, 3 fraggers, 1 support. Here, they have been absolutely out of their minds, and I think when you pair them up with the Expendables, we talked about it yesterday, Nations Cup is just around the corner. 3 of the players come from these 2 teams. They are going to be terrifying for a lot of other Nations teams, because there's a lot of Nations Cup coaches watching this event, sort of building out their strategies. They're going to have full eyes on Vietnam after this.
Yeah, 100%. And of course, in a situation where, you know, they are safe, they can play whatever they feel like doing, but you can just see how confident they are, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see that move into winner's bracket as well.
All right, well, we're going to see as we go to the grassy patches of Erangel for the last 3 matches of the group stages. It's time to go there now with the casting duo of Godspeed and Toby.
Thank you so much, Tubbies. Thank you so much, Avenger. Yes, over to Erangel we go 3 times before the group stage will be over. Godspeed, it's been great so far. And you know which team I've been very pleased with in these last 2 matches? Third on 5.
Yes.
First, they pull off the majestic performance. Majestic. They pull off an impressive performance on Miramar. And now, despite the fact that not everything went their way, we saw them try and push up over that hill to take down Falcon. I mean, the great time push on their part. And for some other more aggressive teams, you'd think of that as a must-do. Something as obviously that's going to happen. For third on 5, we haven't seen it yet. So the fact that they dare bring it out now in group stage before it's like, oh, well, they tried to do it in the last game of losers bracket, that is very, very promising for any third on 5 fans out there.
Especially because I'm pretty sure you and I touched on them at the start of the day, like, we want to see this team be a little more proactive, this and that, and they have absolutely come up. I'm just going to say this as well. Can we please just have 2 Tagos? I would love 2 Miramars, 2 Tagos, 2 Erangels.
I casted my first
maybe
Tago
3
ever,
Tagos.
and then I said that. Yeah,
I love that map. It is so wonderful. But as we do head back to the grassy pastures, as our wonderful, let's call it, of Erangel, no early fights. Honestly, I didn't think we'd see much of this. Sarvam actually getting a little close, though, to the boys from Falcons.
Sarvam has school, and Sarvam has many Pachinkas. That'd be a pointless fight. A fight that I would not expect to see between 2 teams who can't really afford to take that fight. That's 4AM and Danava. 4AM currently sat at 46. Danava down below them by 13 points at 33. Now, with this said, Yasnaya is easily shareable with 2 teams. You can even, I mean, I've seen 3 or 4 teams in there before where no kills came through. Having said that, are these players willing to share, or does the ego play too much of a factor?
I mean, obviously Danawan knows that this is 4AM's main draw, but maybe it was a symptom of the plane being a little bit more to the northeast than they wanted it to be. But yeah, they're now sharing this city here with 4AM. So both teams kind of don't really need any early game mistakes at this point.
I mean, Danawa were able to get the hard spawn down by the diner and drove it west, so they have at least 1 car safe. Should potentially have 1 down by the garage as well. And we know there are plenty of hard spawns out towards the east too. So if both these teams want to leave, it is very, very doable. Now, as I said, having said that, it's not necessarily guaranteed that that's what's going to happen.
Exactly.
Genji were like, yeah, we're going north. Let's just fly.
It's actually a very early.
I mean, you know what? They loot up towards George, right? Normally they just go, you know what, we went from an alt drop spot, we're just gonna go up and take our main drop spot. No one's up there. I mean, the plane path is literally not gonna allow for anyone to be up there. So, you know, I wouldn't be surprised to see Gen.G fly all the way to shooting range, Severny, Georgiapol, something like that, and just come in from there. You're like, this is fine. The only issue could be that this is way too early in the game for loot crates. They have to fly across the entire map of players. There might just be trouble, but of course they are pretty damn high up in the air, so it's gonna be hard to hit.
I would be absolutely shocked if anyone was able to knock them. I'm not going to rule it out, right? It could happen. Now, that would truly be majestic. But, I mean, as you said, they're going to go to South George, or North George, wherever they want. There's going to be plenty of vehicle spawns up there. None of the players or any of the other teams are going to be anywhere near that because of the plane path. And so, yeah, I don't hate this at all. You know what? Might as well go early and get to exactly where they want to go.
Yeah, we'll see where they end up jumping off as we have our eyes on Team Falcons. A team who, I don't want to say had a higher hopes for, because right now they're set at 50 points. It wasn't exactly the day one that they would have wanted, but today has been way different. 2 finishes inside the top 5. We saw a 10-kill performance in the previous game, and with any other LATAM team that I've ever had the pleasure of casting in PUBG, whenever they get just a little bit hot, they are practically unstoppable. So do not allow Falcons to get things going, because they will come hunting.
Essentially becomes a fission reaction there. As you said, it's just a spark that they need, especially for that roster. I absolutely love those boys, and their ability to bounce back and keep that, you know, kind of level mental is what's actually so impressive about them specifically, which is why they're one of the best teams, if not the best team in Latin America.
Sure are. Salmon trying to creep their way further forward. It's not been their group stage so far, but of course with 3 games left to play, and us theory crafting that the cutoff is going to be around 50-some points, it's still within reach. Soju, though, I've heard 1 car, heard 2, now he's the 3rd. How long is he going to stick around for? Because 17 Gaming is pretty widely spread out, so I'm surprised that he hasn't opted to leave it. Having said that, here he comes, Global Army. He's going to spot him instantly. Good thing for him, he's going to be able to live for the scan run off, and I think Soju should do the same thing.
Yeah, Soju at this point needs to back off. He knows that as well. He's the only member there that would really be able to fight this, and so he's going to get Nastasia and just back off, as nobody is anywhere remotely close. Is the reason why a lot of teams are starting to come in Pochinki is it's dead center circle, Toby.
Yeah, it is. It's a bit surprising, though, that we see teams try and vie for it. I mean, of course, I'm not expecting to see Sabim go further than where they're currently set. Maybe they'll try and take control of the garage compound to the northeast as well. We know that they like to play this area.
Yeah,
they've done that in some of their best Erangel games. They have played out from exactly here, just slowly fought their way down when the circles have gone north into those fields. They've had some really, really good games from this exact spot, so it makes sense that they'd go here now, but I wouldn't expect to see more teams than just them go Pochinki this early on in the game.
Well, the rest of the teams are starting to find, you know, a comfortable home here in the circle, as this one is really not one to be gate-kept. As you called it, Genji in that northwest area, looting South Georgia, and they are going to take their sweet time, as they also have Everest to go up to if they want to scout, which I'm sure they will.
When have you ever heard of a team say, so we landed military, then we looted North or South George, and then we went to Pochinki? Like, how often does that happen?
Covering pretty much the whole map.
You want to stop by Milta Power now that you're at it? I mean, they're...
Might as well go Zarki at that point. Maybe get a little piece of loot up there.
They've had 2 full flights. That's pretty impressive. But yeah, Genji up in South George.
And E-Arena actually have a nice little split there at Chopsticks just to the west of Pochinki. But we are going to go straight into an interview with Norns.
ทีมหนึ่งมีทีมนาวีนะครับมาแจมแล้วก็โดนไทโลปิดด้วยครับก็เลยรู้สึกว่าไม่ได้เสียดายอะไรมากครับก็เดี๋ยวคืนนี้เราจะไปทำแผงนะครับแล้วก็เรารู้ว่าทีม DDT นะครับเขาย้ายจุดลงไปแล้วก็คือมิรามาเราก็จะโล่งครับแล้วก็ทำให้เราอุ่นใจขึ้นว่าพรุ่งนี้เราจะเล่นง่ายกว่าเดิม
I love that. We had 0 regrets.
No regrets. Is that weird tattoo image of the guy with the nickname?
Yeah, no regrets. Yeah. Oh, speaking of regrets, Tycon wishes he wasn't where he was. Is now another member, though. Actually, look at this. Trades back and forth, and Gustav and Fex all of a sudden find themselves very much alone.
Back and forth indeed. Tycon, the absolute power player from the previous game, is gonna fall in just like that. Axe is denied from the east. Cerberus loses a heavy hitter from the previous one, but they completely shut down FaZe Clan.
That's okay. Tycon said we still have him ass.
I just lost 6 points in
I was just
1.5 seconds.
I was waiting for that realization to hit you as soon as Gustav went down.
Damn it, guys. Just stay away from each other.
That is kind of the issue. Don't worry, my team is in shambles today as well, as these boys here, 4 a.m. rotating in on the east with Sonics hot on their trail.
What a setup, though.
That was
from Cerberus. You saw them already sat there on the trees, and we've done it plenty of times before. These APAC players, or at least the majority of the teams that play with any, like just the smallest inch of confidence, they will do everything they can to ambush. And what makes them even more scary is that Cerberus is set at 101 and are looking to potentially go to the very top of the group stage leaderboard. So
why not send a statement in first?
That's what I'm saying. If you're FaZe and you're ever looking to rotate west in a lobby that has Cerberus in it again, you're going to be thinking twice about going that direction.
Ooh, Tokyo Drift there clean. He actually gets away from DG there as he's not getting pelted by Rossin and Junior coming to help, but Pio now going for the trade. So there it is. They will find it.
Pathenbong is pulling up. We still have Thanadot here, and the last player from Therodon 5 is coming into. As I said before, Therodon 5 starting to finally play with a little more confidence here. And we're seeing them fully commit to it. They get over and defend Rossi. They might just, more damage coming through on Pio. Might just be able to get him down too. DG is completely dead here, unless if Taman can find a magic shot through the smoke.
Honestly, at this point, for now, I would say PO just needs to kind of heal here, and they are going to regroup. I imagine DG is probably not going to be resable, as Thanadol's going to go for that flush, but look at this position from EJ.
Yeah, I was just going to say, do they even know that he's here? I don't think they do anything. Oh my god, if they stop here for too long, EJ shoots a little bit early, but it might still be too much for them to do anything about the spray comes through from Thanadol. No, you don't, he says, as he's able to take him down. Taman finally peeks on forward, finds the knock on one. Rozitet is the last player on his feet, and he's able to get him with the last bullet in the chamber. The fadeaway shot to take him down, and now Thanadol, solo player, wants to get Hatawat up and alive so they can respond to this. But this fight has been turning back and forth in momentum, and now it's even once more.
And you said it, this has been a disgusting fight. They actually are going to be able to get DG up. As I say that, PO now, the nade is going to flush him out. PO on the other side of this, just trying to find an angle and get some points while he's at it.
PO knows he has opponents right up above him, but still goes for the flush. Down below, he falls because of it, and now Thanadol peeks on over. They heard the footsteps down below, but the issue is with EJ, yes, exactly, they have to flush him. They cannot allow for him to feed in for a cross on where they're positioned. The jump up over reveals Taman, at least just for a brief moment, shoots towards smoke, but not gonna find him. Finally able to get the kill, and that is Gen G down, and once again, it's Thanadol all the way through. We saw him on Miramar, and here he shows up once more.
That was so costly, though, for both teams. Obviously, Gen G going down, but now we're on the push here between Friendly Fire and Sonics. Sonics absolutely love to play these Pachinki bars, but Mime now with the Panzerfaust out in his hands.
And Strimsy has one too. I am just seeing team damage here across the board. If they both start firing these inside buildings, there's no way that they don't start taking damage in return. We'll see now as Nate's lopped on forward from Roth, as Americas finds one another.
The problem is sharing these is just actually, it's just not very feasible, right? Both these teams want to get rid of the other, as DD team now coming into the trenches here just to the south, and then Suju just randomly driving through the field as well.
Just checking it out, you know, seeing what's happening.
What's going on over here, boys?
If he's not going to take damage, then why not? Go for a little tourist tour around the open fields.
Barnes is so claustrophobic, Toby. I hated it. I always hated fighting in these.
It's not good. Seems like there's a bit of a truce, though, coming through as Blue Zone Nates now. You know what? Blue Zone Nates and... I was just gonna say, they're leaving now. Blue Zone Nates and Panzerfaust, that is a scary combo, because you use the Blue Zone Nate to isolate, and then because of the splash damage of the Panzerfaust, you just start lobbing them into the room next door, and you should be able to, if not find kills, at least enough damage that you're forcing them to heal, and then make a play off of it. But if problems couldn't get any bigger now, here comes the push on forward. We know Pixel likes to put up vehicles in his buildings. We're trying to stay safe, but not gonna happen this round. But look at the double damage! The double damage, the stack!
Oh my goodness!
Pixel falls, but takes down the entirety of E Arena with him.
One of the sickest solo plays I have ever seen. He knew he was gonna die, yet he put the nade, the double blue zones. What a hero! And I also love the fact that Friendly Fire pulled off that. What an absolute animal Pixel is.
He knew exactly what to do. He had the entire house rigged to the teeth with explosives. And in case of something like this happening, where he was sat up alone, he said, you know what? I'm going down, but you, my friends, are going down with me.
That was almost a scene from Home Alone. The way that he had rigged that house for them to just fall, that was absolutely beautiful. Pixel, you sweet hero, you deserve your rest.
That is freaking insane. If we could go in and respawn a player just off of something cool they had done, Pixel deserves it off of that play. And you can be damn sure that, especially with the global, we're getting a replay of it. He already lobbed the two nades early. I saw him do, initially I saw him throw the blue zone nade indoor, and I was like, what are you doing, mate?
Yeah.
But now, double blue zone into nade. For any solo player from here on out, playing, whether it be plank houses, whether it be the compound that Pixel was just in, those sort of one-story buildings, everyone now knows the amount of damage that can come through with a double blue zone stack and the nade.
I'm giving that man the biggest high five.
Like that is going to be that sort of standoff is going to be called a pixel from now on.
Yeah,
that is literally going to be coined as a pixel. If you're 1v4ing, taking them down with you, that was absolutely phenomenal.
Oh, congratulations, Pixel. You also have one of the best clips from the event so far, as Friendly Fire gifted as well as Sonics in that build, in those Pachinki barns, as the circle has centered up very hard. And then as we see to their south, DD team, the benefactors as well, sitting in those trenches. My voice is not going to last.
My jaw is still on the ground after that. That was so, I mean, it looks so chaotic, but it was so calculated.
That was absolutely, I almost wanted to call a mistake. Why not just take the firefight? But he knew that he wasn't going to win that. So instead of doing that, he jumped, he got the nade out of the doorway in the bathroom he was in. Again, that was the most calculated solo play I have seen in quite a while.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. As the game has unfolded while we were going on a rant, or I should say a praise of Pixel, the circle has gone far east, and we're now going east of Pachinki, where many teams went in just before, and up towards the ridge line leading from Potato down towards the south side shoreline. So very difficult area to fight in, and look at the first team that gets here, 3rd on 5. They're just, I mean, maybe it's just as a whole APAC starting to perform, and then going, we can't be like the only APAC team not going out and doing crazy things, and now they're just feeling it. I'm loving what I'm seeing from 3rd on 5 right now, even though, sure, they only have 2 guys up at this moment. So far today, it's been a big turnaround.
Oh my goodness, that vehicle is on fire. Fenadol's going to make landfall, and that's going to be it. You know, why not? With the attempt, you have 2 members up, just go for it. Either way, I still agree that Theraton 5 has been wonderful coming into day 2.
They did drive all the way from ruins to where they died. I feel like, had they just known that entirety of Potato was free?
I was going to just say, yeah, Potato Hill. I mean, the northeast of this is
space.
Completely open.
Exactly.
But, I mean, you have to imagine, right? Yeah. Coming in the slate, without the information we have, Potato Hill is probably taken.
And this is one of the interesting things, because of how the plane path came through, there's just no one wrapping in from that northern side towards the east. So plenty of space for these teams to maneuver should they go up there. The thing is, right now there are enough kind of guard towers to protect, even if a team tried to wrap all the way around, for example, question mark, for example, day trade, it's depending on where the next circle goes, that I'm not even sure they could get there.
Maybe not, but
also something fun that I just noticed off the map feed, Cerberus just sent Haizaki up with an emergency pickup. Teams have started doing this kind of UAV, the perimeter. If you're sat in the same compound for a long amount of time, and consider the fact that Cerberus is in a spot from where they can't see a whole lot while we're seeing Falcons and Dano shooting at each other. You fly up, you send one guy flying up in the air, jump out of the plane instantly, and then just fly back into the compound again. But he has enough time in the air to scout a bit of the area around him. For Cerberus, who can't see west because of the lay of the land of that compound, they just saw, okay, great, we have no one in the forest, which means we can push up, and that's exactly what Himas is already doing. So Cerberus, I mean, they're just playing really good PUBG, and with you know what, and with this circle too, now they know it's safe to move. This is a great small play, but very effective.
Beautiful heads-up play there. And as you said, they knew at the very least the area around them was clean. So yeah, sending someone up is really not that threatening at all, especially because they'd be able to cover any shots from any distance at that point. So love the play again. Cerberus just really showing up here at a global level in a way that we haven't seen before, and they are just wonderful. But I do want to see this continue after group stages as well. I do have to say that now.
Yeah, same. Salvin, they saw Genji die early. They saw them probably fly up early, and now they're gonna get off of a massive hard shift, gonna get super gifted with a double compound down below. We do see question mark trying to wrap south around. They're gonna get themselves the first compound here as well. But for Salvin, this is a huge play of emergency pickups. We're seeing more and more of this being used as the tournament goes on. But now 17 up against Friendly Fire. Now make that game PT up close.
The nade gonna find Little Ghost here as he was pretty isolated here. Game PT losing Hella in this, and Xiaowu at a pretty devastating angle. There's the problem for Game PT is there's really no one to shoot him off that angle.
Getting out of this city, especially down towards the southern side, when you already have the likes of Daytrade sat in the position from where they're going to ambush, really limit your opportunities in trying to take these fights. So Xiaowu seeing what he can get from the roof, but in the end, it's going to be forced to jump down.
At this point, yeah, Game PT is just going to hunker down. They're actually going to be able to recover Little Ghost as well, which is very beneficial as we see Draft King going down and Day Trade as well trading it out. So Puchus will fall, and I'm not sure they can even get that res. And look at this question mark at the bottom of this, trying to third party as well.
Wanting to flex out again. The fewer people we have to worry about on our edge, the more we can focus inward. So I do not fault them for trying to make a play here. Doozy able to pull on up, push on over as Capitan has already fallen down, and that is going to be the entirety of Falcons down. So Doozy comes up, peeks on over, doesn't get any points off of it, but is now well aware there's a team eliminated just in front of him.
And question mark in a wonderful position, actually coming out, flexing as that compound is their base, able to take control of this hill. I love this play from question mark.
They're playing one circle ahead, right? They're saying if we have to leave this compound and get up that hill, if there's a team set up there, we won't be able to make that run at all because we're going to have the east side compound that we now know the Salvum is in to worry about too. If we push them out before it even gets to that, we'll be much better off. So very smart heads-up play there by question mark.
And they've been doing this pretty much all event. I've actually been very impressed with the way, obviously, they came in very highly. I think it was second place off of the qualifiers. They did very well, and now just continuing that momentum forward, which has been something that we were kind of a little worried about. Which question mark, as a question mark, were we going to see? But so far, they have been very impressive. Phil specifically, as well as a doozy.
Definitely. We'll see now if 17 can make this great escape of the city, as we've seen Friendly Fire take casualties in the kill feed. Xiao Wu trying to make the run on down. Xiao Bei there with him. Sushi will fall, so the IGL has been taken down as the circle swings straight into the open. And look at how few teams, if any, are currently in the circle. These edges are going to be lit on fire more than they already are.
Well, also, this you're seeing it right now. This forest is essentially just a giant bowl. So I think the teams caught in the middle are really going to be punished, as well as some of the teams on the north, because there is not that much cover, and it's going to be Cerberus actually with the only form of a hill in order to work with.
What better fight to have here than Danawa and 4AM? They were both dropping inside the Asnaya. They didn't want to take the fight initially, but here they are as Xiao Pian forces a nade down the throat of Loki to now wrap further around. Anonyx solo play left alive. He has to pull off a hero play to do anything, but now him has spotted him from behind. It's so difficult to play this area without being seen from somewhere else. Very similar to the Takeover match we just had. So hard to maneuver and remain unseen. But for now, at least other teams are holding 4AM at bay.
Yeah, and Hamas just taking shots at pretty much everyone from the comfort of his home, essentially, as 4AM are just kind of huddled behind the rock. Was Xiao Pian trying to get an angle forward so that they're all at least not within nade range, and they're trying to spread out. But the problem is, as you said, there's just so many angles you can be shot from, especially when you have Sonics on the other side of this ridge, as they're starting to now peek over to see what's going on.
Hearing the vehicles coming in ain't gonna make things any easier whatsoever, and that could not be worse time. Xiao Lu is down on his knees, and here comes the nade barrage. It's been looming for a while. Sonic saw the knock in the kill feed. They know there are kills to be found on the other side, and Tiggleton gets the double.
Absolutely amazing nade, and now they would love to pour over and finish off 4AM. As Huynh now taking the angle. Mime trying to flip with the trade. Huynh, beautiful stuff from him. One member still left. It's going to be Xiao Pian in the smoke, 11 HP.
He is so wounded. Tiggleton is already flanking on the other side. The smoke's blooming there. It's going to help him out perfectly. Does get the first aid off, but it ain't going to be much. That smoke is going to be gone in a second, and the entirety of the team will be able to see him. There they go, 4AM down and out. So the fight turned to be a draw between Danawa and them. We'll see if we get to see yet a fight between them, or a hot drop between them come next game.
The problem is, that's a beautiful recovery there, a nice fight there from Sonics, but they still have to move in, and they have to deal with Cerberus. So their fighting is not done yet, as we see Daytrade just kind of sending it into the center here, and honestly, this is probably their best play at this point.
Sure is. Just lay low and let everyone else fight around you. They've been set in a spot from where they could see this for quite a while. They were up on those hills, so they know that most teams will be forced to fight one another at least for a little while longer. Issue is, here comes Sonics. Oh my lord, and here goes Sonics out of the server. Just like that, 3 players down. Belbert with the double. Himas there to help. This has got NAPEC written all over it.
And that was literally a case of timing. If Sonics didn't have as many knocks, they actually would have beat Daytrade here. But because of that, they were able to get in line and get 4 points off of the Sonics. And now, question mark, the team we talked about, already playing circles in advance with one of the better positions here on the west side at C9 dip.
Again, question mark. With them being able to force Daytrade off and move around them, they have this hill to themselves. And look at this shift we see in the bottom right-hand corner. They just got to stay inside this circle too. They're going to have a field day with the amount of targets they'll be able to shoot at. And now starts the sheep herding. You see not too much damage done on their part just yet, but they have been so effective in just showing presence, in forcing teams to go exactly where they want them to, so that they can play with the upper hand.
Sarvum really needs to start spreading out there and taking control. As the team in last place, they are just desperate need of points. And they have a decent position to utilize, but they're just also afraid.
Yeah, not a whole lot they dare to do from down there with Cerberus on one side and question mark on the other.
You gotta take that fight,
oh,
right?
I mean, I agree. I completely agree. But Sabem against 0 LAN experience on the team. There isn't that one guy that can go, guys, I've been here before. Let me get you guys corralled. Let me get the momentum going. They're all playing on their stomachs. Sat currently dead last on the leaderboard. Now Flash will go down as question mark finds one. But yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. 4 alive, they have an arm in hand too. Sabem has got to go out and make a play here.
Meanwhile, the team making the plays. Cerberus now rotating all the way to the north, trying to get as many points as they possibly can. As Phil First is going to find a nice little knock there into Mamu. And DD Team has been sitting in that trench for so long, finally having to move out, but it's too late. All these teams have angles.
Yeah, sure do. Schiller trying to peek on over, has fired 1 bullet with his arm since he found it. Hopefully there'll be more of them fired before, or if he goes down.
With 19 bullets.
Here you go, Emopic. He's been using it a bit more, gets the flush with it as well. Almost gets his head torn off because he fires, but will be able to stay alive through it. Hasagi trying to regroup with his teammates as Himas falls down. Oh, Himas able to stay alive.
This is looking like a very good game here for question mark as they are slowly taking control and doing damage to all the teams, even in the north here as DD Team trying to move in. And realistically, they have to know that there's a team on their southeast, and they're starting to wrap that way as well. Once they get rid of DD Team, question mark is slowly going to take control of this circle, I imagine.
Sure are. Again, when does Sabem wake up? When do they crawl out of the hole they're currently hiding in and start engaging in this? They're being contained currently by the looks of 2 players. Haisagi does get flushed in the middle of the open as Emopic goes for 1 more this time around. The Deuce says, we've had enough. We've had enough of you. Now go away as DDT falls.
Not going to rule it out. There's a world where Duckmai actually wins this game somehow. And with the way that they've been playing, I wouldn't doubt it. But yeah, this is really all onto question mark. Is Sarvam finally going to wake up and just get something going? Even a knock from an Om, I mean, in their hands would be, you know, very beneficial. But again, they're just shying away from this fight. There's actually a way that they can start pushing on the hill of question mark, but they're just running.
What a way it would be for question mark to finish off the group stage. They won the previous game. If they can go back to back here, then feeling real good coming in to the next one, that would be absolutely huge with 2 games left to play. Still, Sabem peeks on over, instantly runs on down again. Again, they've been sat down here forever, so can't really fault them for not having any idea of what's happening over the ridge. But now they just got mega gifted with this circle shift. We'll see if they can make something happen, because so far, it's been very quiet.
It's been quiet indeed. I mean, they had the opportunity again to sit right underneath question mark and get a play going. But look at this. I love the rotation. They're just taking space. They're just letting question mark take all the space. They're not even spreading out. They're basically sitting on top of each other.
They have 3 guys with level 3 gear. They have an ARM, they have a P90, and now, finally, with the smoke blooming, they're starting to push it forward. Keep in mind, Sabem, they took the, I mean, a very nice rotation when that first southern hard shift came through. They instantly went for the emergency pickup, went south. What I'm trying to say with it, they have taken little to no damage throughout this game. So they should have utility. They should have their helmets and vests in very good shape and be ready for this fight to come. But
I'm just not convinced that
the land jitters, man. The land jitters.
I mean, land jitters are one thing, but I mean, this is just I mean, again, this is next level passiveness, and question mark are absolutely starting to try to close this one out. Again, sending those 2 in the north, pretty much herding all of Sarvam into this southeast corner.
It's a team on the bottom of the leaderboard with no land experience that are saying to themselves right now, this is the one game we have to bounce back. It's getting to the heads. That's what I'm reading off of their passive play style. Because I know Sabem as a somewhat passive team, but in the EMEA, they were fragging. If they dared to fight, they went for it. They put matters into their own hand. And right now, it seems like they're saying, Christian, can you please just leave us be and go find somebody else to shoot at?
Look how much control they've given up. I mean, this is insanity.
That's a tire attempted. Not gonna find it as Schiller tries to make the arm ring, but nothing found as question mark now. What was no space in the circle has taken at least half control, if not full control, with the ball or ridgeline that Sabem is currently sat behind.
Yeah, and in question mark at this point, I mean, they are just very confident. They're slowly just closing out this circle and taking center control again. I mean, we have a P90 and multiple 3 helmets and vests on the side of Sarvam, so at least they have that going for them. But as I said, question mark very slowly closing the circle for themselves.
And it's going to open up a whole new discussion of yet another really, really strong EMEA team. I talked about it during the EMEA qualifiers of how the change of just this one player, Hobbits into Best of Luck, has drastically changed what question mark feels like they're able to do at any given match. Whether the odds are for them or even, they can now full on go for it.
What is he? He's just staring at his teammate. What is going on?
They're like, are you sure we go this way? Yes. And now they go.
I do think that they needed to leave one on the backside. They needed to leave an anchor, and yeah, they're actually...
We'll see. 4v4, plenty of utility left to work with. A 4-kill win ain't big, but if Salem can get it, that's 14 very, very needed points for them, as they have now crept up from last place to 21st.
Yeah, this is...
They have no clue. This is the issue.
As a former, this is just baffling to me as a former player.
This is the issue. Because they haven't peeked over at any point, they have they've given
no
question
information
mark full control. They have no clue whatsoever where question mark is. And on the other side, for question mark, like where are they?
I think
why are they not shooting?
Like, what is happening here? Did they disconnect?
This is
madness.
Yeah. This is something I've not seen in a long time, and especially coming out of EMEA. And you can see question mark know that technically they're supposed to be the team in the worst spot, but they're like, wait, they're continuing to give us space to maneuver. So slowly moving on forward as Sabim now, what looked to be them grouping up and pushing together, have opted to spread things out once more.
They've at least started to spread out now and started to somewhat peek over this ridge. And again, I don't fault question mark at all for playing like this, because they've taken a majority of the control. Now, we are starting to see Sarvim kind of poke forward a little bit. The one thing I'm very curious about is actually how much utility, how many smokes specifically does question mark still have?
Yeah, exactly. It's a very, very open field and a plateau effectively on this top for them to have to traverse through in the end, because we are ending in the very middle of these two teams. So,
and this is going to be a slow road, Toby. So
you think so? Yeah. What makes you say that?
At this point, I mean, they're just going to be waiting for the center circle. No one is going to be making a move. Again, question mark have done pretty much what they were supposed to do. So nades on the hands of all three of those players, and they're starting to throw those and get the damage potentially out. Maybe fish for a knock with these grenades.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was a nice attempt. There's only so many trees up close, and for a brief moment there, Sheila was in that exact spot, but saw it early, saw three players look his direction. I was like, yep, they're probably going to lob some nades forward. So nice reactive play from Sheila, and now smokes are starting to be deployed. Should allow for Sabim to move further forward, but again, what's going to come of it?
I feel like we need to slow down our commentary.
That's what we're doing. Maybe that'll gonna
smokes coming out from the DCs. It's almost like a game of golf.
Oh yeah, at least it was. Now we're reaching a point in which
a little bit of a crescendo. I guess.
We're building into it.
Building into it, yeah.
Building into it. Sabim, they're like, if we can't see you, you can't see us. They're just gonna go, you know what? We have barrels and we have a P90. Let's just smoke everything off and joust.
Even at these distances, I'd like to see Global just kind of take out as many, maybe take some shots. But yeah, regardless, nades are now being returned. Some damage onto Dante. As that nade lands right on top of Global, he's going to heal in that smoke. No issues there for him. Sheila as well, taking some damage. But yeah, this is now just a smoke-filled battlefield for the center.
Global Army trying to hold this angle, trying to hold the side, but you can see Best of Luck is done with this. It's like, guys, come on, we got a game to play. We can't just sit around and wait for this long. They've used this zone really, really well to move for the forward. Sheila does manage to find the first one. Here comes the peek over the top of Global Army, able to get the second, third one. Those go down in favor of Adusi, so knocks on both sides.
Now Dante looking for that outside angle. He's going to find it, and it is now just down to a 2v1. As Baron Peak is just prone on his belly. Excuse me, Sheila's still up now. It's Baron Peak, and he's just sitting in the smoke.
Trying to fend off alone here, but Baron Peak in the end will win this one, as somehow Savim, in the most unlike Savim fashion, racks up a win. And you can see them, they're like, okay, this was one. Now let's get things going. But this was one of the most, I mean, maybe also just because it was a huge contrast to every single game we've seen in this tournament so far. Savim clearly not comfortable on land yet, but hopefully this win can get them there.
Yeah, I mean, we've obviously been harping on them quite a bit here, and I'm hoping as well, as you said, that this is going to start to at least help them build that confidence.
Definitely.
Question mark, I mean, yeah, some mistakes from them as well, but they were at least trying to be a little proactive there. Yeah, either way, Sarvam will take that game.
We'll take it. 14 points, 14 very needed points as they try and crawl their way further up the leaderboard. We are going to head over to an interview in just a few, so curious to hear what they have to say off of the game as we will go over there. But for question mark, I mean, the polar opposite, huge performance from QM in this match, isolating on the western side against State Trade, coming up on the hill and just taking full control.
Yeah, and that's the other thing that we talked about as well, is just the fact that they were playing so many different circles ahead. But we are now going to be heading to the highlights as well as the desk.
Highlights. I'll tell you what, if the first 2 days of play at Wrangell was a story of Vietnamese dominance, it is now all about EMEA. As the first game goes to question mark, and this one goes to Sarvam. And honestly, that end game was a chess match.
That was Tego that question mark won the game on. But yeah, for sure.
Here, yeah, you're right.
Sarvam, of course, winning. But last 2 games it was yeah, for sure.
Yes.
This nade, the double blue zone, and on top of a nade with that for Pixelic to secure a full 4-man wipe with the suicide. That was crazy to see. I'm sure the Friendly Fire guys were happy with that. But overall, like this area here, I felt like there was a little bit too many teams inside Pochinki for it to not be a Pochinki ending just yet. You could definitely tell that it's going to go further east in later stages. So the teams tried to get out of it.
Yeah.
But in general, insane games. And Sarvam here, of course, 0 kills going into the final fight. They had all their utility, or the vast majority of the utility. Their vests and their helmets were fine durability-wise, so they're going to have a really good fight with question mark because they were kind of broken and bruised a little bit.
And a P90 and an AWM. Like, they went in, and that's kind of their strategy. They play slow. They try to sort of get to that progression position until they're forced to take a fight and then maybe have more utility and supplies than everybody else. Whatever the strategy is, it worked in that match. They came out with the big chicken dinner and much needed points. Welcome back to the Analysis Desk, brought to you by STC Play. My name is Tavis. This is Avenger, and that was an excellent game for a team who, again, they've told us they expect to be at all the internationals going forward.
They're building their reputation, right? And sure, winning a game here in the group stage is great. They had 28 points going into this. With this, they're going to have 42. They still need 2 decent games or 1 good game to be able to get into the winner's bracket. And of course, that's what they're aiming for.
Absolutely. So they want that one. Let's take a look at the match leaderboard and see how many points they walked away with. 14 total points for Sarvam, coming out with 4 kills. And again, that was just that last chess match of a fight. But question mark, 2 games in a row, putting up big time numbers.
Yeah, and Cerberus as well with 8 kills and 13, tied for question mark with 13. Good to see Daytrade in there with 10. And in general, it's just like this, the whole game was kind of the unexpected fights. It felt like a game 6 of scrims at one point, right? Where it's like early fights for no reason, or for like fighting for position that is not inside the circle, or fighting for surviving here. But look at that. Cerberus 110 tying up Expendables with 2 games to go. 7 more points and they will have won the group stage here.
Yeah, they'll push ahead of Tyloo and Expendables, who've had an amazing run so far.
Right.
And that is a big news for this team. Not surprising, though. The 3-headed dog seems like it has been unstoppable.
Good representation, of course. Also, question mark joining in there with Navi in the top 5. Good to see that they're in there. And of course, this is the cutoff. Toughies, huge cutoff here. Of course, Twisted Minds and Luminosity Gaming not playing. Those are the guys that are biting their nails. And I feel like at this point we can say Twisted Minds, they're going to be taken over in the next game by 4 AM, maybe Sarvam. But then again, it really comes down to how good of the last 2 games our bottom 6 teams going to have.
I'm still a little bit worried for Luminosity. I'm proud of the Falcons. Falcons came in today with only, I think, 26 points and put up a really good fight, especially in those early games, some where they knew that they were going to lose or had a bad position and are going for those kills. So a lot of respect to that. Also, I got to remind everybody, Cerberus lost Tycon at the start of this match. And I remember jokingly thinking, what about if they go the distance? And they did. They jumped in their cars that they might have picked up at Abdul Latif Jamil Motors. You can go ahead to toyota.com.sa/en/gamers to check them out, and made the transition into the late game and got themselves 3rd place, so I thought was pretty impressive.
Yeah, also wiping FaZe on the very beginning, right? Yeah, it cost Tycon, but you got 4 points on all of FaZe, so it's a pretty worthy trade, even though he popped off in the previous game. But still, for sure, good to see them still continuing even though they're kind of wounded.
Absolutely. And if you want to get a worthy trade as well, you can go to OSN Plus, the home of entertainment, and we got a 50% off code GAMERS8, osnplus.com. So check that out. This game in particular, it seems like as we go deeper in this thing, the rich are getting richer. But I feel like part of that is some of those teams on the chase now know they only need 6, they only need 10 points to get that winner's bracket punch. And maybe they're not even looking for the end game so much as they're looking for valuable fights to push in the early game.
Yeah, everyone's like, we need to get 51 or 52 or 54 points. Let's say, but like, and depending on how far down the leaderboard you are, like, oh, we're close, we can take over both. But at the very bottom there, those 5 to 10 points that you need, get them now here in the second to last game. Otherwise, it's going to be a really rough, mental, and stressful game in the last one.
Let me ask, if you're Esports Arena, do you think twice next time you see Pixelic in a house, easy 1 kill?
No, I'm just thinking that whenever friendly fire, they decide to go somewhere, maybe they don't go there.
That makes sense, absolutely. Okay, so I did like that he did that. The double blue zone plus the grenade was actually a pretty nice little kill. Points that friendly fire needed. I don't think it's going to be enough, but maybe it's a confidence builder. But all of our teams looking for a few more confidence builders or a couple more points. There's 2 more games to play. When we come back, it's time for the penultimate match, so don't go anywhere.
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر أنا جيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Tsunami.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want, then? You wanna war? Show me what's up, then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave them with nothing. حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر انا تجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Tsunami means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Tsunami.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
cause I've been broke. If ain't no pain, then ain't no growth. To keep it 100, I came in to run it and bet if I had to, I'd do it again. It ain't no race if I don't win. Yeah. I told y'all, all you had to do was watch. Keep it 100, I came in to run it and bet if I had to, I'd do it again. When it comes down to it, it ain't no race. It ain't no race if I don't win.
Two more matches left to play here of the PGS2 group stages as we take our way to Erangel once more. I'm Toby, joined by Godspeed, and Godspeed, here are our victors of the previous match, Savim, a team that has come up and impressed everyone in EMEA through their open qualifiers. But you weren't thoroughly impressed with them despite their win in the previous game.
You know what? They got the win. I definitely had a lot of issues with the way that we're taking that, and the fact they almost lost that game, even though they had the clear advantage in both utility as well as gear. But you know what? They won, right? They won the game. I'm hoping that's able to build a little bit of momentum, a little bit of confidence for them. You said it yourself. This is their first line event coming out of open qualifiers, so we'll give them a little bit of a break there, but I still need to see a lot out of that team.
And that's the question, right? What can they do with the win? We've seen other teams have great games and not convert anything off of the momentum they get going. But now, for Savim, for team, again, we've seen them impress online. We've seen them go up against the best of EMEA and come out victorious. Will this win get things going? And will it be soon enough or in time with 2 games left to play for them to maybe even make winner's bracket?
I mean, they would have to have some pretty disgusting games in order to make winner's bracket at this point. They were in last place before that win, so...
And 1 point on the day today as well, coming into a win. I mean, that's...
Yeah,
if there's a time,
if there's
a time.
But yes, you know what? Again, as you said, I mean, they have been able to punch well above their weight class, especially on the online qualifiers, both in open as well as making it here. But yeah, I need to see a lot more from that team.
Now, I know our eyes are on Page, but I'm looking at the guy sat right behind him. It is rare these days that there's anything left to coin. When you have an esport that is 6 years old, everything has been done, everything has been crowned, and everything has a name. Up until the last game, where Pixel with 2 blue zone nades and a nade took out the entirety of E-Arena in the most dominant fashion I've seen in a very long time.
Yeah, that is forever and will forever be known at this point as the Pixel. Anytime you see that, and...
Look at that plane path. Yeah, look at that plane path.
A disgusting plane path. If you didn't see it, it is on the south side of military base, so that's going to be interesting for these boys to try to take care of. But yeah, that play from Pixel is easily so far. Even when we look at some of the games we've had, right? Even when we look at that game where it was Tai Lu able to win, where Longs had no ammo in his gun, and he got that nade. Very impressive for him and Shen to close that one out against Na'Vi. I still think that play from Pixel was disgusting.
And I'm not gonna lie, I love Pixel. He's a great guy and have talked to him a lot, especially about his use of bicycles. We saw it in the first game of in their first game up in Gustav Valle. That Genji won yesterday, where he parks his car up against a door of metal. You can't shoot through it, and because the bike is sat there, you can't open the door either. So he can really easily isolate angles, even when he's playing on an island, even when he's on his own, he can limit angles opponents has to work with. This is just Pixel running around in custom games. He's grinding the games every single day and coming up with new creative things to do. And you saw those blue zone nade there in that building. It's the entire construction that is engulfed in blue zone, and when you then add a nade to the main room in there, it's clear as day that Pixel has done that a trillion times before and said one day when the stars align, I will be ready to blow up an entire building, and that is exactly what he did there.
And at his moment, I was worried about him too, because we saw them initially. Friendly Fire was fighting Sonics there in that barn building, right? They had both started. Friendly Fire actually pulled off, which I was like, oh man, I really like this play. Just kind of give up the barns for now, take that 2-story. But then I saw Pixel go up to that 1-story solo, and I was like, he's about to get crashed. And sure enough, he got crashed. But again, the most impressive thing to me is the fact of how ready he was for that.
He knew what was going to happen. You know what would have made it even better? Like that would have made it the play of not the play of the tournament, but the play of the year, without a doubt. If he did that and somehow managed, I know you can't, but got out the toilet window and ran off, that would have been absolutely insane.
Best play of the, yeah, that would have been the best play of the year by far. And
that would have been nuts.
Oh man, that would have been disgusting. And again, as we head over here and take a look at Sarvam, you know, I am really hoping that they're able to, as you said, what are they going to do with that win? I hope they just start to pull out. I'm not expecting them to, you know, just start immediately pushing other teams or doing any of that, but I would just like to see them be a little more, even just a little more proactive.
And now I give you a bit of a hard time before. As I said, you didn't exactly like the way they won it. I didn't either. I will be honest. But and I do get some smack every now and again for being one who criticizes players. But it's not so much because they could be better. It's because I've seen them be better. I've seen them go out and dominate and stomp them. Whether it be the land jitters or whatever it may be that caused Sarvam to play this one as much on the back foot as they did. I've seen them come out in dominant fashion and win games, and I just really hope to kind of go back to what we said in the beginning, that this win can get the engine going for them, because they need it with just 2 games left to play.
Speaking of getting the engine going, we are now heading into our penultimate game of the day. We are headed back to Erangel, of course, and this plane path, as we were kind of spying on the players' screens, is kind of, it's a doozy, and I'm not talking about the player.
Yeah, it's not exactly friendly. We'll see if somehow Genji gets to George Paul. But I don't think they're going to do that with this
as long as they found an emergency airdrop in the plane.
In their plane, yeah, exactly. Let's look at this beast of a plane path. When Pachinki is a stretch, you know that it is hard to play on. And this one could not start any further south. And we haven't really been... Have we been military at all yet?
No, we've actually not. We've had a circle kind of kiss the island a little bit, but it went all the way north. We actually haven't seen a military circle.
I guess we used all the military circles in the qualifiers.
Yeah, both in NA and MEA, as well as actually Asian APAC.
Yeah, they just ran out of them.
Yeah, they were very prevalent, but the circles so far in this event have actually been very entertaining. Obviously, hard shifts abound pretty much everywhere, and this one is going to cause a lot of issues, I think, for some of these teams, especially if we see like a northern post.
Yep, exactly. I mean, we'll see how ruthless this first circle is going to be. We are just about 20 seconds away from it being shown. Genji dropping down inside military base proper alongside 4 AM. Yeah, we'll see if this is a fight that's going to happen, or if it's not going to be the case. We're seeing teams on our right side over towards the map there, flying northbound, trying to stretch and get up north. Of course, Danoa were up in Yasnaya with 4M in the previous game, and this one is actually going to go up there.
Oh, and this is actually going to be very difficult. These rotations are going to be problematic for multiple teams, especially the ones on the far south. I'm even looking at question mark, although they could wrap. Realistically, I'm also looking at Falcons. I mean,
4 teams on Millie. I mean, right now, if you find an emergency pickup, you're in heaven. You're just insta-sending it all the way to Stalber. You start looting and coming from the north, because you know that it's open buffet up there. There's literally got like, it's simply impossible for anyone to have made it all the way up there yet. So if you have a chance to, just full speed send it towards the north, because you're going to be in all kinds of safe space.
And I think that's what Danoa is doing as well. They're trying to rotate far to the north, maybe to get into Yasid, get some loot from there. But my eyes are kind of drawn there to Falcons, because they had actually dropped in, as we take a look at the nice crowd here in our arena, they dropped in on Millie, and I think they were planning on going there, but they saw 2 other teams. So I imagine they're actually looking for an emergency airdrop. Not that that's necessarily strategy, but I'm sure they would love to find one.
We'll see if they can get that, and we'll see if Global Army can upgrade his Bison to something a little more meta, I'll call it, as Genji don't find themselves an airdrop, but will instead drive northward. They do have DD team on the other side. They aren't exactly set up for a bridge camp proper, so it shouldn't be any danger in Genji wrapping on over here. But Genji, again, I mean, a team that I'm not gonna lie, I didn't have the biggest expectations for. They're very much a hit or miss team.
Yeah.
And they kind of have been here as well, even though they're currently set on the cusp at 16 and looking to, unless if they really zero out the next 2 games, looking to qualify. It's not been in the fashion that I think it was for a global partner team as well. It's not been in the fashion that I think people wanted them to go by.
Especially when we look at the past rosters of Genji and their past accomplishments as well. Yeah, Genji obviously getting there, but in a very kind of scrappy and not the most ideal way. But I mean, as you said, currently in 16th, and there's still always the opportunity, as we saw in game 1, for them to pop off. Or I should say their game 1.
Yeah. So Genji leaves the military early, so does 4AM. No one wants to stick around in a circle like this. I don't fault them for going down here, because I think there's a pretty good chance it would have swung this way. But Genji Octamen with a dual barrel in hand, no vest or helmets, no meds, no heals. We said there was a chance they can go to Georgia, Paul. You said, I mean, if they get themselves something to fly with, nah, they'll take it with the wheels, just drive all the way up there.
They might even run out of gas by the time
they should. They should.
All the way from military base, but 4 angry men as well. They're skirting the line here on the south side towards Milta Power, and they actually should get a decent amount of loot here if they want to stop by. They should know. Actually, they shouldn't know because Sonic's landed here and the plane was right over this, so they are going to be a little bit more cautious in that rotation. Actually,
I'd have to imagine E-Arena. They came into what they thought was a pretty safe push. 4v1, what could possibly go wrong? And just like that, they're in trouble. Shrimsy testing the suspension of the, well, front lights, I suppose, of the car as he goes straight into a tree. I feel like we've seen that a couple of times today. And you know what? I've asked for this for a couple of years now. Maybe PUBG will hear me on this one. But this is something where sometimes we give the players a hard time because they hit trees and whatnot. I wish there was an indicator somewhere, maybe right next to the minimap, where you could see whether the player was in the inventory or map, or just no indicator if they were just playing, you know, like actually looking at the screen. But an indicator showing if they had the map open, because sometimes you'll go, oh, this guy, you know, this guy didn't see that guy running across the open, or this guy didn't see that tree. But if you had a little map right next to the phase 1 counter or something like that, you go like, well, I mean, he was looking at his map.
As someone who's done that in competitive and may or may not have hit one of his teammates with a vehicle, you know, yeah, that indicator would be nice.
I'm just saying, I mean, usually I'm the one that gives players a hard time. Here I'm actually trying to defend them.
Sure.
To help them out a bit. And we'll see. Maybe someday that's going to be a thing, but of course not going to be our priority by no means.
And as we look at the map here, Toby, we see a lot of teams actually centering up. I like this split from Sonics. It is a little precarious as the either one of the duos won't necessarily be able to cover the other one so much, but this early in the circle, they actually have a nice setup for a rotation camp.
That, and also I think it's a kind of half 2-2 split, half still sort of looting. Yes. I wouldn't expect to see HWin and Strimsy stick around in Lipovka proper for much longer. They're probably going to set up on the hill, just on the western side of the city. Yeah, exactly. So maybe still just getting that extra first aid, finding a scope, some proper attachments for the rotation to come.
And overall, I mean, we did see Sonics kind of go out a little early after taking out 4AM, but they've had some nice adjustments here coming into this coming into day number 2.
Now, Game PT are winners of the first game of the day. They're taking their time in this bridge crossing, and it makes sense. There were 4 teams down here. They didn't hear or see any of the other teams leaving, so they're sitting around. But the issue is they're sitting around for so long that Falcons, who is the team furthest away, might actually run into them.
Yeah, which they're starting their rotation now.
Exactly.
I'm curious if they're actually setting up for the camp, or as you said, maybe they're just kind of taking their time. Well, we'll see what's about to happen here. It does look like Falcons did not find that emergency pickup, which I'm sure they would have liked.
They are by far the team with the latest approach on this one. As I say, that question mark are currently wrapping towards South George from the very west coast, so they're definitely going to get in there later. But again, it's question mark. It's Gen G as well. Neither of these two teams out there on a hurry. Like, if they can tank blue until phase 3, they'll eat 2 first states and be very satisfied with that.
Especially now with the jammer pack, right?
Even more so.
That we had talked about yesterday, I believe it was. Yeah, they are, especially first blue. I mean, you can sit for quite a while with the jammer pack before you even really need to utilize your boost. And I'm sure they, you know, taking their time to loot, they've found quite a few of those as well. So yeah, they're just going to be cruising right now. And Gen G also starting to get that rotation going here just a moment after looting the front 6 pryos.
We debated whether or not now with jammer packs, denying blue zone damage was going to be a priority over level 3 backpacks. I feel like E-Arena would have really loved some jammer packs in that previous game.
Yeah, that would have... I mean, that probably would have saved them. I really think so. Even with the double blue zone grenade, if they all had jammer packs, or even 2 of them, they might have been able to survive that. But again, Pixel, you absolute legend. We will never forget that.
Nope, not going to happen. That one's going to go down in the memory lane as one of the more interesting plays.
Put a graffiti in there like they do for some other games.
Just a square. It's a pixel, you know? Just a square. Yeah. Just put a random square on the wall somewhere. And we'll forever... Wow,
immortalized.
Immortalized, exactly. 4AM, well, they started off in military, didn't like it there. They came around Milta Power, and now they've made their way all the way up towards Lipovka. You talked about the Sonic split just before. They are about to hit that 2-2.
Especially if they scout that out. they'll potentially realize that that is a split. You do see Shrimsy on the east there, just kind of anchoring pretty far out, looking for any vehicles that would be coming up that road and getting that information early. As we now look at the boys from Falcons here, potentially just looking for a boat or just taking the ferry itself.
Wait for ferry. No reason to stress this one. Just sit tight, wait around. You know that at this point you have to be. I mean, they don't know that technically Gen G is trying to wrap the entire server because they started in military.
Right.
Okay. So let's just go over this for a second. Gen G started in military, went to South George, and they're driving to Stolper.
They're just going for the world tour.
They're actually going.
They actually want the stats
I just want
the most traveled team.
I just want these circles to continue to hard shift south now, and Gen G somehow to win it. That way, they would have gone military to South George to Stolper to Milta Power.
I think that would be the actual.
That would be a world record.
Yeah,
Imagine.
Meanwhile, Game PT just still camping that bridge.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
Not a fan of that.
they haven't seen them leave yet, so might as well stick around. And now, with the ferry leaving, they might just get themselves a couple of kills off of it.
Maybe, we'll see. But even from that angle, the Falcons should be able to get on the other side of the ferry and just be fine. So I imagine the reason they're also taking that ferry is so that they can save their vehicles.
I mean, Game PT are sat pretty decently on the overall lead board currently. They're sat... yeah, I mean, they're just on the cusp, 42 points. They need maybe 15 points in 2 games, doable. And why not try and see if we can get them early on here now? As we go away from the quiet side of the game, we head into the action with Friendly Fire getting pulled up by DDT. Pixel is here waiting. We've talked about him all the time here in the beginning of this one. They've already found one knock, and now with the second, Spaceman falls.
I have to say, nice little knock there coming out from Paige. It has been a long time since I've seen a circle kind of post here all the way to the northeast under Kameshki. It's actually, I don't even remember the last time I've seen the circle.
They are very few and far between these days, but I do like this area of the map. So
I do as well.
The only issue is that everyone except for Gen G is coming in from the south. So I guess when you rotate 10 kilometers before phase 2, you get rewarded with a ship going your way.
DD team has just been kind of dismantled here by Friendly Fire, and this is a team that, you know, fighting Friendly Fire early is very detrimental. They are, again, they thrive in chaos. They're a very scrappy team, especially now with this new roster. Beautiful name from Pixel.
Lobs it off the vehicle, and that's a double for Friendly Fire, for Pixel, I should say, and a full-on wipe for the team. Face wrapping in behind, wrapping a little slow off of the Lumberyard Hill proper. We'll see 4 AM on their rotation unfold. You see Xiaopian has taken a bit of damage, but I'd be surprised if they're going to stick around here and take a proper fight in this position.
On FaZe, for all of their kind of struggles, they still managed to find themselves, you know, with 55 points in 10th place. So they're still definitely making it work as we go back to this replay. Pixel turning on a dime. Beautiful stuff. Again, Friendly Fire doing a wonderful job to hold Museum.
Yeah, there's time to turn things around. Still got 2 games to play. Some solid performances and plenty of kills to boot. Even if you're set down to 0, you can get things going. Exactly. We can count absolutely 0 players out just yet. DD team will have a very hard time at 33. But again, if we're talking about a cusp of somewhat, like just a little above 50, that's a 10-kill win and they got the 20 needed. So everyone can still strike back and make winners bracket.
We've also seen a lot of the teams, even the stronger ones, just kind of have those bad games, right?
Yeah,
so it's very much possible as looking at one of those strong, Cerberus is just getting a beautiful position here just underneath this kind of plateau, that little coast there. There's a wonderful ridge to play, and they've actually taken complete control of that. I love playing there.
Very, very good area indeed, as FaZe.
Yep.
Continues to creep further forward, and here's a perfect showcase of what you were just mentioning. They're getting to sit in this exact position and just look towards the compound. They're essentially using this compound as bait. Oh, there's no caster. Let's just go oh my lord. They actually wrapped East Bridge to...
I'm not mad.
Game PT, they have one thing in mind for this game, and that is be as big of a nuisance to Falcons as you possibly can. I don't know what caused this vendetta.
Game, I feel like.
No, I mean, that's what I mean. I don't know what caused the vendetta between these 2 teams, but this is personal at this point. And you can see Falcons like, guys, do we take the boat back to Novo again? What's the play here?
I don't, I mean, maybe they see the opportunity to get
They're going to leave again?
What are we watching?
What is this?
I don't
I don't know what to say. I mean, the problem here, Silzen only has 3 first aids. I'm not sure how many boosts they have left.
I mean, it is only phase 2 damage, turning phase 3 in a moment, but I mean, there was a boat in Novo, but as you're saying, it's gonna start taking, and it's gonna be a good while until they get to the circle.
But also, if you're game PT, sure, you want to go for the points, but why are you risking a potential opportunity to get into the circle to actually get, you know, a decent placement or even win the game? I mean,
there is a boat in the water right there. Now, if they look to the right instead of the left, there you go. He sees it. Jump in the water, guys. We need the boat. We need to cross faster. The issue is jump out and take that boat, and you have no cars.
You have no cars, so they're going to have to... Oh, man. Game PT is really just ruining this for the Falcons for whatever reason. But as we move back now to friendly fire, trying to crash into a building right in front of the Sonic. Swin is going to find a knock. Sharp is going to get flushed, actually, by CC.
They pushing this? They might just be. I mean, Sonic's set at 60 points. They're in so far. That not the same thing can be said for Friendly Fire. They want to take them out. They're leaving the comfort of their compound to run over and nade inside that building. And again, we saw Pixel do it just before. It only takes a couple of nades and maybe a blue zone nade to get him down. In the meantime, now 3rd and 5 and FaZe taking a fight up on the hillside as Thanadot goes down.
Actually, one of my other favorite areas to play in this circle, this little edge here, you can utilize pretty much the entire coast. You have some nice dips there as well, and FaZe will be the benefactors as they do take out Thanadot from Theraton 5, and nice little recovery as well. FaZe should be able to work with quite a lot of room here as long as they just wrap that coast.
Definitely. I feel like we should have a camera in the bottom, like up here in the corner, just as a Falcons camera. We are seeing at least Daku start rotating towards the circle. It's Game PT that I'm talking of. Here he is. Hits a rock because you're not in a hurry anyway, so you might as well just slow down for a moment. As the rest of Game PT, I would imagine, are making their way. I mean, they all have vehicle logos, so I imagine they're all driving towards the circle. Thing is, Day Trade have kind of been bouncing around this circle for a while, looking for an entry, and they still haven't made that decision, so they might just be running into each other too.
Well, this is also what happens when you try to camp a team for so long. They're coming so late in the circle. There is no entry point into the circle anymore. You are going to have to contest another team, especially when you're coming in and maybe losing meds. Obviously, their armor should be fine, but yeah, they're at a disadvantage now, and this is about to close, and they're about to take even more damage. So I really am not a fan of that play from GP.
Well, Silson, the first one to fall, he's going to go down. They just cannot make their way on in, and they're at 52. I mean, the weird thing is Game PT are currently behind Falcons, so whether it's because they want to pull them down with them, you can see them crawl in here. There's just nothing they can do to make their circle. In the same time now, 17 Gaming, they see this Day Trade rotation come through, and oh my god, from the car, finds Xiao Bei.
Yeah, and as I'm just looking at the kill feeds, Falcons dying one by one as we now lose multiple members here of 17 Gaming. As you said, Xiao Bei going down.
That's
and
a triple
FaZe. Gustavo, you're very happy about that, I imagine.
Well, I mean, he did kill my captain, but outside of that, it's perfectly fine. So, FaZe, one nade is needed. One nade is needed to get down one, as FaZe gets to stay alive. There is a knock player, but as you can see, Corexi gets the rest on up, and now Circle shifts towards the west. Everything that you can possibly play inside this circle is already taken. And if I'm Salvin right now, you better crew up. And that, my friends, is Falcon dying. Congratulations, Blue Zone. You just did 400 damage.
You got Blue Zone on your fantasy, or?
I should have. They will have a lot of damage this game.
As FaZe is now starting to make their way up this hill. Again, I said they were going to be able to skirt that coast, but because of this shift, they're actually going to start making their way in. And I will say, on the very eastern edge of this circle, it's just a downward slope. There is not much to play for FaZe.
Not much at all, and especially up on the northern side, this bowl that Day Trade currently finds himself in, more and more teams will start looking this direction. Once Gen G realizes that there's no one set north of them any longer, they will start peeking on over. And then it's going to become a question of what can 17 do to potentially, to kind of help out Day Trade in being an overhead protector. We saw the fight before between Theraton 5 and FaZe Clan, and it's going to continue here with Pathon being taken down.
Look at this crash now. It's going to be Danawa taking the fight here to Sarvam as they do get Sheila down, and CC now trying to desperately throw some nades. There's a nade on that stairs, though. They have to be careful. Baron Peak, the last one alive for Sarvam.
Yep, one more up. Trying to see what much he can do as Anonix falls down. That's Babsang hit from down on the southern side, but Savim will fall. We saw the circle pop. We saw them still sat together in their 2-2 split. Yes, they rotated. Yes, they grouped up, but they were too slow to respond to the circle shift.
This is also another misplay from GP. They should have known 2 members knocked of Danawa. That would be an opportunity for them to go in, but they're actually just going to kind of hold on here on the south side, which, I mean, I guess is fine for now, but that would have been one more team they could have got rid of and more kill points.
Definitely an opportunity for a proactive team to go out and get some extra points. But Game PT, I mean, I guess contrary to what we saw in the beginning of this game, haven't really been hunting kills outside of blocking both bridges and ferries.
And now we see Genji embroiled in a fight here. What an angle from Haisaki as he finds Taemin. And again, this always happens. Genji is just, there's always 1 or 2 members just completely out of reach for the rest of the team.
Never ready for the fight to come when they continue to try and maintain their splits the way that they do. And that's what I was worried about for this roster coming into the tournament. Yes, they like to play edge, but so does some of these other teams that are that much more dangerous up close than Genji. Himas is going to get eyes over the ridge line in just a moment. You have to imagine that EJ's days are counted.
Now Himas is going to find it on to EJ. The spray is good. Peel is just repositioned, but he's left.
Too late.
He's just left EG there as well. I feel like there's got to be some communication issues here on Genji.
Yeah, question mark wrapping over the other side. Every single angle they had for cover just before is now a dead angle for them. Himas gets the prone on down, gets the heal on through. In a moment, he's going to have to commit to the heals in just a short time. Good thing for Himas, as you can see, right now the Jammer pack is taking the damage for him, so he's going to be all right as PO falls as well.
And now looking at this circle shift, it's going to be 17 kind of cleaning up the rest of phase as Haisaki is going to go down. But yeah, the E-Arena actually has a beautiful shift now in a nice position on this hillside just to the east. Meanwhile, question mark still trying to fight Bestalock down with 3 kills, and Full First trying to prone and save himself with smokes on this road.
Question mark comes off of a win on a second place, and now a good game going here. The issue is they could not find all the players on Cerberus, and Himas is starting to stab them from behind. That nade is going to be close to a Doozy, but not close enough to find him. And now Daytrade, it's a full-on Apex sandwich as Dante and a Doozy is trying to stay alive.
And not the sandwich you want to be the center of, as you said, question mark getting it wiped out with the help of both Cerberus and Daytrade, as now both teams are going to have to potentially contest with, because this isn't even inside the circle, Toby.
Well, the team right now with the best position, E-Arena. One of few compounds still left in play, but the entire effectively east side of the road under their control. And Game PT, well, I mean, it's been a weird start to the match for them, but here they come, 3 guys in a car with 2 tires, driving approximately 1 kilometer an hour. Hella, first one to fall. Daku, you can only imagine, is going to fall in a moment's time. Blue zone, and dead.
Shocking. As GP goes down, Sonic's gonna pick up some of those kills, and Friendly Fire has actually survived that push that we saw early. We didn't get to see how it concluded, but 3 members alive now for each one of the teams, Sonics as well as Friendly Fire.
Yep, they filled back again. Here comes the mortar shells into the compound. What better place to fire mortars than into a compound with 2 teams fighting? Anonix around the corner, he goes. Help comes through from Salute as Suchu goes down. Xiaowu now the solo player left alive. 4-17 as Danawa continue their pursuit. 42 points for Danawa. It's not been anywhere near the Danawa form we've seen in the past, but 2 good games here to finish off the day would kick them up into winner's bracket.
That was a beautiful little display of movement there from Anonix there. A nice little crouch, gets around the corner, a little mini peek there, a fake peek if you will, and that was, very clean. And coming up 7 kills, Danawa finally starting to come alive, Toby.
Look at that towards the northwest, 3 solos set. I don't know, Belma still has players on his team and Daytrade up towards the north, but currently sat alone, but not for much longer as the rest of Daytrade does come down to Fortify. They were the team to grab in from that western side. We saw them very late on rotation, but they have stood their ground, and now they can slowly creep further forward towards the arena.
If they can, I mean, even take a little bit more position on the east and get around where we see one of the members of E-Arena, KM99, they would actually have so much control over the north side of the circle as well.
Sure would. Nades being thrown, blue zone nades, as well as Pixel is sat with the M249 out the back of the building. Shrimsy instantly double headshot connected onto others. He goes down. Pixel has to make a run for it. Does he have another heroic play in him? There is the blue zone nade left on forward. One more flash being thrown to try and at least buy themselves a little bit more time, but Page is down. So is Pixel, and that is going to be Friendly Fire out in 7th.
8 kills on the side of Sonics, but now they're getting assaulted from Zizzy here at distance. No knock, fortunately, and that shift is very open. happen?
That is absolutely brutal. If you're E-Arena fan, you're like, of all the places in the world, we had half the circle under control. And just like that, it is taken away from them. On the flip side of that, Daytrade very, very pleased with this circle shift.
Xiaowu holding up this Prio building. Again, these are notoriously difficult to push up simply because of that one staircase. A blue nade here would be pretty beneficial, but I don't think anyone on the side of Danawa has it, so they're going to have to deal with that very lousy neighbor that you hate upstairs that just stumps his feet.
Exactly.
Wakes you up.
Exactly. Rossiter falls as third on 5 output once again. Top 6 for third on. It's not been flashy, but they're able to accumulate some of these much needed points.
Really impressed with that team, honestly, for the mental fortitude to come back after kind of a lackluster day one. Their adjustments have been nothing short of wonderful.
Yeah. Xiaowu just burning through all the utility that he can to buy himself as much time as possible. Say that please just somebody start fighting this team downstairs. Can you help me out a bit? I'm a solo guy upstairs, but I think Danawa is realizing right now as well. They need to make an aggressive play, and they do. Flash thrown up. Xiaowu with his head in a wall, and Danawa finally starting to get things going.
And I think there is a little bit for, actually Sonics could potentially play a little bit under the compound of Danawa, but the problem is they do have an anchor there. Inonic's so smart to cut that angle off.
Trying to isolate.
Can't go down though.
Exactly. Trying to isolate with the SKS in hand, and good for him that this vehicle had already taken a ton of damage. He's going to see 3 make their way on forward. Mime spotted as well, but few bullets missed. But at least the info comes across. The entire team is set down that ridge line.
And for the time being, at least Sonics have actually pulled up in front of E-Arena, which actually does worry me a little bit.
We have Salute on the roof with an Orm as well. I mean, this could not be a better place for Danawa to get things going. No bullets fired yet. Curious to see if
there's
maybe there he goes. 61 damage right in the chest. And there he goes, second time around. Flash taken down.
And where, okay, I was going to say, are they actually just going to send it? No, there's going to be a knock coming out in the way of Daytrade. Norin's going to find Mighty is, they're pretty much in the same boat. Yeah, they're in the same boat as Sonics, but the benefit to Sonics is they're actually a little bit more on a slope, so Daytrade actually doesn't have an angle. It's just going to be Inonix and Danawa. 2 cars of rock and deployable shields, and still they're getting shot from somewhere. That goes to show that it really is a difficult area to play around. Norin's, oh my god, finds one more. As you can see here, Belmont, he has 0 spare bullets, and both of them are 7.62, so if we get to an up-close fight, he might not be in it for very long. Lyrics goes down as Daytrade finds one more. Once again, we're starting to see the hope from Daytrade increase. I love, again, the proactivity here from Danawa. They're trying to push up. They want to get within nade range. Maybe Inonix can do something, but he's going to think twice of it as he does eat a headshot. Level 3 vest and helmet pretty much broken at this point. As now E-Arena just knows they have to make some sort of play. Mighty and Zizzy, the last 2, and they're going to survive for the time being. Oh, no. But this is not a good situation, as there's pretty much no tires left on that RV. And it's just a little extra meter of high ground that they have off of being able to play that roof of the compound across the street. I mean, Danawa has full control and everything happening. Everyone who's got Danawa on their fantasy teams for the last couple of days and saying, where are you? When are you going to show up? Well, here they are. So far, they're all alive. Should the rest come through onto Loki, which it seems like it will, they're looking good, and Salute is making the Orm ring. And this is difficult for Sonics. I mean, how do you move up, especially with Salute finding the knock onto Belmoth in a moving UAZ. Beautiful shot. What a shot. Right through the chest, and you can be damn sure that none of the Daytrade players has vests left. No. Like, they've been fighting for decades at this point. Exactly. They're all down to no helmet, no vest, probably no utility either. And there comes one more. Not gonna find it the first time around. They know exactly where they have Norins, and you feel like you can just give this one to Salute. Bro, just find him. Yeah, they would really like to get Huynh up, but I just don't think that's going to be possible. I mean, maybe with some smokes. I don't even know how much utility they have left, and Salute is just waiting for Norns to potentially pop his head up one more time as it's Zizzy, the last member of E-Arena, alive there just on the east and just above where Sonics is currently sitting. 11 bullets still left to work with full Salute. We'll see how much more he can find with the arm in hand as Inonix now starts creeping further towards the southern side. They know that Sonics have to make a move. They know they have to get inside this circle, and Inonix is being smart and moving up early to try and deny them from that. Oh, I thought for sure that was going to hit. I think he might have hit just the edge of that little windowsill, but Danawa trying to close this out. They have absolute control over this, especially when there's only one member left of Daytrade and 2 of Sonics.
This is Danawa playing in control. This is the Danawa that we've come to love. The Danawa that we didn't know what to see from the beginning of the uprise, but then they just kept impressing game after game after game. And here they are again. It took them a long time to get here, but finally, when the stars aligned just a little bit, they fended off against the push from south, and they took out Game PT as they tried to make their way in on the southwestern side. And now here they are. Loki able to find one more as to reach 14 kills. This is Danawa in top form.
And all of a sudden now Danawa, the team that we were wondering when they show up, have not only showed up, they are punching their ticket potentially with 1 game left. 55 points. Norns will go down. Salute will find the nade. And there they are. Welcome to the stage, boys.
Smiles on their faces, but the race ain't done yet. Welcome back, Danawa. Welcome back, top team of Korea. We have been waiting for you, and finally, here you are with one more match left to play in the PGS2 group stages.
Yeah, these are the decisions we were waiting for them to make. Obviously, they were taking a lot of early fights yesterday, and a lot of those didn't go their way. Yeah. So the fact that they're now kind of slowing it down, the rotations were perfect. Anonix breaching that initial grandma on that compound was very well done with the support of Salute. So Danawa doing amazing work in that game.
This is going to be worrying for many of the other teams too, because we've talked about teams that can they potentially get something going off of a win. If there's anything that we know about Danawa, that is give them just the tiniest bite and they will take it all. Let's see if they can get something going in the final game. It's going to be absolutely phenomenal to follow their journey. But now first, let's hop over to the desk and let them break down this one.
Thank you very much. It's time for the highlights and a chicken dinner for Danawa, who has an amazing roster that has long been one of the souls of PUBG. It's nice to see them finally turn on and make a push here at the end. They started today with only 22 points and now are staring qualification to the winner's bracket in the face, Martin.
I could tell in your voice you're going to do it. You're going to drop a dad joke on me, and I love it. And I love that Danawa was able to step back like this because they needed it, and we needed it because they're one of these teams that we just have so high expectations to. I don't think I've seen a single tier list for PGS2 that didn't have Danawa amongst the favorites. But this was perfectly executed. 4 guys strong for so long here, and they're able to get that many kills as well. It's fantastic to see.
I don't want to ask for more than what they gave us, and there is nothing more that they could have given. They played that excellent. They came from the south side. It was a packed location. They fought tooth and nail to get what they had to. That shift at the end definitely helped, but ultimately it was an incredible amount of play. Welcome back to Analysis Desk, brought to you by STC Play. My name's Toppies. That's Avenger. You already know, but we're going to remind you anyway. And that was an awesome game, not only because it was fun to watch, and I feel like Rango's been a little slow lately, but this one wasn't, but also to see such legends of the game be back on form is encouraging.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, they did it perfectly executed in general. And there's a lot of, I would say, plays throughout this game that had me question marks. So I gotta say, Falcons, like, are they, were they denying? We were talking about, right? Are you denying for, if you mind, Game PT not to get the points, just to make sure that they're not getting close, kind of within that distance of closing Falcons outside the top 16, right? But I felt like they could have taken a fight and maybe getting more points out of it, because I felt like there was no way that they're going to heal the way to top 8, because it was only phase 3.
I think when a team is that far below you with 1 game left after this one, you let them have 4 if maybe you get 1 off the back of it. But again, this is the hard part of leaving it to the end, because when you do, you're being forced to make these strange mathematical decisions on the fly that maybe lead you to laying on a boat on the way to Novo and hoping for the best. So unfortunate for the Falcons, but they're not out of it just yet. They are only, I think, 2 points off of the possible advance. We're going to have a second. We're going to go to that leaderboard as soon as we can. But first, we want to check in with the top 4 teams from that match, Martin.
20. Oh, my God. 2,600 damage and 15 kills. It's fantastic. But 18 smokes and 21 nades is really what blows my mind here. Of course, the vast majority of the team staying along strong for a long time here. But Sonics lost their first player at 10 minutes and 28 and still got second at 8 kills. That's quite impressive. They also have to fight and kind of push friendly fire. They did so with good utility, of course, and they're able to kind of get into a position where they could take them out to still staying as strong and as kind of comfortable. But they couldn't get further than this, but they managed to get that well into it, or that many amount of points in that place there. But Salute here, 6 kills, 899. It's impressive to see.
It is a pleasure to see. It's nice to see the whole team getting involved with this one. Walso only got 2 kills. He put out a lot of damage at that 727. Yeah. But without question, the man of the match is brought to you by Kadia, is going to be Salute. You said it. He got 899 damage, 6 kills, and helped them with sort of. There were some tough fights. They had to go through a little bit of battle for positioning, and it seemed like, I'm just going to say this, for the first time in this event so far, I felt like they were working really well as a team watching that aggression.
Yeah, for sure. 25 points as you see here for Danawa. 13 and 12 for the other teams. Of course, Sonics went out in third, but they managed to get second overall in terms of points. But I gotta say here as well, Salute had to redeem himself.
Yes.
As I pointed out to you guys in the green room, he had 1 kill in the first 6 games from the previous group route. So now to be able to pop off like this really shows the quality that Salute has. So good to see them back here in 25 total points. It's more than they had in the entire first day.
All right, let's dig in the leaderboard because there's 1 game left to play. So we're gonna take a look at the top, but what we really care about is where that 16 cutoff is going to be. Top 16 go to winners bracket, bottom 8 go to losers. Let's take a look at that in just a second. Right now, Danawa does move up to 60 points off the back of that game.
And Cerberus 2 points off taking first place away from Tai Lu, so that's super impressive because placement-wise, Tai Lu has more than Cerberus. So if they get 2 more points, they've won group stage, and that's a huge feat. Happy to see as it stands right now how it is, but this is what we're really focusing on, Toughies.
We thought the cutoff would be sort of between LG and Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds has officially fallen off of that 16th place. That said, LG should not feel comfortable. With 1 game left to play, they're sitting at 53. Falcons, Gen G, 4 AM, and even Esports Arena technically in striking distance.
Yeah, it's it's 1 game to go here, and with this, I would say all the way down to, if you mind, even friendly fire at this point here. 1 good game, and you could take over multiple teams if they, of course, also have a rough one. But Twisted Minds, 51. 53 for Luminosity is not safe just yet here, Toughies. I would be biting my nails if I was Luminosity.
I also be biting my nails if I'm one of those teams on the chase, because there, I think, is a chance that maybe more than one of them passes Luminosity, and it may become a race against another team who's still in the group. I will definitely be depending on our casters to help keep track of who is where as we go into this one. But remember, that is the big race right here. Winning, there's a lot of pride to that. Set your stage, prepare yourself for the next round, but all that really the big focus is get that top 16, get another chance to take the battlefield, and not have to risk losers bracket right away.
Yeah, start playing straight again tomorrow here, play against the better teams like the winners bracket, as you saw in PGS1. You're going to be playing against, 12, 13, 14 teams in winners bracket in the grand final as well, right? 8 is guaranteed to go, and what we saw from last time as well, it's just super likely that we're going to have the teams that are already in winner also be able to perform in losers bracket. So yeah, here being passed around some of the drop spots, some of the information. Christian Mark is ready. They are already looking extremely good. 80 points and 5th place. Quite impressive for a team with the first time here at PGS.
This is also one of those moments where if you're a team on the top, you can maybe look at a team on the cusp and decide you don't want them in the winners bracket and make something happen about it. We're going to see who makes it happen as we head to our last match of the group stages. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the grassy pastures for the final game with Toby and Godspeed.
Thank you so much, Toughies. Thank you so much, Martin, as we head on over to match 6 of 6 here in the group stage. A lot on the line. Top 16 is where you want to be at, Godspeed, come the end of this game. And for some teams, they ain't there just yet, but they want to just creep on in.
But as the desk also pointed out, I mean, it is really just 1 good game. This is almost an open door for any of the teams. As I say, look at how south this plane really is. Again, very much towards Sosnaka Island.
The game is like, oh wait guys, sorry, we were gonna give you a military circle last game. Believe us, this time around we promise you. We know 4 of you dropped there last game. We promise you it's gonna happen now. Probably won't.
I feel like towards the end of my career, I actually started to mind melee-based circles less than I did at the beginning. I used to hate, I mean, everyone used to hate melee-based circles for obvious reasons. Rotating on there was very difficult, but look at this. They're actually fighting over this vehicle.
Genji got the car. Genji got the car, and 3rd on 5 starts running.
They're just, yeah.
Do they go for it? Nah. Genji, fighting early? Genji? No. No. But Taman did do 17.65 damage, so there's that. And for Genji, I think for 3rd on 5, they should be happy that it's Genji they were dropping with.
Yeah, maybe one of the other teams would have been a little more aggressive on that as we wait here for this circle to post. Again, the North completely open in this one.
Two very, very similar, not necessarily playing paths completely, but how teams are able to kind of stretch out off of them. Definitely. Circle.
Okay.
You know what? Let's just go back into the VOD and see how teams rotated in the previous one, because it's gonna be repeated this time around. The only good change, I think, from last game to this is Falcons ain't on Sosnovka.
Yeah, Falcons
so there you
getting,
go, boys. You will actually get to play this game.
They're getting as far away from that damn island as they can, especially because they just all died to blue because of that camp by Game PT.
Yeah, and we'll see if Game PT gets to reap the rewards of said camp. They're currently sat in 21st overall, out of with 43 points, I should say. And as we can see, it's a 51-52 point cutoff that we currently have with, I believe, Twisted Minds, the team on the cusp.
Yeah, they're at 51 points, I believe, exactly as well, tied basically with Gen G at this point, which, again, if you're one of those teams that's very close, it sucks from experience. I can tell you, it sucks to have to put your game in the hands of other teams and other players. So that's, I mean, I'm pretty sure, as you were just telling me, Twisted Minds is already pretty much ready for losers.
The thing is, what are the odds that Gen G gets 0 point? Foya might get only allowed to get 1 point. E-Arena can only get 4 points. Like there's so many teams so close to that it would really have to go wrong in order for you not to qualify. And for third on 5, set at 56 currently, they also very much want to grab some more. And right now, well, it's a two-man hunt versus a Doozy who haven't found his way out of this building yet.
And he's in a lot of trouble because he's all alone here against multiple members here. If they're on 5, his hot swat is going to be waiting here in this yellow, probably for his team to come help him out. It's going to be Rosseted, actually. This is still kind of dangerous for them as well. I mean, a 1-on-2 is very winnable. We've seen a 1-on-4 at this point.
It can definitely go wrong, no doubt about it. And I think they're waiting for the cavalry to arrive. The thing is, they dropped down here, and I think all of their eyes were completely hot-fixed on that car because they wanted to beat Gen G to it. So they might not have noticed that a Doozy flew up here solo. He landed all the way up here, and because they're taking their time, now the rest of Question Mark, as you can see here, are full speed sending it in their teammates' direction. Now, Question Mark are well and surely qualified for winner's bracket, but they do not want to go down early here in this one.
Yeah, why not? I mean, they're still practicing, right? This is, good practice. This Mime is going to find the flush there on Page after the knock from Strimzy, and if you're a friendly fire, this is not the smart. You, especially losing Page early, that is devastating.
It's a team with plenty of LAN experience, but no LAN experience together. And whenever you run into early setups, early traps, early issues like this, if you're already a set of players where some of you might be a little, I don't want to say hot-headed, but like easily frustrated, these sort of things just, let me put it this way, it's a very good test of your mental fortitude for tournaments like this.
And I'm just hoping, you know, regardless of what happens with that team, you know, they just do take the time, whether it's, you know, an amazing run here, qualifying and winners, or even losers, to just get the communication on point.
Yes. I mean, losers bracket ain't the worst place to be. There's still very good qualifier opportunities for a team like Friendly Fire if they can turn things around. They might just still be able to make grand finals, but of course it's not going to be easy, especially not now, having lost one early.
But even Theraton 5 is I mean, you say safe, but they only have 56 points, and there's the possibility for a few teams to pass them up. So they definitely don't want to go down early here, as they are fighting on this west side. This is a very awkward compound to fight in, and something we don't see often at all.
Yeah, you'd say 56 is qualifiable, 60 is safe. You'd have to imagine, unless if again something crazy happens. The Doozy got the knock on one. Notes that the rest of the teammates would want to try and go for the rest. Flashbang throw to try and deny the cross, or you see best of luck at Dante trying to set up a counter to this road cross that they've just committed to. And the Doozy has the angle here. There's a solid 5 meters that Pathenbong has to transition, and they don't dare do it. They can't do it because the Doozy is holding down the fort.
And now, I mean, Theraton 5 really need to make a play here. They need to try to go for an angle. The problem is they're kind of stacked in that grandma now. They're slowly being surrounded, as Hatswat is the only one with an off angle, but I mean, he's not even really looking at the correct angle here. No. He really needs to focus on a Doozy and Phil first.
Worst thing for these two teams is that this could not take place further away from the circle.
Yeah, as you said, Question Mark is fine with this. They're safe. They're going to they're going to winners finals.
Yeah, should be very, very safe in making their way through to the winners bracket, no doubt. As best of luck now, Flash film forward. Not really overcommitting on the push here, but they do get the flash onto Rosseted, so they know now for sure they have themselves a 4v3.
I love the way that Question Mark is playing this. They're actually so intelligent, the way that they've trapped these angles and started to slowly herd Theraton 5 into this Grandma's. And again, this is just good practice for them.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. And again, Question Mark, very much like Gen G, especially in the early game, let's leave. If there's not a good, like if we're not forced to take a fight, we don't want to take a fight. We will take a fight when we have to, or when it's like a 3-point sort of situation. This ain't that. They could easily back off, but with the addition of Pestalok, with them feeling hot, which they have good reason to do, and the extra, as I said, addition of firepower out of him, I'm loving that we're seeing a way more aggressive Question Mark here.
Yeah, why not fight? Why not get points? Because if anything, if they do get the wipe here, more confidence, and they'll still be able to rotate just fine in a circle, at least because it's still just circle 1. So fighting this blue is really not that bad at all.
Plenty of time.
The problem now is that it's become a stalemate.
Yeah, and you don't know whether they're shotguns or Panzerfouts or whatnot waiting on the other side of that building. I like that Dante tried to get the off angle. You see Thanadot is actually hipfire holding this close angle, so if Dante can somehow get behind the ridge line and kind of creep up from the shores, he might just be able to get him at an off angle. Thanadot though, able to get the first one down. Philfers gets not flushed just yet, trying to crawl for info, but he will get flushed in the end.
Interesting that I think he could have actually survived that if he would have just stayed on the outside, but Philfers is trying to get info again. The Question Mark, they're not in any threat at all, so they're just going to push this and maybe see what they can do here as Aduzi's going to find the Nad.
Oh, that's it with the nade around the corner, finds Pathampong as well. Such a nice, kind of calculated push through the buildings. One angle at a time, everyone is there to hold it. As soon as he jumps far, you have, like he takes the long angle, instantly after Aduzi is there to take it up close. They do lose Phil first, which is unfortunate for them. Good for us, because he's on Calaris' fantasy team.
And mine.
And yours, so I suppose. But for third and 5, again, we were talking about it at just 1 point. I mean, that 57 they got instead of 56 could be
that could
them
be the
qualifying.
cutoff, yeah.
So for that, so what he knows he's not going to get to the circle.
But again, I am happy to see their adjustments today. Theraton 5 have been wonderful.
Definitely,
so,
huge step up.
Even if they do go down here and they do qualify, I'd still be very happy with them going through.
Definitely. There's still plenty of room to improve, of course, but improvements have already definitely been shown.
3 bullets, there we go. Let's get you some ammo there, Aduzi.
Going for the long strat. You don't need bullets when you have a nade, which Aduzi unfortunately doesn't, but
yeah.
Now for Question Mark, do they go hunting for the last? Do they try and make their way to the circle? We haven't really looked at the circle at all. We knew it was east, and I can tell you this much. Everyone that isn't in the picture right now are inside the circle, so there's a good reason that we've been allowed to stick around with this fight for as long as we have, because teams have managed to spread out pretty neatly in the circle. But having said that, it is also extremely spread out. Like they are all over the place, taking up full control. Only the far western side is open, which you will see as we will put up the map in just a moment when the new circle pops.
If anything, actually, I'm very appreciative here to Theraton 5 as well as Question Mark for, giving us something to watch in the early game, because otherwise it would have been a very slow burn.
Oh, let's see here. As I say that. That's next. Not so much fights pop off, but a few confrontations that now will turn into a fight does pop off as DD team take casualties once more. Again, a team that I've seen in China like to wrap the edges, like to play it slow, but they just have not, I feel like, been at the same pace as many of these other teams. They constantly run into super aggressive teams, and they just cannot stand up to them. Mamu, good player, but he cannot go out and do all this stuff on his own, and the team just don't seem in a state of communication to be able to fight back.
Agreed, and we've also talked about, again, how many teams are good edge teams in this lobby. It's very difficult, especially, again, like you said, with only one player with that much LAN experience.
Yeah.
It's difficult to get that going for DD team, and so now we see Sarvam rotating right underneath E Arena as they're just trying to thread this needle, but the more they drive, the more threat they are of actually getting knocked or losing members, but they're gonna get through.
If only they knew that E Arena were spread all over the place in this, they could have actually pulled up on, well, some of, like just any one of those 3 positions.
I don't blame them for not stopping.
Oh, no, definitely not. They want to keep going. They want to get down toward, like, there's a clear cutoff of, are you north of prison or are you south of prison? If you're north of, it's compound or death, especially now that Kingquin Div is, well, ruined because of mortars. So you want to be down towards the south. You want to be in the forest where you can spread out and try and take some control.
Look at this. Falcons now actually pulling up at this Wizard Tower. This is a very strong position to hold. Even if there is a team in prison, they should be able to, at the very least, stay for a while. The problem is they're losing their tires, and if the circle does shift away for them, that's going to be difficult to rotate out of.
Sure is. Sure is. Here comes Day Trade. Up over the hill they go. Sure, the DD team has taken 2 casualties, but they will get some in return now. 1 falls. We'll see if PGS can find the other, as well as Emo picks the first one down. Spaceman, last play up at his feet, doesn't get it. And that is going to be DD team down in 23rd.
2 kills the way of Puchills, so they'll be able to get that. At the very, they did lose 1, which isn't ideal, but still Day Trade should be able to fight just fine. And
they're in. So.
And a team in 9th place, yeah, they're going to be okay.
I like this rotation coming through from Salvum. Not only do they end up in a good spot, but they actually rotated past this. One thing is the shenanigan area they had in the arena, but they wrap all the way around, come in from the southern side on this approach too. So not only have they cleared out the position they came from, but they've also actually made a pretty good set of buffer space down towards the south. So smart, again, proactive, aggressive center move by Salvum, who we were kind of after for being overly passive. This is a very smart, proactive play.
I mean, they did do that with no information, though, so it was essentially a blind send. But yes, you're right.
Here we are complimenting Salvum.
It did work out for them, so yes, I will agree with you.
You know what? A blind send is still a send. And there was a point to be made with that, but I'll leave it at that. You can quote me on that one.
No, that's fair.
Blind send is still a send.
We'll leave it at that. And yes, Salvum had done well to get themselves in a fantastic position in this current circle. So we now see 4EM again clearing the south side of Lumber here, and they're starting to regroup as well. And I will say, playing on foot from here is actually, this area is very conducive to be able to play on foot.
Oh yeah, definitely. And that's what I was saying before. Like, we have the spread on the circle now, whether you're north of Prison or south of, because north, on foot, you're dead. Like, instant dead. Everyone will see you and you're down. But Prison and everything south of there, you can easily maneuver in those woods on foot and there. I mean, I feel like we're waiting for 4AM, as we actually have our eyes on Danawa here, who got their potential final turnaround game in the previous one. We're waiting for this 4AM roster to do the same thing. 4AM has, in my opinion, right now, at least on paper, one of the best rosters China has ever seen.
Yeah.
That is a filthy team. They have very limited playtime together, which is part of the reason why I think they're playing things a bit more slow, because, I mean, the more aggressive you want to be, the better communication you have to have. The more you have to know exactly what your teammates are planning on doing.
My goodness!
Some also comes raining on in, and Xiaopei probably will think twice about picking up that vehicle again.
Just dialed in. That was just out of nowhere.
That's gonna be Dano from
probably
heaven, right?
scared the hell out of him as well. I know one of them was me.
No doubt.
Oh man, mortars have been so fun so far.
For who?
I mean, to watch. I imagine playing against mortars is probably a nightmare, especially in some of those, as you said, the King of Wind dip to the north of Sonics. Yeah.
But again, I mean, look, just to go back to 4AM real quick, look at this roster. You have the best out of New Happy and the best out of 4AM under leadership of Xiaopian, who pretty much made New Happy a thing back when they became a household Chinese team in global PUBG. Exactly, right? So you really can't line it up any better. And regardless of whether the 4AM goes to losers bracket, they're very close to not doing so. But even if they don't super duper perform here at PGS2, this is going to be a roster, should they stick together, that could easily come back a half year from now and absolutely demolish the competitive PUBG scene.
Honestly, if they even manage to get into, you know, winners bracket and then get sent to losers, that's going to be so many more games for them to actually kind of get that communication and get that gel going.
And I feel like they're that one game away where things align, like we saw with Danawa in the previous one. They're one game away where it just all works out for them from saying, great, now we have the recipe.
Absolutely.
Now let's go out and execute.
And as you were saying, that's the roster to do it, as well as we see Narns finding Dante. They're just sending it in again. They are perfectly safe, so these plays don't really mean a thing as they are just trying to find their way into prison here.
Full speed forward, they go as they try and somehow play it safe, but there is really not a whole lot of safe to get in here. Now, Bessler does have a wall and have his vehicle for cover, but outside of that, all he has is a lot of opponents around him. Norns taken down by Hasagi. That is elsewhere on the map down towards the southwest, as now 4AM are starting to creep up forward as well, but they're in the middle of a game PT split.
KPT, yeah, just trying to find some frags again. They are at 43 points, and they would love to get some more points here as well, some placements, and just start to thin out the herd on the south side so they can take control. As we see multiple teams now, FaZe as well, and then just to the west of them, Cerberus on the south.
This is a dangerous place to set up shop when you have no info to play off of, and you're well, as we can see it here, fully surrounded. Dogmire taking the fight to face as these teams who again are pretty much already qualified through battle on the southern side of the circle. We did shift north, left Prison on the southern side of the circle, and therefore all these teams that were playing on foot before are forced now to fight one another because they know there's absolutely nothing to claim up towards the north because of mortars.
Yeah, exactly. And this is going to center pretty much on Prison. It's been a while since we've seen a circle actually end around this area, as Fex is going to take a little sidestep. Jeems knocked here, and FaZe would love to get some more points here, although they're doing pretty well for themselves as well. Duckmine now taking the spray, and Gustav walking with that UAZ. He's going to find the knock at a Duckmine. Well played.
Able to use the cover and move with it too. Dogmire should be down 4 as Immerse gets knocked as well. Taikan and Haisagi, I mean, they completely annihilated FaZe in a previous game, and here they are once again trying to take the fight to them. Jeems does get rest. Vex spots Haisagi over the top, but can't connect the shots.
And he would love to just kind of get rid of Cerberus here. They have a nice foothold into the circle as long as they just get rid of the team that has just been a menace in the server, and all these smokes going to cover them, so they are going to be able to get the res. Not enough nades or utility to take them out.
Because of FaZe as well, even if they do, and when they do, because they will go through to winners brackets, day has not been an impressive day for them. They got themselves a second place in the first game, but 12th, 10th, and 16th follow, not been their day. So they really want to come into winners bracket with more going their way. Now with Xiaopian backstabbing them, it ain't exactly going to make things any easier.
Just to finish strong, but I mean, again, yeah, FaZe should be just fine here as they start to go for this push. Immerse on the backside, trying to get the nade. They have the read on the movements here. Out FaZe, Corexy going for the spray. He's going to get knocked. Haisaki going to find him. A beautiful trade from Fex.
Really nice back and forth there. Immerse down to low HP. Last player alive on the side of Cerberus. That tree is a slim one. Ain't going to grant him the cover that he's going to need, and Fex will find him in the end. So FaZe gets to stay alive with 3. Just Jeems falling down.
Yes, and I don't think 4AM is, they're not going to be pushing that. So FaZe will recover here as they're embroiled in a fight now with GP. Remember, they did lose one earlier in the rotation here on the southeast side, and now they would just love to get rid of GP. 2 knocks. It's just Hush and Bobson Head left. The clutch player there, I would say, for game PT as well.
When everything hasn't been working the way, the janitor has come in and swept the floor and got them in, out of, I should say, some pretty dire situations. 4AM, they did enough damage from down below as they wanted. They sent 2 players down. They did lose Xiaolu earlier. Keep that in mind for the next fights up close as Belmoth and Pushos now. Oh, nades in hand. A lot of damage done, but not able to find the knock.
Oh, that nade landed pretty much right on top of HSMM. He's going to survive for now. Back up towards the US, and he will be able to heal in this fight now. FaZe is going to be taking, I'm sure they're going to be hearing this, and they might even third party here on Day Trade side.
4AM have barely even been fighting this entire game so far. Oh no.
Oh, good.
No.
He looks up! He looked up and he's like, okay, never mind.
Oh no, not only do you have to look for planes, now you also have to catch mortar shells out of the air. That was a beautiful moment. That is a huge reaction play, because what team is the only team we've ever seen get absolutely torn to pieces by mortars? They already know. They already know that you look into the air.
PTSD, Toby.
They are already there. They're already scared for life.
I guarantee you he heard it and he immediately looked up. He's like, oh, no, not again. And they instantly try to make a play off of it. So Circle, this one is actually incredibly interesting. The road is going to split the south and north pretty much dead even. Prison's still in. You have enough of the ridgeline on the northern side in. That's going to be in as well. Center is going to be quiet, practically unplayable. But all, like, again, we're splitting it into semifinals. We're seeing the northern qualifiers and the southern qualifiers in who can come out victorious in this game, because only one team should be able to stay alive on either side. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you will have Gen G just kind of sitting in, but yeah, as far as the outskirts, the west and the east side of Prison, it's going to be difficult for multiple teams to survive. We do still see Falcons sitting in that Wizard Tower, so for the time being, they're going to be okay.
We have talked Sabum and their passive playstyle. I'm seeing them right now. They know there's a team out in that compound east where Sonic's currently is at. They have to try and at least just prevent some sort of damage to come through. And in the meantime now, 17 Gaming 4 in a car. You hate to see it. If there's a Panzerfaust anywhere to be used, now would be the time to use it. The car's on fire. They all have to get out of it. Xiaobei first one to fall. Other people taking damage. And oh my god, somehow Xiaowu able to dodge and weave. But here comes Trapping. Finds 1, finds 2, finds 3. And Amix finds the last. And just like that, 17 is eliminated.
And DraftKings just extending the damage that he's done so far in the group stages, and that was huge
huge for Falcons as they had 52 points, now extending that 4 more forward towards the top of the leaderboard.
Very much needed points for them to solidify their spot in the winner's bracket. As Silson, spots, that's a word, just down below. Well aware now that he's in that screen. He's going to have to make a move soon as well. Same as FaZe, not inside the circle just yet.
Still so many teams on the cusp. You have Gen.G, 4 AM, E-Arena that's still 4 alive, as well as Sarvum. So they could actually punch their ticket here. They are not far behind, especially if they can have a good game. And Xiaopian going to go down.
Falls down on the transition, and now one peak comes over. That's Global Army Crazy. All that's left for 4AM. What can you do here? What can you make happen? Solo player against the entirety of 4AM, and not only that, but we're seeing mortar shells start raining in from the top. Somehow H-Win had a few more left to work with before he was forced to leave.
And look at that. That's actually bought Sonics the time, and they've actually got onto the bottom side of this fight. And now they're very close to Sarvum. In fact, they are going to push this.
I mean, that's like proper war invasion strategy of bombing first and then sending in the troops after. Sonics did exactly that. You see Tickleton, who needs the DMR when you can have a Panzerfaust? We'll see if we can make happen with it as FaZe and Daytrade start battling on the west side as well.
Somehow 4AM has survived both mortars and grenades coming out from Sonics as well as Sarvum as the Panzerfaust. Why not launch it forward? Will he find someone with it? Oh, it lands so close to HSMM!
Right over the top of him, able to stay alive through it though, as they really want Sonics to start helping them out and not fighting against them. Deny Sarvum the control, allow us to move further forward. The issue is we're in phase 6, it hurts like hell to be out in the blue for extra amount of time. HSMM is going to try and drive off, but it ain't going to happen.
Another point the way of Sonics as well. They are well and safe, but why not as we look up at the top? Hatswat going to go down as well.
Sarvum stole the point away from them, and this is needed for them. 46 and counting for Sarvum. Still 4, but in the meantime now, many fights taking place at the same time. Friendly Fire being annihilated, being absolutely burned to pieces by E-Arena.
And E-Arena, another one of those teams on the cusp, and they've pretty much dispatched the rest of Friendly Fire. It's just going to be up to Roth now. And then this other side of it be sandwiched between Danawa, Toby.
Yep, 4AM will fall. That means they are in the lower bracket. We'll see if they can make their way out of it, or what's going to happen with that roster, which again, on paper, looks absolutely unbeatable.
Salute, oh my goodness, with a P90 Roth, I pray for you here. Oh, just a quick little headshot. And Roth knows.
Yeah,
it's all but over at this point. That nade landing a little short, though. He's going to survive for the time being, but I don't know for how much longer. And that's going to be it. Helmet pop off. My favorite new animation, by the way. It's so satisfying when you hit those shots as well.
Looks amazing. Salute, 7, make that 4 shots left remaining as he takes one to the dome as well. He's going to be able to sit here for a little while longer. And the more time he can buy Danawa to get properly inside the circle, and for as long as he can, there it goes. As long as he can keep E-Arena at bay, he's going to be fine. Sarvum falls just short. 46 is where they're going to finish as Sonics take him out.
And E-Arena still survive, and this is going to be potentially their window. The problem for all these teams on the cusp is Gen.G is sitting so comfortably right now in that prison area.
Gen.G sat in 15th currently. They've snuck their way in to winner's bracket, and unless if they go out here and E-Arena get a ton more points, or a ton more, I say 4 more points, they should be all right. We'll see now though as E-Arena creeps their way further forward. The only team here alongside Game PT that are currently out and trying to fight their way into the top 16.
This is a very important fight, which is why we're sticking on it, because E-Arena with the potential to dig themselves into or out of this position into the top 16 as we now look at FaZe as they look over the Falcons, who are 57 points just ahead of Theraton 5. Maybe they've done enough, but look how crowded the South is.
Yep, it's going to get very difficult to maneuver through this, and you have Sils and a Capitan outside here as well. This next circle could very well dictate who is going to come out victorious in this game, because if it swings north, it's going to be so hard for any of these teams to maneuver their way in that direction. And now Danawa again, we said the last game was what really got them started, and they're looking like they have never had a bad game in their life. 3 down already, looking for the last 2. Salute is down to the last bullet, and why not use the very last bullet available impossible to find the final kill of E-Arena.
And Salute was just an absolute tank, just stopping any form of a push coming out from E-Arena by himself, essentially buying down with so much time to support.
Yeah, PUBG Head goes down. They need them alive. They need more points if they want to make this happen. Hush is on his own, and he's going to stay quiet and try and hopefully allow for Sonics to wrap around him. Maybe, just maybe, that's going to allow him to creep in from behind and gather more points. And even better, let them fight each other. There's only 17 up, 6 teams alive. If he can outlive just a few, we're not far away from that top 16 either.
Possibly, but the biggest issue for him is the fact that he's out of circle. Yeah. So he will have to move. That position will not be able to provide cover for much longer. FaZe Clan, 8 kills to the name. Sonic still just having a good game. This is actually very good for them as well. Heading into the winner's bracket, this will be wonderful form of confidence as Soul actually is going to find Fex from distance.
Solid shots coming through from the north again. Fex tried to grant himself some cover from Sonics, but instantly met on the other side. And now as the cross comes through, Soul runs on up. Salute does get taken down. So does Dynamics. They really wanted to go for FaZe here, but in transition are taken down to just 2 players left alive. Falcons in the meantime eliminated 2 as we make our way into top 5.
Sonics, yeah, as you said, making their way into the top 5 of the leaderboard as well. So nice bounce back from them as Danawa is just getting shredded, but they know they've done enough, so they're going to be just fine. It's just Soul left alive.
Again, Game PT, 48 points and counting. Then one more of it. Correxy peeks on over, goes for the full spray, takes out Danawa, but finally they have opted to show up, and now Corexy down as well. 49 for Game PT. 18th place is where they're sat. They're just a couple of points away. I think 2 points maybe could be enough for them to surpass Twisted Minds.
The problem, though, is that he has to move. And maybe if he gets a kill here, that would be all that he needs.
Become one with Sonics and allow them to take out Genji. Did they see him? They saw him. Hush finds one. Does he get the flush? Does he get the flush? Yes, he does. That's 1 more point. Is it going to be enough? Is it going to be enough for him to qualify? Trying to stay alive. He is going to fall down in the end. But how much is the 1 point going to be? Not enough. At 17th place is where Game PT is going to finish.
And just like that, that means Genji has slipped in. It's just Sonics and Genji now, but we have set our top 16 here for our winners bracket. And man, group stages could not come to a more wonderful end here. What a group stage for this event, Toby.
A fight all the way till the very end, and we have gotten to see absolutely everything. I guess with the exception of a military ending. But outside of that, we have seen absolutely everything this amazing game has to offer. 13 kills for Sonics. They didn't come off to the strongest start in the tournament, but here they are. They've had themselves a win. They had themselves a good 2nd place earlier today, and this one should be theirs to win as well.
Not to downplay at all their performance in this game. Yes, we are set in the top 16, but the fact that Sonics were able to bounce back so convincingly and have these games stay consistent in the top 5 almost every single game, except for like maybe that Tego. This has been a wonderful performance from the boys.
Also, I mean, across the board, they had themselves a good game in Miramar today. They had a win on Tego yesterday, and now they potentially, or I would expect to see, a win from them here on Erangel too. So it's good performances across all maps. That's the best confidence you can go into the next stage with, that they've been able to deliver. They've been able to bring home points across all 3 maps.
And then even Genji, right, for having their amazing start, then going into a very middling to poor performance in those games, to finishing strong here, getting 2nd place, and making sure that they punch their ticket into the winner's bracket. This is going to be massive as Sonics will close out the game and close out our group stages.
15 kill for the Sonics as they turn the ship around here in the final match. What a group stage it has been. And I'm looking so much forward to both winners and lower bracket. This is going to be a phenomenal tournament to continue, because what we've seen already, I can't even begin to imagine what we had to come.
Bye. Winners bracket, even losers bracket is going to be absolutely amazing. This has been, in my opinion, one of the best group stages we have ever seen. Obviously, the changes, the new map, the new meta that's starting to form, the new utility. I absolutely love this game.
Players are starting to warm up to all the things that's being thrown in their face. And now, let's go hop back to the desk and let them break down this one.
The group stage has been highlight after after highlight, and it is no different as we get to the final match taking place in the prison and focusing down on not only the prison but the cave itself. It was an exciting end game. Falcons had to cling on to the very edge, but ultimately Sonics does manage to come back from what they called themselves a lackluster first day to get a win on the end.
Yeah, as in the beginning of the day, I was like excited to see them, and here they prove it. They were extremely consistent. Adrian had a huge day so far today. So yeah, the handcuffs are off here for prison, and we see a huge ending in the game here, but there are some interesting decisions throughout. I gotta say also, if you camp out in prison, you're not gonna exit it quite easily, and you're not gonna get as many points as you may be considered.
Absolutely. It's one of those things when you go, you can get out of cities sometimes, but getting out of prison is almost impossible. The teams that did go in were fortunate with that final shift that sort of moved in that direction to let them play there a little bit longer. We're gonna move to the end game. 7 teams left at this point. We saw Sonic start to put in a ton of work. They walked away with a massive kill count, and we're gonna watch as they continue to rack those up.
Yeah, and Salute had another huge game, more than 1,000 damage. He had something like 800-900 damage with 0 kills.
Wow.
It was insane. It was crazy. Good to see here from Sonics, though. They're able to clutch it up and close out the group stage.
Closes out the group stage. Welcome back to the analysis desk with Toffees and Avenger, brought to you by STC Play. That is the end of the group stages. We're gonna walk you through the awards. We're gonna walk you through the scoreboards, and most importantly, we're gonna tell you which teams are going to the winner's bracket, because it really did come down, it felt like, to the very end.
It did, for sure. It came down to whether, if you mind GMPT, they were able to clutch it up, get a little bit more points, and I'm not 100% sure, but I think Luminosity might have done it.
Yeah, Luminosity was on the cusp. We saw, I think, if you mind was right there, there was a few other teams who had that chance. 4AM was so close to making that jump. Absolutely.
Denied by Danawa.
Yep, denied by Danawa. Had they survived that fight, they would have picked up one more placement point most likely, and that could have been the nail in the coffin. So it was a very tight game. And I'll say this, if I've learned anything from watching the group stages, when we get to winners, teams need to stop leaving it till the end. They need to play hard early, because there were far too many teams in the race for that last slot.
If we compare it to anything what PGS1 was last time around, it was also, winners was extremely hard. It was super competitive, right? And in this case here, like, you're gonna have so many cases with teams playing way more aggressive, trying to get center way more. But it's top 4 here, and Sonic is able to get 15 kills, Toughies.
If there was a trend today, outside of maybe that one victory by Sarvom, it was that our top teams are coming out with just massive kill counts. And I think that is an ode to how tight it was in the race to make the top 16. Teams had to come out and play with everything they had to rack up those points. That's what the Sonics did. Takelton comes away with 5 kills, but it's not just him. The kills are across the board.
Yeah, and the damage is spread out quite nice as well. H-Man, huge day. 2 kills for him, 2 here. Mime, 5. Of course, Shrimp, as you see here, 3 and almost 1,000 damage, just shy of Tick.
Yeah, just shy. I mean, that's not a bad place to be. When it comes to Takelton, being just shy of him still means a great game, but he is going to be the Kadea man of the match with 946 damage, as you pointed out. 5 kills, 2 knocks, and some epic placement from this team, I should say, in that game, because they were playing position very, very well.
Yeah, super clever with it, right?
It wasn't easy. It's one of those things, like, the journey was not simple, but the payoff was great. That's going to be good confidence going into the winner's bracket as we kick off tomorrow.
And here, of course, total kills. Cerberus is able to take that first place. Sonics managed to go into 4th, and Danawa into 5th for that.
Wow.
That's super impressive, honestly. Navi still top of the very total damage here, Toffees, with Cerberus in 2nd.
Yeah, I want to remind you guys, Danawa started today with 22 points. So as we as we go through the leaderboards here in a bit, I think we're all going to have some minds blown on what Danawa did when they showed back up today. Here's the match leaderboard, 25 points going to Sonics. FaZe does manage to get 14. Danawa, though, the big story here is they make a massive push to continue their drive to the top, and the Falcons do manage to find the 6 they desperately needed.
Yeah, huge for them, of course, to move into this here. And I gotta say again, the way that this whole game played out, it felt chaotic for a lot of teams, because they're safe, they're certain, they're like, we just need a little more kills. But this Cerberus to win the group stage with 119 points, Toughies.
Absolutely wild. 3 teams break the 100-meter mark.
And number 5, Sonics, to be able to jump into that, almost getting into triple-digit territory here alongside Navi.
Also a question mark, though. Big come up. They're walking away with that 83, looking very good, and FaZe has themselves a nice day as well. Danawa up to 71. Remember, I said they started at 22. Big day of play for them, which I think really encouraging for them as they go into tomorrow.
They should just have had, you know, like this last day on the day 1, so that Cheese could have gotten some sleep instead of 2 hours. But here, the bottom of the leaderboard, our cutoff here is going to be 53 points. Luminosity Gaming is just barely going to make it. Twisted Minds out, and If You Mind Game PT on 51, tied with that. But it doesn't matter. Top 16 goes to the winner bracket. The rest is going into the losers.
Wow. 25 placement points will give If You Mind GP the edge when it comes to that total point.
And 2 big surprises here. 4 AM and Twisted Minds.
Yep.
Huge surprise there. Like some of the teams that we're expecting to be in the very top.
Absolutely, and I think LG also a surprise, just barely squeaking by on that one. Let's take a look at the winners bracket officially. Who takes the stage? These are your 16 top teams as of the moment that will begin to play tomorrow. The other 8 will have to sit on the sidelines, watch what happens next, and try to prepare to fight the teams that don't make it through the next stage. So congratulations to all of these teams. Is there one in here that you're like, darn it, did not expect that?
No, I will say more like I didn't expect Cerberus to do this well. I expected him to do well, I expected him to go, but this was just insane. And him has to go for 31 kills and 4,398 damage. It's just impressive. And overall, his throughout the performance throughout these 12 games here just been super impressive. We highlighted him in the beginning of the day too, right? So here to drop 31 in 12 games. Mind-blowing.
Absolutely, and I think it comes down, we kind of joke about the 3-headed dog and the team that's the same way. We see Himas and him going back and forth. They are also going to be the unstoppable team of the group stage. 84 kills, 13.5 6,000 damage. These guys they were a threat at PGS1. They are now a global threat. Watching the way that they played, if they keep doing this through the next stages, unstoppable. Let's go to our group stage MVP brought to you by Kadia. It's going to be Shen from Interlude, the 19-year-old young gun, coming out with a massive survival time and 28 kills all on his own.
Super impressive here for Shen to pop up like this, I gotta say. And also, he's also the guy that got the most fantasy points, 2 more than Tycon was able to get, and 8 more, I think it was, on the 7 more than him has. So super impressive performance here to come in, and I'm really excited to see how well Tyloo is going to be able to do in winners bracket.
Especially at such a low cost. Let's go ahead and check out the Colonel's Choice plays of the day. Soul, man, if yesterday they felt a little bit lost, today they felt unstoppable.
Honestly, like if you pick Soul and Danova yesterday and you were like, nah, it's I'm not gonna pick them again, then you made a mistake because they have been popping off. Salute again, he had 1 kill in 6 games, and today he popped off. Insane amount of damage to see here, and Danova of course clutching up throughout this. So good to see KFC supporting this with the Colonel's Choice.
A nice assortment of chicken for you, if you will. All right, now we're going to move over to the save of the day, brought to you by Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib. I'm not sure what we're going to get to see on this one. This has been a pretty good collection of rescues and 5th man, carryouts, if you will. Here's a nice grenade toss, and this is going to be that fight we saw over on Miramar as Gen G tried to exit the trouble that was the lockdown of Minas.
Yeah, I think one of the guys in the green room said, if a wind blows on them, they're gonna die. And he had like 2 HP and a knock with him. So multiple times here to able to clutch. And also, unfortunately, they lost Tycon here, but Cerberus was able to get 8 kills from having lost the first knock to FaZe here, and they're able to wipe FaZe completely in the very beginning of the game, phase 1. Super impressive to see here. Got to see, and thanks to Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib for doing that save of the day.
Absolutely. Let's check out the ride of the day, brought to you by Abdul Latif Jamil. And this is going to be another zone. We saw a lot of usage of cars in this game, but my favorite by far was this crossing of the North Bridge over in Tego.
Yeah, of course, there's many situations where you can drive and do it safely here, but doing that, and there's of course multiple choices, but doing that, it's more like a fun assortment, I feel like.
Yeah, well, it's a collection of vehicles. You'll find them over at Abdul Latif Jamil Motors. You can find them here as well, but you got to game your way. Tomorrow we're going to game our way by having Erangel kick it off with 2 Tego and then 3 rounds of Miramar. We go back to seeing an even mix of Erangel and Miramar now.
Yeah, exactly. Then the day after that, start with Miramar and then end on 3 Erangel like we did today, so it's good to see here. But I gotta say, Tego so far to me has been super exciting to watch.
Tego has been absolutely epic. Tons of fun. I know we're going to have a chance to go talk to our interviewer in a second. Any last thoughts about group stages from you?
Yeah, I gotta say again, I didn't expect it to be this low here. Luminosity Gaming on the cusp, we had 56 points last at PGS1 to be the cutoff, and now for Luminosity to do this without playing, impressive.
Man, you guys remember to register to STC Play. Check out the shop right now at stcplay.gg. So your chance to get into the game. And what I saw from a lot of these teams getting into the game today was exciting. To see Falcons turn on, to see Donald come out to play and say we're going to do this. Now we're actually going to get a chance to hear from some of those players right now. So let's head over to the stage with Banks to talk with some of our top teams.
Welcome back to the main stage where we are joined by Himas from Cerberus Esports. Himas, I've got to say, a dominant performance over the past 2 days. You played incredibly well, and I have the pleasure of telling you that you are the top fragger of the group stage, so insane work. Very proud of you. So one thing I would like to ask you is essentially, has that exceeded your expectations coming into the group stage?
Okay. Đội đã có đã có màn trình diễn rất là tốt trong 2 ngày thi đấu vừa qua, thì em là fragger số 1 được nhiều kill nhất của dòng bảng, thì em cảm thấy như thế nào và điều đấy có vượt ngoài cái sự mong đợi của em không?
Em cảm thấy rất là vui và hạnh phúc khi được số 1 fragger. Cái điều này thì em không nghĩ tới được, vì em sẽ nghĩ là em sẽ đứng đầu của ngày 1 thôi, nhưng mà sau 2 ngày của em vẫn giữ được phong độ đấy, thì em cảm thấy rất là vui.
Okay, so I'm very happy and satisfied with the results, and then it really exceeded my expectation because I thought I was just gonna be the top one for the first day, but then after 2 days I still can maintain my performance like this, so I'm very happy and satisfied with that.
رجعنا لكم اعزائي المشاهدين بعد نهايه اليوم الثالث والاخير من الجروب ستيج مع اللاعب هماس من فريق سيربرس اي سبورتس، صاحب اكثر عدد كلات بنهايه اليوم الثالث وبمرحله المجموعات، وحبينا ناخذ رايه ونساله كيف كان اداؤه، وهل يا ترى كان الاداء اللي قدموه خلال ال3 ايام في البطوله هل فاق توقعاتهم من ناحيه الاداء اللي يمكن يقدموه، وفعليا كان مبسوط جدا بالاداء اللي قدموه، ومبدئيا كانوا متوقعين يمكن ياخذوا المركز الاول بس بنهايه اليوم الاول، بداية باليوم الثالث كانوا متوقعين يمكن يضلوا بالتوب 3 توب 4، لكن وصولهم للمركز الأول وحصولهم على المركز الأول بالنهاية كثير سعيدين، وبإذن الله بدهم يكونوا مركزين هلا على الوينرز براكت.
So you and your team placed in 6th at PGS1. So I wanted to ask you, what were you working on between then and now? Because it seems like you are back with a vengeance. What were you working on, to come back in with such strength?
Đội mình kết thúc với vị trí thứ 6 ở PGS1, thì đội đã chuẩn bị những gì trong khoảng thời gian từ PGS1 đến PGS2 để mà mình có thể trở lại mạnh mẽ như ngày hôm nay?
Sau hạng 6 của PGS1 thì bọn em đã rút ra những kinh nghiệm và về nhà phải tập luyện nhiều hơn và phải chuẩn bị một tâm lý thật vững để cho PGS2.
I think after PGS1, after finishing as the first at the 6th place, I think we went back. We took some lessons for ourselves. We practiced harder, and we tried to stay calm and maintain a good mentality for the game. And that's why we come back so strong.
سؤالنا الثاني كان للاعب هماس بخصوص ادائهم ببي جي اس 1 بانهم حصلوا المركز السادس، لكن المره هاي رجعوا بانتقام بحصولهم على المركز الاول بنهايه مرحله المجموعات، وحابين نساله ايش كانت التغييرات اللي اشتغلوا عليها بعد ما خلصوا بطوله بي جي اس 1، ورده كان انهم تعلموا من الغلطات اللي صارت معهم ببي جي اس 1 وركزوا على اللعب بالهداوه، وبالنهايه قدروا يحصلوا المركز الاول بنهايه الجروب ستيج.
Well, Himas, thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage after your final day at the group stages, and we wish you the best of luck going into the winners bracket, because it's definitely where you guys deserve to be. Thank you so much for joining us in this interview, because Sandstorm, we've got another one. Do we? Of course we do. Silzin from Team Falcons, please, if you can make your way to the center of the stage. We'd like to have a very quick chat with you just to discuss today, because we were all sat at the edge of our seats, I can tell you that. So congratulations for making it into the winners bracket. You left it a little bit late, I've got to say, as a bug tries to attack me while I interview you. How are you feeling about your performance today?
Y estamos contentos de que clasificamos. Todavía no jugamos a nuestro máximo potencial claramente y vamos a seguir mejorando con lo que venga en todo el torneo.
We are very satisfied that we're qualified in the winners bracket, and I think we can do better in the later tournament, and yeah, we can do better.
بنرحب طبعا باللاعب سلزن من فريق الفالكونز اللي قدروا يتأهلوا باللحظات الأخيرة من مباراتنا الخامسة والسادسة وقدروا يوصلوا للوينرز براكت، فحبينا ناخذ رأيه كيف شعورك بعد الوصول لهاي المرحلة، وشعوره كثير مبسوط ومرتاحين نفسيا بعد الأداء اللي قدموه، وحيكونوا مبسوطين ليشوفوا ايش حيقدروا يقدموا في مرحلة الوينرز براكت بداية من بكرة بإذن الله.
Now, Silzin, I'd be doing the fans and the casters backstage a disservice if I didn't ask you this question. Game 5. On the boat, please explain what happened. What was the decision going into that play?
Bueno, básicamente no teníamos mucha cura, no íbamos a llegar con el tiempo y decidimos que 2 sobrevivían porque sabíamos que el otro equipo nos estaba esperando.
It's basically we don't have much healing at that time, and we knew that there's another team waiting for us there. So we finally decided 2 of us will be survived.
حابين ناخذ رايه بخصوص المباراه الخامسه بعد الروتيشن اللي اخذوها باستخدام الفري لما وصلوا على الجزيره، وحابين نعرف ايش كان القرار اللي اتخذوه بنهايه المباراه. والقرار كان انه الفريق ما كان عنده هيلات كثيره بنهايه المباراه، فاضطروا انهم يتخذوا قرار انهم يضحوا باثنين من اللاعبين ويلعبوا على 2 بنهايه المباراه ويحاولوا يطلعوا باكثر عدد نقاط، وبالنهايه قدروا يستفيدوا ولعبوا على السرفايف باللحظات الاخيره من الجيم الخامس.
Tilson, I've got one final question, because as you can hear while you're playing up there on the main stage, you can hear all the fans from Falcons, you know, all cheering you on. How has that been, and do you have a message for the Falcons fans?
Y la verdad que estamos muy contentos de escucharlos todos los días, nos motiva bastante y espero que lo sigan haciendo por todo el torneo.
We are very satisfied and we are very grateful that all the fans came here, and we hear them cheering up all the day, and we can do better for them.
اخر سؤال حابين نساله للاعب سلزن بخصوص كلمات يوجهها لجمهور الفالكونز وكل الداعمين، بما انه هم عم بيلعبوا عم بيشاركوا في البطوله وسامعين صوت الجمهور وهم عم بيشجعوهم، فكيف كان الشعور وقتها؟ شعورهم انه كثير مبسوطين انه الجمهور عم بدعمهم بهاي اللحظات، خصوصا في بطوله زي PGS2، وباذن الله حيحاولوا يبسطوهم اكثر واكثر باداء قوي جدا في مرحله الوينرز براكت بدايه من بكره.
Well, Tilson, thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage after your 3rd day at the group stages, and we wish you the best of luck going into the winners bracket, because that starts tomorrow. And with that being said, thank you so much to everyone for watching and for participating in this tournament so far. Thank you to all the players, thank you to all the talent and all the production for all of your hard work. And tomorrow, like we've already mentioned, the winners bracket will begin, so things are really going to start to heat up. The pressure is going to be turned up to 11, and we can't wait to see you there. My name is Banks, and that is Sandstorm, and we'll see you tomorrow.
نشكركم اعزائي المشاهدين على الحضور، اكيد نشكر سلزن على تواجده معنا في المقابله باللحظات الاخيره من اليوم الثالث والاخير من الجروب ستيج، لانه بكره باذن الله مرحله الوينرز براكت حتبدا وحنشوف من التوب 16 فريق مين اللي يا ترى اللي حيقدر يتاهل للنهائي من البطوله، لان البطوله يوم ورا يوم عم تشتد والضغط عم بيزيد اكثر واكثر. فبنشوفكم بكره باذن الله، تصبحون على خير والسلام عليكم ورحمه الله وبركاته.
Face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. So proud, just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Gina, paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some